Shoot off. Yeah, great. But I did consider it, shoot off. Yeah, great. Yeah, the more lights. The lights will be lit up. So they're going to right. Whatever.
Yeah. One today, might be there now.
Yeah.
What's your idea? I went down to
Hello, Squeaky.
I some Delta cookies.
You know it. I was about to give them to you. Hey, how are you?
Doing well. You used to be my state rep when I was a kid. I went to Richards Middle School.
Yeah.
Yeah, so,
I used to speak over there a lot.
yeah, I have a photo with you when I was a kid on that, so this is not I see in years.
Thanks for
but-
sharing that.
Yeah, no.
Who are you with now?
I'm with Ezra. It's a location based off of something. I was at the stage of about 13 years.
Wow.
So I try to keep this, actually it's pretty close.
Wow.
But I saw you.
That's great, man. Thanks for sharing that. I really appreciate that. Made my day. Thank you.
I mean, I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. We can talk about something. We might as well, we can go, eh? What do you think?
I mean, hey, you have all the right to do that. And I was looking at that code section. And, you know, when you don't get cooperation, you have the right to do that. So,
But my thing is. I really thought that we didn't want to send any of them. And if they don't show up that meeting.
yes, and that puts the onus on them to respond or report it or not. I think that's why you can do it right now.
I agree.
It makes more sense to be measured and give them an opportunity, and then they don't, and you do what you need to do.
That's what probably maybe has to do how. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. And if they don't, they.
Sounds good.
We can show that we've done everything.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because I haven't seen her. I talked to him, they called the other day, and I was out. I don't know.
I still feel a tiny little raspy, but I'm good. I'm not gonna take it.
I'm just like, you're tired.
Yeah.
So, but.
Did you have like one bad day? Where it just-
Of course, my daughter's there, but my granddaughter, she's like, she didn't hear. I was like,
Oh,
I
that's
won't.
right. A brand new brand.
Yeah, she was, Uh, Morning. Oh, man. Well, I thought we had a good one. I mean, it was pretty, easy going. I mean, she's always easy to talk with. But, oh, I think so. But thank you. I appreciate you introducing yourself and thank you for everything.
The face is flashed before me. Yes. Now I look, man. I know, I forget that. I'm not the only.
I'm doing my best to try to get myself back into an accommodated space. Well,
Y'all can do whatever.
not really. I mean, kind of, but not really. When you don't take care of your business, it will
It'll come in different ways,
Oh.
right?
make you feel bad and look bad and things don't fit. It costs you money and suits.
I'm struggling with whether or not I want to take him in, buy me stuff, and just have that in case he gains again. But
I'm gonna be the optimist and say, let's take a look. He's
take it in.
he's not fine.
The way that he acts. He wants to be, you know?
You. It's- Never guessed that. I thought you were 42. Seriously, I know I'm serious. No, that's what I was thinking about it the other day. I thought he's about 50. Wow. Sometimes that it's a second.
Anything, that picture's famous, so you can visualize it. Like,
Yes, he's doing well.
that's a memory.
That's these people are. That's what part of this. These people. Kind of holders and friends, racial, ethnic, they're playing the voter roll. Period. It's like I'm very clear. They're like, we don't even look at that. That's not something we. And I think one of the challenges I read it. So, I mean, you know what? He's wrong. I have a ton of respect for him. Take one down, pass them around. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
There.
Excellent. Tell me your name again. That's what I thought. I was gonna make sure I was talking to the right person. Well, thank you so much. Just be careful. Good morning. How you doing? Morning, morning.
extra. Okay, so. I said, well, he's already. So.
We do public comment.
Good morning. I'm calling to order the Tuesday, October 8th, 2024 session of the State Election Board. My name is John Favere. I am the chairman of the board, State Election Board. I'm joined today by member Dr. Janice Johnson, member Sarah Tingle-Gazal, member Janelle King, member Rick Jeffries is stuck in traffic and will be joining us in a little while. We're going to make some alterations to the agenda, but I want to thank all y'all for attending. I know that some of you came from near and far, and we appreciate it with everything that's going on in the state of Georgia these days. We're going to try and I don't know where that's coming from. Yeah. We don't have a particularly long agenda today, so hopefully we won't drag this into a second day like we've gotten used to doing. We are going to go ahead and start with the prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance this morning first, though. Dr. Johnson, would you please give the invocation? Oh, sorry.
God, our creator and protector, blessed be your name. Lord, our hearts are saddened by the damage and destruction of this deadly and destructive hurricane. Our hearts are broken by the loss of lives. The grief and burden is too great for us to bear, but you, Lord, give us comfort and strength to handle the sorrow, to carry on another day, to repair our homes, our hearts, and our lives. Lord, where there is sorrow, bring peace. Where there is fear, bring courage. Where there is chaos, bring calm. Where there is confusion, bring understanding. Where there is uncertainty, bring reassurance. Where there is anger, bring love. God be our compass, our guide, our healer, and the work that we have to do today and every day. All this we ask in your name. Amen.
Member King, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, for all.
Thank you, Member King. This morning will be about best laid plans gone awry. And so we had planned on doing the public comment at the end of the meeting, but we're going to bring it to the beginning of the meeting since Member Jeffries isn't here and he needs to hear some important things that we'll be going over this morning. So we'll start with public comment first. As always, we'll give each individual 2 minutes to speak. Please, 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 2 minutes only. And if you exceed your 2 minutes, then this big guy next to me will lightly tap on the
I'm so mean.
lightly tap on the gavel to let you know that your time is up, and we ask that you please conclude and give the others opportunity to speak. Once again, we want to respect everybody's opinion that's here today. So you may disagree, you may agree with people, but we don't need to be clapping and cheering and standing or booing or hissing or whatever. let's let everybody speak and have the courtesy of speaking without interruption. And like I said, we need to respect everybody's opinion, whether you agree with them or not. So,
Mr. Chair,
yes,
I have some amendments to the agenda. Would you like those now or later?
let's wait for Member Jeffries to get here and we'll do the public comment, get through that, and then we'll. Okay.
Agreed.
Well, first of all, thank everybody for being here today. It's great to always see you guys and your participation in this process. Greatly appreciate it. I'm going to basically call out 5 names at a time. So if you guys will go ahead and get in line over here, we'll get you ready to go and have you speak. So the first 5 we're going to have is Nancy Curdy, Sandra Burchart, Lisa Rutherford, and Maribel Hodges. And Richard Schroeder, please. Thank you.
Board members, Mr. Chairman, thank you. We're less than 30 days from the election, and then again, conflict solutions to security and economy. More swept under the rug quickly into next year. Do the people $10,000?
And the Secretary of State's job. Thank you. We have discovered double counted ballots, deleted ballot images, machine malfunctions that skip counting ballots, and even a security breach with original passwords that were left unchanged since installation, which is over a decade. And now those passwords are showing up on T-shirts. 53,000 purged ineligible Reg IDs voters were put back on the rolls recently by the Secretary of State. Rather than tighten up security on passwords, properly clean our dirty voter rolls, or turn on the built-in feature that could stop duplicate counting, or simply have poll officials verify the number ballots inside the scanner, the Secretary of State, our judges, former governors call us crazy and fight election security. Why would that be? They put up feeble defenses to keep a compromised system wide open. Judges Totenberg and McBurney should be disbarred for failing to make timely rulings. Judge Totenberg's ruling on the machines was due in March. Judge McBurney's ruling on the private ballot audit was due over a year and a half ago. Who's controlling these people? The people are wising up. Soon we'll be asked to profess that 2 + 2 = 5. And if you don't know that reference, you should read the book 1984. It was not fiction, it's prophetic. I've watched my friends put thousands of miles on their cars, spend thousands of dollars of their hard-earned money, all to help our state secure the vote for every Georgian, regardless of party. And the state has fought us at every step along the way. This election may be over soon, but I know that my friends here today will redouble their efforts, and we will continue to fight, fight, fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. I appreciate your comments. Next up, we have Sandra Burchart.
I stand here today and I think of the people that died to give us the right to vote. This morning, I decided I'd take the early bus from Buford. It left at 5:30, and I'm grateful that I was able to do that because my passion is truth and justice, and I will do my part to see that elections are fair and transparent. The people on this board volunteer their time, and I pray that they are also driven by truth and not fear, but justice. Because when we do the things that we were created to do and honor our Creator, we are blessed and our country will remain free. If our elections are held in ways that they've been held in the past in Georgia, we are in serious trouble. I was in Fulton County Commissioners meeting once, and I heard one of the commissioners say that they went to vote early for themselves. And guess what? They weren't on the ballot. But were they concerned? No. Do you know why? Because in Georgia, they are not elections. They are selections. And I'm tired of it. A lot of people are tired of it. If you are for truth and justice, you should do everything you can for our elections to be verifiable. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. We appreciate your comments. Next up is Lisa Rutherford.
In July, several of us exercised our right under OCGA 21-272 to review unsealed election documents from the May primary and June runoff As a result, we produced close to a 100-page summary report of our findings, which each of you received a copy of, including missing chain of custody forms, incomplete forms with some having missing ballots sealed, missing memory cards or no chain of custody, broken or changed seals, and more. Initially, we were brought carts filled with boxes with security tape around them. Odd. We didn't realize at the time that they were what they were and cut the tape on 2 boxes, revealing individual bags containing the original ballots from various precincts. We opened several to count the ballots to match with the outside documentation. Once staff realized, they were quickly removed. We thought, how did we get these boxes in the first place if they are under seal with the Clerk of Superior Court pursuant to OCGA 21-500A? I communicated with the clerk of the court's office, and a few ORRs later, I was provided with some regular record transmittal sheets from the 2020 and 2022 elections of non-confidential or vital records. A follow-up call with the Chief Deputy Clerk of Court revealed that there really has been no solid procedure, and our sealed documents are stored at the election office in their prep center. The clerk's office had not adequately reviewed, inventoried, or validated receipt of these critical documents required by law. She indicated my request had sparked a lot of conversation with the legal department and the need to tighten this process. She followed up with me by email stating, "Thanks for the call today. I appreciate you sharing your experience from this June regarding the elections records. Going forward, we, the clerk of court, will start receiving an inventory of the boxes sealed and labeled as clerk of court. We are awaiting the final read of the protocols by the law department. Thank you for pointing out an area that needs improvement. I am here today to tell you that our sealed documents have had no verifiable intake by the clerk of the court that I have been given for 2020, 2022, or 2024. I will tell you that everything I have laid eyes on is not how it should be. We have a crisis in Georgia of bloated and unverifiable voter rolls, of trust that our election processes are efficient and transparent, or that basic laws of our election process are being followed. We are in a crisis of zero trust. Elections belong to the people. The Secretary of State and paid county election office are to ensure the election process is true, correct, and transparent. I did not acquiesce my constitutional right over our elections to anyone. The days of citizens just trusting the process are over, and every election going forward will be reviewed under a microscope. Please take notice."
Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate your comments. Next up is Mary Bell Hodges. Mason Hill, Betsy Shackelford, Michael Beach, William Bush, if you go ahead and get in line, please. I'd appreciate it.
Good morning, Mary Bell Hodges, Gwinnett County. I'm going to just repeat what Lisa Rutherford just said. There has been no ballots under seal that we can identify in Gwinnett County for 2020, 2022, 2024. I hope somebody will prove us wrong. But there is really irreparable harm from the breach of trust that the public has in security and transparency with our elections. That's really all that needs to be said. It's irreparable harm. But I'm going to speak to very quickly just on the new rule that was passed. The new rule is not new law. The rule that was passed to hand count the ballots at the precinct level is law. And we heard the professionals say they can't do it, but it's law. It's been law. The rule that was passed supports the law. And that's what a rule is supposed to do. Constitutionally, it's not to abrogate what the law already says. It's to support the law. If you look at Code Section OCGA 21-2-437, it is very clear that Georgia has paper ballots that need to be counted at the precinct level and actually the votes tallied at the precinct level per the law. The Georgia Supreme Court made it clear in Rodin versus Athens-Clarke County Board of Elections in 2020 The judgment was released 2 weeks before November 2020 election, yet the ruling was ignored. Its holding is based squarely on the force and effect of 21-2-437, stating voting system whereby voters utilize electronic ballot marking devices to make and confirm their selections for each office, and were then provided a printed paper version of their completed ballot to review and feed into an electronic tabulator, that the optically scanned the paper was an election conducted with paper ballots. So why is there so much pushback on just doing proper certification procedurally and lawfully?
Thank you, Mayor Bell. Appreciate your comments as well. Richard Schroeder is up next.
Yes, sir. Richard from Hall County. Again, I'm going to put the paper aside. We have a law book here. And a lot of people in this place can remember voting in a voting booth with total privacy and absolute secrecy, as is written in this law book. These machines don't provide that. You're voting on a 2-foot screen. Everybody walking in wrong. No. This isn't the way to do it. And I'm trying to stay calm because this is the last meeting before our presidential election, which was stolen in 2020. And look what we've gone through. I don't care what side of the street you're on. This isn't good for America. We need justice. We need to go by the law. 437, it's in great detail how to do it. I told you last month, I'm a poll worker. I'll stay as long as it takes to count the ballots. Look what our forefathers went through to make this country. And Dr. Jan, you come up to our Hall County. It's a beautiful place. But we got 110% registered voters, more than our population of eligible voters. And normally in a normal situation, you have 65% registered people. This is ridiculous to be holding these elections on these vulnerable machines. Amy Totenberg, what a shame. 8 months and you haven't ruled? Look what you're putting our country through. And last Monday, look what we had. Oh, darn it. Don't read this password. This is a password that's all over the United States for the Dominion machine. So if you want to get in, I'm done. I hope this is the last time. And we need to go to emergency paper ballots. This is ridiculous. Please. Fight.
Thank you, Richard. Appreciate your comments. Hoorah. Mason Hill, you're up next.
Hey, yes, I'm going to just keep it short. I was planning on yielding my time. Mr. Jeffries kind of caught me off guard. I didn't plan much. It was going to be more reflective. But I just wanted to give a message kind of not as a member of Gabriel or as a member of the Democratic Party or the Republican Party or any bias like that. I just want to be clear that the point of this board is not to legislate or execute. It's to provide rules to make sure our elections are fair. None of you are legislators, and we can't change the laws of Georgia just because of what we want to do. Now, I don't question any of your intent. I stood in line with some good people this morning, heard that they had great intent on protecting this election. I think all of us in this room want to have a fair election, but that doesn't mean we get to ignore what our authorities are. And I want to read a quote directly from a member of this board, which is, "This discussion about whether it's in our authority, ellipsis, I find irrelevant." Now, I agree that we all need to make sure we have a fair election no matter what, but we can't deny what our authority is when we do that. So I want to be very clear that we need to take account the proper procedures and the proper timing to make sure that we have a fair election. Thank you.
Thank you, Mason. Appreciate your comments. Up next is Becky Shackelford.
This board's actions have been illegal, unethical, and disruptive. Janice Johnston's bowing pirouette at a Trump rally was unbelievable partisanship, only to be topped by her taking it on herself to open social media accounts unauthorized in the board's name. She should be removed. But you already know all this chaos. It has been covered in lots of press during your campaign of extreme partisanship. It appears this board has no accountability and answers to no one. You have approved ill-advised, complicated new rules. Johnston was a poll worker a couple of times, and the others, except for Attorney Gazal, have no election experience or expertise. But you act as if you know more about running elections than county election directors do when they plead with you not to change rules so close to a major election. Another book to recommend is It Can't Happen Here by Sinclair Lewis, written decades ago. The pit bulls and the originators of these rules pretend the rules are about election integrity and so-called transparency. Please drop the pretense. We know these rules came from Trump's lawyers probing for areas where elections could be thrown into chaos to set the stage for a Trump steal. We also know that some county election officials plan to refuse to certify illegally, without even knowing the outcome or conduct of the election. The turnout for this election will be much larger than many previous ones. So why in heaven's name would you voluntarily make it harder to administer, other than to deliberately sow chaos? The irresponsible disruption this board has brought about must be stopped.
Thank you, Betsy. I appreciate your comments. Up next, we have Michael Beach, William Bush next, Marissa Pyle, Kathleen Hamill, Kristen Neighbors. Y'all go ahead and come forward, please.
Thanks so much. I'm Dr. Michael Beach, an assistant poll manager. I just finished my poll worker training last week, and I really want to tell you that you've sown a lot of confusion and fear in poll workers by your recent statements and actions. Poll workers are on edge about last-minute changes. They're unclear about what rules will be in place due to these court challenges. Petitioners have gotten what they wanted. They've sown confusion in a system to be tested in less than a month. Then they will point to mistakes made as evidence that the system is broken. The insecurity created as a result of this massive 4-year election denialism effort to gaslight the public and manipulate appointments to groups like this board. For 4 years, people have been asking for evidence that the election was stolen, and I hear mistakes are made. I'm talking about election is stolen. The evidence is still missing. As a result, petitioners who couldn't get what they wanted from their elected officials have put this board in the spotlight. They believe they now have unprecedented power to influence you and many county boards of election on certification. I read the arguments from the recent court hearing. The argument was made that counties could certify, but maybe they could toss out specific precincts. We all know what precincts they're talking about. I hear petitioners say that the endless requests for changes are just common sense, and they can't imagine why people would object. The same is said for these voter challenges. If they were truly common sense and being made in good faith, perhaps we wouldn't be here. But the fact that they target specific groups, mostly people of color, really speaks to the true intent of the national election denialists who are supporting these petitioners. As I've said before, this election security issue is about beliefs versus facts, so it won't be solved by whatever number of rules you pass or investigations you conduct. Petitioners don't want secure elections. They want their candidates to win, and they will contest anything less than that. I guess I'll just have to read future history books, and I know they'll not be kind to the participants in this clear dismantling of the people's right to vote.
Thank you, Michael, for your comments. Next up, we have William Bush.
My name is William Ware Bush. Until recently, I owned and was the CEO of an institutional capital markets broker-dealer. Our mandate was to prevent fraud in the securities markets. The goal of this state election board is the same: free and fair elections with rules initiated to reduce the possibility of fraud. However, given a compromised governor, a coward attorney general, and an ideologue criminal secretary of state, the election board is bravely attempting to patch a badly flawed system. It is my sincere, deeply held belief the state of Georgia should eliminate electronic voting machines because the digital vote count can be easily manipulated because of flaws in the construction, security, and software of the machines. But then an illegal paper ballot has to be inserted to back up the digital manipulation. It is crucially important to prevent illegal paper ballots to be slipped easily into the vote count. Now, where do the bad guys find illegal ballots? From voter rolls where tens of thousands of ineligible voters who are dead moved to duplicates. I salute the patriots in this room who did the deep analytical work to identify voter records that should be cleaned from the rolls and brought the data to the attention of the county election boards. I trust the members of the various county election boards will do the right thing. Finally, the Georgia State Election Board members are national heroes. Rick Jeffries, Janelle King, and Jan Johnson particularly, because as goes Georgia, goes the nation, and as goes the nation, goes the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bush, for your comments. I appreciate that. Marissa Pyle's up next, Kathleen Hamel, Kristen Neighbors, Earl Ferguson, and Christine. I cannot read that. Christine, you'll have to say your full name when you get up, please.
Hi, board members. My name is Marissa Pyle. I am with All Voting is Local Action. We're a nonpartisan organization that works to advance accessible, fair, and good election administration. This board's actions have undermined not only voter confidence in Georgia, but the confidence of our election officials in the ability to administer elections without interference, changing rules, and the threat of reprisal. In an incredibly consequential election year, the board's actions have caused an outcry from voters and poll workers alike, one that we have all witnessed firsthand. Today marks 1 week until the start of early voting. Poll workers have been hired, they have been trained, ballots have been mailed, and to put simply, we are still here. There are still rules in the process. We are meeting about potential new investigations to be implemented or carried out in mere days or weeks. And we are listening to folks raise baseless concerns about non-existent, ineligible voters, witnessing incredibly valuable time and resources of election workers, advocates, county administrators, and poll workers be wasted as they are having to leave the preparation to be here. The board has stated that it is not trying to create confusion or chaos. Its actions state otherwise. If it was the case, then the board should have reversed course weeks ago. But in lieu of a time machine, you can just stop the actions that are creating the harm. You can stop making new rules. You can stop leading unauthorized investigations that are wholly unsupported by any statute based on bad data, misinformation, and bad actors. You can stop taking the time of county officials to prepare for these elections to perform for you. You can just stop, and you are not, even after being told of the harm you are inflicting. What does bring me hope is the very officials who have taken their time to be at these meetings in spite of their workload, to defend their voters, staff, and their policies, and to make clear that they will administer the election fairly and transparently. We are fortunate to have poll workers, managers, and election directors, as well as county board members who will hold safeguards in place to ensure our elections are fair and accurate. Voters can trust their commitment, resolve, and honorability. For that reason, far separate from the actions of this board. I leave you with one reminder. Georgia's election system will work for its voters, undeterred by those who seek to undermine or weaken our laws and procedures. It has done so in the past, it will do so now, and it will in the future.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your comments, Marissa. Next up is Kathleen Hamel.
Thank you. My name is Kathleen Hamel, and I'm here with the Georgia Democracy Task Force. I stand before you today as a Georgia voter. There are more than 7 million registered voters in the state who should understand with confidence that our election system is solid and has stood the test of time. The state election board here is trying to make us feel otherwise. We are talking about the right to vote, and we cannot buy into a false narrative. One of the issues on the agenda today is voter ineligibility and voter challenges, massive voter challenges often using technology to sweep through records online without personal or individualized knowledge. Since 2020, we know that over 350,000 of these voter challenges have been made, and the vast majority of them have been investigated, dismissed, and found to be frivolous. This hasn't come from one person, but from many who throughout numerous precincts have investigated this huge number of claims and found no validity to them. And yet here we are today with this item on our agenda, with a mere week to go before early voting begins, and apparently interrogating the representatives of 8 election offices, even including one where there have been no claims of improper voter ineligibility. So let us now allow ourselves not to get caught up in conspiracy theory-driven notions that are not fact-based, which is exactly why the overwhelming majority of the voter challenges have not succeeded across the state. We know that registered voters must provide ID when they do vote. These challenges, in many cases, again, should be questioned. And what this board, again, and every citizen in the state of Georgia needs to do is to focus on getting out the vote, letting our election system and its dedicated election workers do their jobs without increasing administrative or financial burdens on those workers. And my last thought is, please listen to these workers, the experts and the professionals. Please stop this madness and bring election integrity to Georgia instead of breaking the system for the sake of proving that it is broken. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen, for your comments. Kristen Neighbors, you're passing. Okay, thank you. Okay, next up we have Earl Ferguson. So you're passing. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it, Earl. Got a pass. Christine, good. Shagru, okay. You look like a John Hancock signature here. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Christine Shagru. Good morning. I am a member of Chatham County and a veteran poll watcher dedicated to fair elections. I'm here to voice my concern that this board is passing rules that do not align with existing laws and are in response to issues already deemed negligible or non-existent. With voting day 4 weeks away, our focus must be on preparing for that as well as early voting beginning in a week. Your goals should support election and poll workers and voters and not facilitate confusion and distraction that discourages voting and tragically feeds the ongoing mistrust of election results. I'll repeat what a previous speaker, Marissa, said. Please just stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. I appreciate your comments. Let's see. Let's get some more folks in line here. Sam Carnline. Is that you, Sam? Are you Sam? All right, very good. I am Sam. It sounds like a book we read. Fields, Searcy, Ginger Bradshaw, Kate Denny. If you guys could come get in line, please, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Check.
Good morning, board. Sam Carnline from down in Grady County, where we grow peanuts, cotton, and pine trees. You can make a lot of paper ballots out of the pine trees we grow in Grady County. I'm here today on behalf of Kevin Mockler on case 2325. Y'all are familiar with that one. He wanted us to deliver this to you and request that you look over his request, and because it's so close to the end of term, that y'all demand from Fulton County that they deliver up what y'all have already requested, basically, in regards to his case. And that's what I have to say about that. Thank you. Now, I'm going to say a few things myself. That prop is to show that we've all been in the dark, so to speak. And we were trusting what we had for decades and decades until we determined that the Dominion voting system that we're saddled with in the state of Georgia is not secure. We want to unplug Georgia. We want to go to hand-marked paper ballots. And the emergency 21-2-334 states that we can go to the emergency hand-marked paper ballots. And that's what Florida and Alabama and Montana and Idaho and France and Japan and other countries use. Let's get rid of these machines, people. Y'all can declare that it's impracticable, and we can go right in November and vote on hand-marked paper ballots. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. We appreciate your comments. Next up, we have Phil Searcy.
Good morning. Thank you, State Election Board. We've been attending all of the SCB meetings since August of 2023. Some have attended going back 4 years or more. Over this time, we and many others have detailed the injury and violations that are afflicting the people of Georgia. We've been to our county board of elections. We've been to our legislators. We've been to the courts. We've talked with the governor, and he said, you give anybody a voting computer and they can hack it. The Secretary of State just runs to avoid serious questions, and he won't answer to state senators or appear in court. Evidence is presented and law violations cited. Yes, there was some legislation passed, and yes, there were some rules adopted, but the main core issues are still unresolved after 4 years. Number one, we still have a non-compliant, insecure voting system that has not been updated since installed in 2020. And as we've heard and seen testimony in state and federal court, the system has no security and was even hacked in front of a federal judge. The system admin password and encryption keys are in the wild or in the public. It's emblazoned on t-shirts all across the state now. Number two, our voting rolls are bloated and being centrally manipulated. You've been provided reams of evidence to this fact. Number three, our state and federal election laws are being violated from the county all the way up to the Secretary of State, yet no enforcement has taken place. The proverbial can has been kicked down the road by all the branches, executive, legislative, and judicial, both the county, state, and federal levels. We find ourselves in a state of lawlessness. Regardless of the outcome 30 days from now, neither side will be happy, and we'll have to repeat the process all over again. We've been declaring that we're in an impractical situation. We repeat again, the only practical remedy: use emergency paper poll books per Georgia Rules and Regs 183-1-12-19. Use emergency paper ballots per OCGA 21-2-334. 1 BMD per precinct for accessibility and purposes, and a tabulator count of on day of election. Plus, we must have a full hand count certification before we certify per OCGA 21-2-437, 21-2-493. And per OCGA 21-2-70-15, all election workers have a duty to certify to prevent fraud, deceit, and abuse, and to make a true and perfect return. With all the evidence that's been brought forward, the passwords out in the open, the security system's hacked, you cannot say we have a secure system. State Election Board, I'm asking you to declare a state of emergency today to secure our elections. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Field. Appreciate your comments. Next up, we have Ginger Bradshaw.
Good morning. I am Ginger Bradshaw. Where do I start? I really appreciate so much of what all you board members have done, as I'm sure you realize, but I'm sure you realize there's so much more that we can and need to be done. And I think that's true based on all of these comments that we've had before. I would encourage you to vote today to bring up the 2 rules put forth by Lucia Frazier that were kind of ruffled under the table. We need to have a publicly available list of certified electors and a list of who voted. I'm a poll manager, and we're given a sealed list that we are to open only if there's an issue and we need to vote by paper ballot. So that list is available, and it's available at least 5 days ahead because they have to put all this stuff together. And so I don't know why that is a secret. And why that there is so much pushback about providing that list, because they generate it. And then briefly, I hope that y'all will appoint, I know the last meeting you talked about the monitors for Fulton County, and y'all were going to do some things, and I don't know what's happened there, but y'all, I don't know exactly the verbiage, but you put this restriction on Fulton County that they had to have monitors. So why should they be picking the monitors? And then the monitors that they picked are the people that were in charge when they had all these issues and broke the law. So that just doesn't make sense to me. So I hope y'all have gotten that figured out. And I hope you'll do everything you can. I don't quite understand. I hear these people talking about disenfranchising voters and the democracy and this and that and the other. Why would anybody want to have 112% or 108% or 100% of the eligible voters on the voter rolls? Because we know everybody doesn't register for vote. So if you really are about democracy, if you want every legal vote to count, then we want legal voters on the voter rolls. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your comments, Ginger. I appreciate that. Next up, we have Kate Denny. Kate, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you. My name is Kate. I'm a registered voter in Georgia, and I want to know why we even have public comments. I was here last month where expert after expert, who none of you are, a county expert, told you that these recent changes were going to be impossible to implement this soon, and that they were not going to cause anybody to have any confidence in this system that is already working. I believe in what's happening. It works. T-shirts, I am speaking.
Please.
Order, please. Order.
Let's be nice. Let's be respectful to the speaker.
Dr. Johnson, this is similar to you performing a procedure that you've never done before and going to the waiting room to ask a family member how to do it and disregarding all expert opinion. I am sick that I had to take time out of my day to come down here and babysit you. You're supposed to work for us, not for Donald Trump. This election was not stolen. We all know that. There is a minority that believes it was, and you are letting them hijack a system that works. I think it's fine to clean the voter rolls with people who have probably died, okay? But we're not going to do systemic cleanings. I thank the poll workers and the county officials. I will see you at early voting. I believe in this system. I will not be deterred. I will speak the truth come what may, and I will babysit you if I have to.
Thank you, Kate. Next up, we have Vic Tripp. Vic. Let's go ahead and call out a few more. Lucia Frazier, Jason Frazier, Lucia, Jason Frazier, Victoria Cruz, and Mr. Pledger. Challenges. Yes, sir, you have the floor.
My name is Vic Tripp. I'm a voter in DeKalb County. And I want to thank the board for all your excellent work and for taking the heat that goes with doing the right thing. I want to speak to the voter challenges, the registrant challenge complaints that are being investigated. They've been painted as voter suppression, but challenges actually prevent suppression if processed. When a registrant votes here who is born in 1900 or who is a non-citizen or is voting in Florida or otherwise invalid, that vote cancels out or suppresses a valid vote. The response to the efforts by this board from many experts and election officials is that they have it all under control. They don't need our help. They don't need your help with the voter rolls, with reconciliation, or with review by certifiers. Just trust them. Well, that hasn't been working. We voters have found many tens of thousands of errors in their work. The experts have failed in many different ways, but one of the most important and simplest measures of election quality is matching the number of people who voted with the number of ballots counted. They missed it by 34,000. You heard that right. In the most recent federal election, 2022, our officials counted 34,304 fewer ballots than they counted people who voted in Georgia. What happened to those ballots? Whose votes were suppressed? Nobody knows. Does anybody care? No election is perfect, but there are always a few errors. But HAVA specifies just how few errors there must be. The legal limit is 8 erroneous ballots per million. That would be a total of 32 in that Georgia election. The accuracy achieved by these election officials was 1,000 times worse than the legal limit. They do need our help.
Thank you, Mr. Tripp. I appreciate your comments. Lucia Frazier, is she here? I don't believe she's here. Jason Frazier.
Those individuals that we're planning on speaking this afternoon, we'll give them an opportunity at the end of the meeting to speak, since that's the way the agenda read. So
okay,
we'll come back at the end of the meeting without consent from the board and allow them to speak at the end of the meeting.
Fair enough. It sounds great. All right, Victoria Cruz. And if you would, Mr. Pledger, John, you guys, I'm going to say John Van Brunt. I can't read this. Dan Gazaway, if you'd please come forward as well, and Gail Lee. I'm sorry. I'm going last. Oh, he's going to pass. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate that. Hard of hearing today. All right, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you. I am Dr. Victoria Cruz, because I understand if you say you're a doctor, people might listen to you more and think you're telling the truth. I don't believe the doctor who announced it so loudly before. I was going to come here and talk about the voter registration challenges, because I first started challenging registrations in Oconee County, a small county not far from here, where consistently since 2016, the number of registrations is 110% or more above voter eligible population. How does that happen? It happens because elections officials are not cleaning the rolls. The Secretary of State is not cleaning the rolls. Eric is not cleaning the rolls. When I first looked at a voter registration list this year, when I ordered one in March, all I had to do was see the oldest people on the list and find immediately 8 dead people. Since 2014, they had not been taken off the rolls. And the majority of those had died in my county, where they're supposed to check the obituaries, and they don't. A couple had died out of state, but those states are covered by Eric. Eric didn't find them. We have a broken system. And not only that, my attempt to challenge under the law, all legal, was met with opposition from Ryan Germany, the Southern Poverty Law Center, the ACLU, and Common Cause. For all registrations that I brought that had probable cause, they moved out of state, they registered out of state, they had voted out of state and had homestead exemptions. The last thing I want to address is the election was stolen. If you don't know it, you have not looked for the evidence. I have been looking at the evidence since 2021, and I just want to address the big lie. The first time I heard the big lie screamed was from Sarah Gazal as a new member of the state election board, showing her nonpartisanship. She castigated all the citizens who had shown up asking to have some things investigated, saying it was a big lie and they needed to shut up and sit down. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz. I appreciate your comments this morning. John, what, I can't even read his last name. Been burnt. I don't know. I can't read it. Mr. Gasway, are you ready? You've got the floor, sir.
First of all, I'd like to thank all of you for your service. I have been emailing you about 2018-104, which is a case that's up today. I'm not going to preach. I'd like to say a little bit to the crowd. 2018-104 is a state election board case associated with my second successful election challenge. And I want y'all to hear that because there is a transcript of the litigation associated with that case, as well as all the election superintendents involved in that case were operating under a court order, which they violated and changed the outcome of an election. So we all need to make sure we understand that because the only way we fix this is to really put pressure on the election superintendents. And I know I got limited time. I'd like to spend more time, but I know you're interested. And again, I appreciate the political challenge y'all are under here. And I want to say to my friends on the left, Stacey Abrams, my former legislative colleague, characterized what was done to me here as a mafia hit. Those are her words. And to my friends on the right, this case has ongoing felony criminal activity by the Banks County election superintendent, which is the #1 Donald Trump county in the whole state of Georgia. So we all have blame. So now what can I do for y'all? Y'all are trying to get your own lawyers and your own investigators, which I really believe you need. I'm offering this publicly. You're going to get something from the Secretary of State's office associated with this case. I'm not even going to call it an investigation, but you're going to get something. I'm willing to get my team back together because we've already litigated this case. Now, it's not in the form of an investigation, but we had a lot of discovery and we've had a lot of news stories since then and a lot of discovery by Dale Russell since then. We will put together a competing investigative work product to compete with whatever you get from the Georgia Secretary of State. And in January, the legislature is going to convene, and you can find an ally in the state Senate and the state House to copy these competing investigations and lay them on the desk of every member of the General Assembly and try to shame the membership of the General Assembly into giving you the investigators you need, because they will see a Mickey Mouse work product from the Secretary of State, and they will see a professional work product from people who, like me, spent $138,000 of my own money. And that is what I can offer you. I don't want to go to that trouble if y'all aren't going to use it, but we can back up what we're saying. Now, this is the last thing, and I don't want anybody to take this as a threat, but we all know this case has the illegal unconstitutional sheriff in it. And I am going to deal with that in the federal courts before this ends, because I've gone too far down this road to turn back. So we're going to do it. I think that helps you because it exposes the Secretary of State and the Attorney General for being completely, I mean, we're the worst state in America. And all these people want to say we're not. I'm sorry. I was doing this in 2018. I'm a Republican. This lady whose office is through this door right here told me, you get in the legislature, you're going to have to deal with issues you never thought you'd have to deal with. Believe me, that was prophetic. But I'm offering a solution to y'all. We will build a competing investigation report, and you can lay it on the desk of every member of the General Assembly and the governor of Georgia and say, we're not doing our job. Because I've got certified evidence. It's not Mickey Mouse. It's real stuff that's ready to go to federal court. I really appreciate your service. I realize y'all are operating in an extremely challenging political environment. my case is 2018. That's before November 2020. I want everybody to remember that. This stuff was going on before November 2020. We need to fix it. There's a guy in this room who, with about half a dozen Georgia Tech undergraduates, could fix 90% of this in about 2 weeks. But, that's not popular either. But thank you for your time. I appreciate your service. We will help you any way we can.
Thank you, Representative Gazaway. Appreciate your comments. Gail Lee, you are next and you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Gail Lee. I'm a voter in DeKalb County. There was a case decided in Fulton County Superior Court last week concerning the encryption keys on Georgia's electronic management system of voting, or an EMS. In their testimonies, the two expert witnesses agreed that the average home computer is more secure than our election system. It seems the only thing that stands between having full access to system operations is Windows security, which can be hacked, they said, in 5 minutes. Once in, the encryption keys are provided in plain text, and all users have the same password, which is hard-coded into the system and cannot be changed. Using the encryption keys, which are widely known, you've seen them on the t-shirts, a person or entity can do anything, including change vote counts, without leaving any evidence of the activity. This is quite alarming. The case was dismissed because the legislature, when authorizing the purchase of the EMS, required it to be certified by the EAC, which it was, but the legislature did not anticipate and specify that system updates and security issues would have to be addressed during the life of the system. Our system got the required certification at the time of purchase, so nothing more is required of our SOS. This defies common sense and will probably be appealed. Nevertheless, in his testimony, expert witness Mr. Cotton outlined several things that could be applied between now and when the voting begins that would mitigate some of the system vulnerabilities without disrupting anything. One of them was a device external to the EMS that could detect any outside entity accessing the system. So I am asking those of you on the board who have a working relationship with the Secretary of State to urge him to put the suggested mitigations in place without waiting for a judge to order him to do so. Every effort should be made to protect our votes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
All right.
Lucia Frazier, you showed up. Do you want to speak now or would you want to speak later? Okay.
Let me ask a question. Apparently there's some traffic issues out there. Member Jeffries is not here yet. I created a little bit of confusion by moving the comments from the end of the meeting to the beginning of the meeting. Is there anybody that showed up late that had some traffic issues or confusion issues that would like to speak? Representative Draper, you want to speak? Okay. 3 people. Okay. Do what? You want to do it the afternoon, Mr. February? Defer to the afternoon, okay. You want to speak this morning? And come on up and Representative Draper, you want to speak this morning? It's 2 minutes for public comment. If you want defer this afternoon? Okay. All right. And please state your name when you speak.
Hello, my name is Jovan Davis and I'm here in my personal capacity as a Georgia voter. Just had a question. I wasn't born in Georgia, but I understand that the Republican Party has been in charge of most of the political arena in this state since about 2003. The grievances that have been filed about what's wrong with the election are roughly about 2018 and 2020. Question for the audience. Is there an issue with the system or is the issue with the changing demographics, the updating technology, the lack of understanding around those things? The election results were very clear. There was no issue. We have New demographics in the state of Georgia. We have a population, part of the population has expired because age or sickness or whatever. So now we have changing vote counts in Georgia. That's what happens in states when people move here. That's what happens in states when young people grow up and they start making their voices heard at the polls. It's happened several times in this country. The demographics in the nation, I guess the political ethos of the nation has changed over time because demographics have changed. People have changed. People have gone to school. We have college graduates. All of these things happen. So what happened in 2020? There wasn't an issue with the votes. Sure, Fulton County has some issues. We'll give that over. Fulton County did have some issues with their vote count, but not in the level that would say that this election was stolen from a candidate. You had a lot of people who voted early. The law says we stop counting those early votes on election day. We count the votes we have on election day, then we finish those early votes. That's what happened. 3,000 votes found for College Park. It wasn't found, those were early votes. And if they were swaying in a particular direction for a candidate, remember, it's College Park we're talking about. So when you're thinking about where these issues are taking place, think about the demographics that live there and just understand there's a reality that times change. Times change. People's minds change, politics change, and more people get involved with the system. And sometimes you may not like the results. And I can tell you, the Democrats in the House probably haven't been excited that they haven't been in power since I don't know how long. But at the end of the day, they're not up here screaming that the election was rigged or that the election was stolen. They understand that people made their voices heard at the ballot box. That's exactly what happened in 2020. It's exactly what will happen in 2024. And echoing the same sentiment, you all have been rejecting the election administrators that have been saying, please do not do this because it's going to make our jobs more hard. It's going to make our jobs harder. The only person that ran for office up here was Rick Jeffers, and the only other person that has legal experience is Sarah. I'm sorry, you're not a board member, but Member Gazal. I'm sorry, Member Gazal. But being that that's the reality of this situation, we don't have the credentials up here to combat what these election officials are saying, these election administrators are saying. Please help them do their jobs. They're asking you not to do this, not because they don't think that these decisions are important or that there are some rules that need to be readdressed, but it's making their jobs harder right now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Next up, Lucia Frazier.
Good morning,
On deck,
everybody.
Jason Frazier.
So I heard a comment earlier about experts, and I just want to say that just because you're working for a certain government entity does not mean that you're an expert, that there are plenty of regular citizens out here that are experts at what they do. And basically the expertism is like numbers. So if you're really good at math or engineering and analysis, you could figure all this out. And a lot of people that are in these roles don't have that expertise. So I would dare to say that there are a lot of citizens out there that have more knowledge and more expertise than the people sitting in these boards and people sitting in any government entity. So that being said, it's something that you guys should take into account, that the landscape is changing. We're getting involved. We weren't involved before because we didn't feel like we need to. I always thought that the Constitution protected me, but now I know that's not the case. I have to protect the Constitution. I was not taught that in school. My civics class was, didn't tell me anything about I can come and give public comment, or I can oversee the government's operations, or that any of the election data was all public knowledge. I didn't know that. And apparently it is. And a lot of people don't know that because the schools aren't teaching it. So the landscape is changing. We're involved now, and we're going to stay involved, even no matter what happens with this election. I see a lot of things that need to be changed. I've created rules because I saw things that need to be changed, things that are already there for us, but over time, because it's not being taught in the schools, people just got comfortable with all your materialism, and you're not thinking about protecting your Constitution. The only way this country runs is with the people in it. It's designed to run that way. So I would ask that everybody, no matter what side you're on, just consider listening to the people that have risen up and have done the analysis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Frazier. Next up is Jason Frazier.
All right, sorry for being a little bit late this morning. Traffic was a little busy.
I understand that.
All right, so thought I had all day to prepare my comments, so I'll try to throw a spattering of thoughts that I had as I was driving down here.
Would you like to wait for this afternoon?
No, I think I can do a fine job, and I appreciate that.
Okay.
It just won't be quite as clean. But anyway, I wanted to comment about a couple of the rules that Lucia Frazier presented at the last meeting. One is the certified copy of the qualified list of electors. So as many of you know, or maybe you don't know, the difference between that and a voter roll is simply a voter roll is everyone on the voter roll. So it's if you registered late, you're on that. If you're 17 and a half, you're on that, but you can't vote in the election coming up. So that's why we need that list of who is allowed to vote. That's why we tried to get that to pass. That didn't pass. We still need that. So being that that didn't pass, I filed an open record request in Fulton County. So yesterday, that open record request got canceled, and they sent me a link to the Secretary of State website telling me where I could buy a voter roll. Clearly, Fulton County doesn't understand the difference. I think a lot of people here don't understand the difference, but if we don't know who is allowed to vote, who is allowed to vote in an election, we can't audit an election. We also need to know who voted in an election, and that is the numbered list of voters after Election Day. We need to know everyone that voted. And why is that important? So everyone in here who knows how to use Excel can go on the absentee voter file. I urge you to go on there and download it for 2020. If you download that and look for people that are registered, same name or a similar name, registered twice, you will see a lot of people giving credit for voting twice in 2020. It's a simple analysis. You just sort first name, last name, same address. Most of the people registered twice. As many of you know, you talk about these challenges. I turned in 10,000 people in Fulton County that were registered 2, 3, 4, as many as 11 times. Okay, that's a problem. You look at who was merged. That's when you turn in 2 people registered, they make them 1 person. Look at the voting history of the people that were registered twice. If both of those were given credit for voting in the same election, that's a problem. There were a lot of those in 2020. I turned in a complaint for 5 of those a couple of years ago. And let me read why this board needs their own investigators. Here's an email from Sarah Koth, the chief investigator for the Secretary of State. She emailed Fulton County on one of those complaints of people registered twice, given credit for voting twice. And it says, and I quote, "Good morning, FYI. Please see the email from the SOS below." Actually, that's the response. Hold on. This is from Sarah Koth. "Miss Williams, good morning. Are you familiar with Mr. Frazier? He sends quite a few complaints to the portal, and this one in particular a few times. This isn't something we're going to investigate, but he may be reaching out to you all, assuming he hasn't already." That appears to me like the Secretary of State investigators aren't interested in investigating people registered twice who were given credit for voting twice. I don't know that these people voted twice. Somebody might have voted for them. I don't know, but it needs investigated. And unless you have your own investigators, it ain't going to happen. And I responded, submitted it again, and it still hasn't been heard. Think about it. Have a great day.
Yes, thank you. We
Hand gestures, please.
I do ask that everybody be respectful. We have differing opinions, obviously, in this room, and some passionate people, and it works best for everybody if we just be respectful for everybody and be nice. That concludes our morning session of public comment. The chair would entertain a motion right now for a short 5-minute comfort break, and in order to let the board regroup. We have a motion. We have a second. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Amen.
Motion carries 3-0. Thank you. 5. So, this meeting is officially called out of recess. We're going to approve the minutes will be the next item on the agenda, and then we'll move into the cases and hearing the cases, consideration of all those respondents that have come from afar. So next item on the agenda is the State Election Board meeting hearing September 20th and 23rd, 2024. Approval of the board meeting minutes. That is item number 1 in the board book. Not in the board book. I'm sorry, what? Okay, all right. So they've been emailed to the board. Are there any? The board has reviewed the minutes, I take it. Are there any corrections, deletions, additions?
I believe
You're on.
I believe Executive Director Cohen had a correction.
Oh, no. I mean, Alex, sorry, corrected that one.
The corrections already been made. Any? Do we have a motion to approve the minutes of the September 20th and 23rd, 2024?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of approving the September 20 and 23rd, 2024 minutes of the meeting signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Hearing no dissent, so moved 3-0.
Mr. Chairman,
Member King.
if I would like to make an amendment to the agenda. Can we do that now, or you want to wait?
Your mic is on.
Yeah, I would like to make an amendment to the agenda if that's.
Okay.
I would like to amend the agenda to move the discussion around SEV vice chair up to before lunch.
Up to before lunch?
Yeah, anytime before lunch.
Okay, I believe that we'll be able to dispose of all these hearings possibly before then, so we'll move it next on the agenda.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would like to request an amendment to the agenda.
Yes, Member Johnston.
I would like to propose a state election board policy to allow complainants to speak regarding their case in cases that involve letters of instruction or violation cases.
The board has operated for the last, well, since my time, before that time, not allowing complaints to speak unless asked by a member of the board during the hearing of the particular case. They can always ask to hear from the complainant, but we haven't made it a course to hear from complainants. The reason being that the state becomes the actual complainant when the complaint's made, and it's a state versus the respondent, not the complainant versus the respondent at that point. That's been the direction I've been given from the Attorney General's office. But the complainants are always able to speak if the board wants to hear from them during the course of listening to it. So I would ask that we just continue that policy and allow them to speak when requested by a member of the board.
Mr. Chair, it's been the longstanding policy actually that complainants have been permitted time to speak, and it was only in the last 2 years the policy was changed unilaterally without the vote of the board to not allow complainants to speak or be heard. I think every party in a case deserves the right to be heard. If for nothing more than to make sure that the complaint was properly interpreted, investigated, and presented on their behalf. So it's really a more recent time that the policy was changed. But prior to that, Secretary Raffensperger and Governor Kemp and on further back all allowed complainants to have time to speak regarding their cases.
Well, I haven't discussed that with the secretary or Governor Kemp, as to what their policy was. I only know what the policy was, with my two predecessors and, in my tenure in this position, so.
Mr. Chairman, I think it's, obviously, if there's a complainant here that doesn't want to speak, they don't have to, but I do think that they should be allotted, if not just 5 minutes, to share their side as well, if they wish to speak.
Member Gazal, do you have any comments?
I analogize our procedures here to a criminal trial. That's not what this is. We are not judges, and we are not prosecutors. But in a criminal trial, a victim does not generally take part in unless they're giving a victim statement. I analogize the complainant to victim. And the problem is many times complainants don't actually understand election law and procedure. And so very often misinterpret what has happened. I have no problem at all granting the right on a case-by-case basis to complainants to speak, which we've been doing. I think using it as a policy can sometimes lead to a lot of poor information getting out, because if we're platforming a complainant and giving them the same level of audience as the respondent and as our investigators, it sometimes can skew the outlook of what's factual and what is just being asserted.
Well, as you stated, we're not, no one is on trial for a crime. So allowing those whose case is being heard to have a rebuttal or to be able to respond. I don't, if we can grant it, why not just go ahead and state that if you're a complainant, you can speak?
Let's ask opinion and I get.
Dr. John, would you consider, allowing the complainants, if they want to speak, then making a request prior to the board meeting? The agenda is online. They know when they have, when it's being heard, and they can make a request to Alexandra to speak, and then we would notate that and give them an opportunity at the beginning to.
That's an interesting request. Oftentimes I find that one or the other party does not receive notification that their case is actually being presented. So it would be, they would have to rely on proper notification. Sometimes it's quite difficult to even for a complainant to know what their case number is, where it is in the whole process of investigation, and when it's going to be heard or continued at the last minute. And too often I have found that there are differences in the complainant's actual complaint about a possible or alleged violation, that it's not, maybe there's a misreading or a difference of interpretation of what the complainant thinks their issue is versus how the investigators proceed with the investigation. So I think it would just be altogether a better communication and understanding that indeed their complaint was properly addressed and communicated to the respondent or whatever takes place in that investigation. So, I would say there will be a standing request from me to allow the complainant to speak if the policy isn't changed. Governor Kemp handled these complainants' opportunity to speak about their case very deftly, and it did not prolong the meetings at all, and both parties were heard, and And there was some exchange of information that was quite valuable through reading the minutes of those past meetings. So I think, you know, we don't have a policy, actually. We don't have a set of rules for the state election board. But I think this would be certainly a valid rule to consider and to approve.
Well, I wouldn't mind considering it. I would just like more time to think about it. I mean, it's you made a proposal today. I wasn't aware of this prior to the meeting. And I would like to defer this until the next meeting for a decision then, so I could have time to actually consider all the implications of it. Instead of having to do it on the spot today without having time to properly consider it or discuss it with anybody.
So for today's meeting, since you said that the board if someone would like to speak, we can authorize them to speak.
The board member can always ask for input. Yes.
So in that case, so could we just say if there's any complaint, any individuals here that want to speak, raise your hand and we can then grant you the authority to speak?
We'd want them to be the complainant, not just any individual.
But
No,
the
that's-
complainant,
Complainant
the
themselves,
complainant,
yes.
yeah, but
Yeah.
can we do that?
Yes, absolutely. But I would like more time. I would like to be able to defer this to the next meeting so I can consider it, since it was just brought up 5 minutes ago.
Well, we didn't think it was that complicated, but for today, we just have to do it case by case. So basically, as a case comes up, then we have to say, is there any complainants that want to speak? If they say yes, then we let them speak. That's what we have to
If a
do
member of
today.
the board wants,
Okay.
yes.
All right.
Hi, Mr. Chair. I have another request for an amendment to the agenda. I would like a report on the monitor team, update on the monitor team regarding SEB case 2023-025 and where we stand with the monitor team.
Are you providing that update?
I
mean,
would like to ask the chair.
You've been involved the same as I have, so.
I'd like to ask a report from the chair of the status of the monitor team for Fulton County.
Okay.
Another agenda item is I would request time to discuss the recent case heard in Superior Court last week on the encryption keys to permit some discussion about this case.
Is this ongoing litigation?
I think it was dismissed, Judge McAfee, late last week.
Member Gazal?
In the absence of having anybody, I am very concerned about having one-sided presentations. Without anybody who can actually speak on behalf of the Secretary of State's office on any of these issues, I am deeply concerned of platforming one side to an issue without any notice. We have not given the opportunity to the Secretary of State's office that this would possibly be on the agenda and to speak to the issues.
Dr. Johnson, who did you want to speak on this issue?
I would like to express my concern about the encryption keys and have a discussion with the board of what we might ask for responses from the Secretary of State regarding the revelations that were disclosed in court last week.
This is simply a board discussion and no public comment associated with it? Yep.
would you like this to be on the agenda for the next meeting?
Well, Member Gazal does have a point about not hearing an alternative viewpoint on that or hearing someone else speak on it, so.
It appears to be a serious problem, and we're not far from the beginning of early voting, which involves the machines that have these encryption keys or issues with the encryption keys. I would like to hear from both sides if possible, and actually find out what, if anything, can be done to mitigate the risk of the voting system as far as the risk for hacking or affecting the election, or affecting the election without even knowing that it's been affected. Which if both sides would like to be heard, then perhaps it should be on the agenda, which raises the next question as far as when will the next meeting be?
The executive director should send out a request for availability for a November meeting. And then we can decide when our schedules will permit that.
Considering we're talking about the monitoring team and we may be discussing that further, I'm thinking the next meeting should be towards the end of the month before the November election.
Well, Executive Director Cohen can send out a request for when everybody's available to meet. So, and we'll look at the next couple of meetings and get them scheduled.
Considering the number of issues that are certainly bearing down, and along with the beginning of early voting, I also would like to have a meeting in the next week or two to keep abreast and keep updated, and also to consider what, if anything, that we might do or make available for communication. Certainly to express any concerns that we have with this. So I think November is not soon enough.
I think I would oppose having a meeting in the middle of an election. This election starts in a week from now. And this board meeting in the middle of election and asking people to attend, I think is just unreasonable. And I think that we ought to allow this election to happen and then have the meeting afterwards, is my personal opinion. It's good.
I mean, I think when we send out dates, we should send out dates for before. Because again, a lot of the stuff that we're going to be talking about will directly impact the election. So if Fulton County can't have their monitoring team in place during the election, then what are we going to talk about after the election? I mean, unfortunately, they've kind of forced us into this situation because they refuse to work with us.
When we have the discussion on the Fulton monitoring team, then we can bring up the necessity for a meeting.
Okay,
at that
sounds
time.
good. I'll talk about it then.
Member Gazal, any comments? Member Johnson, Executive Director will send out a request all the board members on the meeting when the next meeting's were to be scheduled. And we'll try and schedule a couple of meetings in advance or a couple of meetings forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And when will we discuss the monitor situation?
After we hear the cases. We're gonna hear the cases first, and then we have discussion of vice chair, and then we can talk about that next, I guess. Any further questions?
Mr. Chair, would it be possible to contact the Secretary of State's office and see if anyone would be available to answer questions about the encryption keys case?
I'll make that request.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? We'll move into hearing the cases. There's a number of cases to be dismissed. The board has a listing of those. The SEB 2020296, which is the second case list, has been continued at the request of Henry County. We have 9 other cases that are scheduled to be or up for dismissal to the board. Any member of the board like to pull any of those cases for individual hearing? Member Gazal, Member King?
I'm looking at this Muskogee case, the rides to the poll. But if the majority of the board thinks it should be dismissed, fine, we don't have to discuss it. I'm okay with not discussing it.
Okay.
I would like to hear that case. And I would like to hear case 2022-278 Gwinnett County. Illegal assistance to voter.
Okay, and we'll also pull 2022370. Mr. Sibley is attending today. Mr. Sibley's been here 5 times before, and Mr. Sibley would like to make a couple comments. Not yet, Mr. Sibley. We're gonna do the dismissals first, and we'll get to you. So we'll pull those 3 cases. So there's a recommendation to dismiss case SEB 2024-084 Habersham County residency issue from May 2024. Dismissal for SEB 2024-043 Richmond County voter registration applications, SEB 2022-038 Gwinnett County ballot harvesting, SEB 2022-140 Henry County problems at polling place, SEB 2022-241 McIntosh County wrong ballot, SEB 2024-037 McIntosh County poll worker issue voter privacy. All those cases have been recommended for dismissal. The board has had a chance to review them. Is there a motion to dismiss those cases?
So moved.
We have a motion to dismiss those cases. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second from Member Johnston, I believe was the first to second it. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. All those in favor of dismissing the aforementioned cases signify by saying aye.
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 Hearing no opposition, so moved. Those cases will be dismissed by a vote of 3-0. Chief Investigator, Gwinnett County, illegal assistance to voter 2022-278. Tab number 7 in the board's book.
Okay, this case was continued from the last meeting. Okay. From August 6th, this investigation was reopened to follow up by request of the state election board to notify Miss Shirley that she could not use her address for Pamela's voter registration. She could list her address as a mailing address for Pamela's absentee ballot by mail. The investigator contacted Shirley via telephone and notified her that she could not change the address of Miss Farabee's voter registration to her home address if she does not actually reside there, because she was staying in a home. Shirley advised that she had already changed the address to hers, and also Ms. Farabee had since moved to Manor Lake in Hoschton, Georgia. Shirley advised she changed the address because she was reminded when she received an email from Manor Lake regarding voting for Ms. Pamela. The investigator checked Jarvis and that change was not reflected. However, her voter status had been updated to canceled status. Ms. Shirley made it clear that she was not trying to encourage or prevent Ms. Farabee from voting. She merely wants to prevent the possibility of her sister's absentee mail-in ballot from being voted by someone else. She expressed distrust in some of these facilities where such vulnerabilities exist in the residents they care for. Shirley advised the reason she moved her sister to a new facility, to Manor Lake, because she concerns that their last assisted living facility had changed her address, and since she was appointed guardian in February of 2008. She provided a copy of her guardianship paperwork to the investigator. In the court order, the following powers were removed from the ward, Ms. Farabee, and given to the guardian, which is Ms. Terry. It was contract marriage, make or modify or terminate other contracts, consent to medical treatment, and establish a residence or dwelling place, change domicile to revoke a revocable trust established by the ward. So according to OCGA 212217 subsection A12, if a person is adjudged mentally ill and is committed to an institution for the mentally ill, such person shall not be considered to have gained a residence in the county in which the institution to which such person is committed is located. So the initial issue raised with this case was a question of whether Ms. Pam could solely vote without influence. Having a trusted address and a trusted adult, her guardian, and being the sole person responsible for handling voting documents mailings. Shirley again reiterated to the investigator that she is not trying to prevent Ms. Farabee from voting. She simply wanted to make sure that she is doing so on her own request to participate and free from the influence of a stranger or facility. No allegations or no violations found. Yes, it was only for that part. Though that was actually a new question that was arised, like that case was completed. But the sister had made a comment that she was going to change her address, and that's what we looked at.
Is this the case that the voter, the elector was not interviewed?
Yes, due to her TBI. According to her sister, she wouldn't remember voting or not. She not talk to her sister because she didn't want her to feel like she did anything wrong.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
She requested that the investigator not speak to the sister because she didn't want the sister to feel bad that she.
To feel bad. Okay. It's just, yeah, I do remember this from last month, and my concern about this is my concern about all of these cases I've heard over the last 2.5 years is when one has a person that's in a long-term care facility or assisted living home who is, a complaint is filed that somebody has registered for them to vote maybe, or an allegation that somebody has voted for them, or they haven't voted of their own free will. We never interview the voter, and I don't understand, sometimes it takes so long to, I guess, investigate these cases. The voter has died. But it seems like it would be critical to find the voter and ask the voter their experience with what happened. And also to ask simple questions like, do they know who they are? Do they know the date? Do they know the time or place or year of the election that's in question? And something like, does the president know who the governor is, or do they confirm that they voted? I just don't understand why we don't go right to the voter in these type of cases. And I just wanted to make a point of that. because it's curious that we oftentimes take the word of an employee or a former employee or an unknown employee of for what the complaint is actually about. Otherwise, I would move to, I just wanted to make that point, and Mr. Chair, I move to dismiss this case.
We get an answer as to why, just because I want to know for educational purposes, why don't we go to the voter and ask, why don't you investigate the voter?
Sometimes we do. The sister
Okay.
asked her not to. And she said that she wouldn't remember whether she voted or not.
So in a case where, let's just say the person's being untruthful, how do you verify it? There's no, so if anyone just says, I don't want you to speak to the voter, then we just don't?
No, well, this one, she's her caregiver and had more knowledge about what kind of brain injury she had suffered from. And she said she didn't even ask her sister. So she made an allegation that her sister possibly voted without even asking her sister. So it's not like the complainant, who would have been the person in the home.
So there's
didn't make an
no
allegation.
verification process that what the person is telling us is true?
Is there no, of who, the sister?
Yeah.
No. In
Okay.
that case, no.
Okay, that's what I want. Thank you.
We have a motion to dismiss this case. Any further discussion? Is there a second? We have a motion and a second to dismiss this case. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing this case signify by saying aye.
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 Any dissent? Hearing no dissent, so moved. Case dismissed 3-0. The next case on the agenda is the SEB 2022-298 Muskogee County Rides to the Poll. It's tab number 8.
So for this case, a citizen filed a complaint during the Cobb County general election, November 8th, 2022. He alleges that Lyft was offering 50% off for rides to the polls. And his second complaint was Rideshare to Vote, which is a organization, was offering free rides to Democratic voters. So we'll deal with the first allegation. The investigator looked at the website, and Lyft was offering a voting access program titled Lyft Up. Describing the program on their website, it offered the following services: provide access to discounted rides on Election Day, which is Tuesday, November 8th, 2022, across the country. Said they donated free or heavily discounted ride codes to nonprofit partners whose communities traditionally face barriers when getting to the polls. Partners include, but are not limited to, League of Women Voters, National Federation of the Blind, Warrior Scholar Project, National Council on Aging, Asian and Pacific Islander American Vote, and the NAACP. These partners will distribute ride codes directly to people in their networks whom they identify as most in need of transportation. They also work with partners like When We All Vote, vote.org, and Civic Alliance to help riders and team members register and prepare to vote. Finally, provide relevant information and guidance to drivers who earn on the Lyft platform about registering to vote on time, when, where, and how to vote during each stage of the election process. Lyft apparently does not provide the discounts directly to users. Instead, they provide discount codes or vouchers to their affiliates to give out. Nowhere on the Lyft website did it mention a specific party, appear to be partisan, or have any requirements to use the service. As it relates to allegation number 2, the citizen alleged that Rideshare to Vote was offering Democratic voters free rides to the polls. In his initial complaint, he included images of a text message which appears to support this allegation. The text message that was shared with the investigator says that Rideshare to Vote is offering free round-trip rides to the polls for Democratic voters. Learn more, and there's a link The investigator did try to find out who received this text message. That information was not provided to the investigator. The investigator then examined the text message and clicked on the link. The link sent the user to the website. And after reviewing the website, was found that Rideshare to Vote is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to boost the number of Democratic voters by getting voters to the polls to support Democrat/progressive candidates. The investigator then contacted the representatives from Rideshare to Vote, spoke with a Sarah Kovic, who's the founder and CEO of the organization. She stated that Rideshare to Vote is a partisan organization that targets and reaches out to blue voters, Democrat and progressive voters. However, they do not turn away any voter that needs a ride to the poll. They do not ask how a voter will vote. They don't require voters to vote a certain way to qualify for a ride, nor do they check the voter registration of persons asking for a ride. The organization is only partisan in who they target when they do voter outreach. After the interview, the investigator followed up with an email requesting a written statement and also the PowerPoint presentation that is used to train new employees and volunteers. Once he looked at that, apparently the PowerPoint instructs drivers to refrain from asking voters political questions and stresses that drivers remain politically neutral. This case is very similar to other SCB cases that we've presented before, most specifically and most recently, SCB 2021-019, which was reviewed and dismissed during the August 1st, 2023 SCB meeting.
Any questions from the board? Dr. Johnson?
Mr. Chair, I looked on the internet at Rideshare to Vote, and the very first page claims turning America bluer, Rideshare to Vote. And in their landing page, it's the go-to Democratic full service get out the vote program. This sounds to me like it's a violation. I'm concerned that this is a pay-to-vote scheme. I would be equally concerned if it was a Turn America Red ride to share and a get out the Republican vote. We have a statute that says you cannot pay somebody to or gift someone to register to vote or to vote. And this, although I fully endorse giving rides to the polling place, it needs to be completely nonpartisan and unaffiliated with a particular party or agenda.
I share a similar concern with this, that for one, with Lyft, it's different because they are charging to offer to pick someone up, drive them to the polls for free. I understand that they are encouraging the driver not to talk. However, I mean, I encourage my Uber driver to be silent every time, and they never are, because we're human beings and we talk. And so my concern is that there's no way of, well, one, there's no way of regulating that conversation, because are they educating the voter all the way to the polls? We don't know. Secondly, the fact that they're doing it for free then constitutes a gift, which is against our code, section 21-2-570. So that's my concerns around dismissing it as if nothing was done wrong. I'm not sure I feel comfortable with that.
One of the things we did was relied heavily on the previous case, that the circumstances were very, very similar. I mean, almost, identical, frankly. And so based on the precedence of that, where it was not a quid pro quo, so to speak, that's one of the reasons why we lean in the direction of where we came out on this case, because of that, because of our historical. And that's not the only case, that's just the latest case that I refer to. Also, there's a 2013 case. We've had a number of cases, and now there have been cases that have been violations where they went beyond that because it was more of a quid pro quo. So we have had violations, but it was more specific to vote for this candidate and we'll give you free gas. Those type of cases are the ones that have been violated before, or violations before. So that's why we went with this once we did our research and looked at the actual training documents that were provided. And in those documents, it indicated that, there's no, and I get it, we don't know what's said during those rides, but we couldn't establish that link.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think I know what case you're talking about, the case you mentioned about the gas cards, and I agree. I think that was wrong as well. I would say that in this case, I think it's because on their website, they specifically say that they are trying to turn the state blue. So it's very obvious that this is an extremely partisan organization. And like Dr. Jan said, I will feel the exact same way if it was on the right, because I feel like that would be effort to influence voters' decisions. So again, my concerns stand corrected. I do understand that there is precedent because of previous cases, but I wasn't there at that time and I may not have agreed. But in this case here, I do think that this one is a bit concerning.
Member Gazal.
In the case of the gas cards, this body dismissed it as not a violation when cash was handed out to voters. And that was considered not a violation. If this body is going to depart from many, many years of saying that rides to the polls are not a gift, because that has long been the position of this board, that rides to the polls do not constitute a gift, that would violate the code, then we will need to defer this case as a violation case because the respondent has not been given notice that this is being considered as a violation case.
I mean, as I stated before, I wasn't on the board when it came to the gas card conversation. So, but I don't necessarily agree with that either. So I would have had the same concerns. That being said, I'm okay with deferring this and moving it to a violation case.
Dr. Johnson, any comments?
Do you have any comments?
No. No? Is there a motion?
I would move to dismiss it, so I'm not going to.
I move that we defer this case just for a little further. Again, if we dismiss this, just as you said, you dismissed the other one that you disagreed with, it was still dismissed. And I think, again, we're now setting a precedent that it's okay to behave like this. It's different when we're talking about Lyft and Uber, because for one, they're still charging. And secondly, the drivers are by random selection. It's not hand-selected drivers that represent a particular organization that has a mission to have their voters vote in one particular way. I think that makes it a little, well, actually a lot different than using a rideshare program.
So I do want to make sure that we are sending out clear signals from this body that nonpartisan, now I absolutely agree that there is a strong appearance of partisanship in this. But nonpartisan rides to the polls are still acceptable.
I'm okay with nonpartisan rights.
Okay, I want to make that very clear to anybody who's listening, that they have to be nonpartisan. They absolutely, voter assistance has to be nonpartisan when you're actually helping them get to the polls. If you're providing assistance to a voter because they cannot read English, or are disabled, again, that has to be nonpartisan assistance. But that does not constitute a gift. It is the partisanship here that is the problem and not the rides to the polls.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely. And if majority of the board feels that we should just go ahead and dismiss it, I will be willing to entertain that with the ensuring that the individual knows we can't do this.
Well,
Would that be reprimanded?
Well,
Well, in that case, then I guess
you
I
made
have
a motion that we'll have to either second or move,
okay.
handle
Yeah, let's
first.
say, yeah.
Or you can withdraw that motion and make a new motion. So you made a
I'll leave
motion
the-
that it be
I'll leave the
deferred for
motion.
further consideration.
I'll leave it as.
Dr. Johnson? Did you want to comment?
I didn't hear what you said.
Member King has made a motion that this be continued to a future meeting, at which point we'd be able to have the respondents be able to attend and address the concerns.
I would second that. And I agree with my fellow board member Gazal that rides to the polls is a noble thing to do. It's a great community service action to take, but it needs to be offered to all voters. Any program should be a program that encourages voters to get to the polls, no matter who they intend to vote for. The issue there is we would like voter participation and leave the partisanship out of the free rides. So I would like to make a motion to continue this and actually to research the last
Wait.
number of years. Oh, sorry,
We have to deal with the first motion.
first motion.
Yes, you can make a alteration to the motion that would then have to be voted on. Or you can.
I'm
make it-
willing to withdraw my motion if it includes, that's.
We have a withdrawal of the motion from Member King. Dr. Johnson, would you like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion that we continue this case or defer this case until the next meeting, or until we could perhaps look into a number of years of similar cases and the circumstances so that we could reassess how the board deals with these cases so that we can be consistent and uniform as we deliberate these. These tend to come up often enough every election. And so I think consistency is the key.
Okay.
So a motion to defer and
A motion to, Dr. Johnson's made a motion to continue this case to a future meeting, which time we'll have the respondents be able to respond. The board will also make a request to the Secretary of State's investigators that they give a history of prior cases like this and how the board has reacted to those and voted on those cases. Okay.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of continuing this case to a future meeting signify by saying aye.
aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. This case will be continued by a vote of 3-0. Mr. Sibley, let's read the case and then we'll give you a couple of minutes to make your comments. Okay? And this is SEB 2022-370, Fulton County Buckhead Library interference by poll watcher. It's tab number 11.
Okay. So I briefed this case probably 2 or 3 times. So I'll give the Reader's Digest version this time. So on October 28th, 2022, we received a complaint regarding Mr. Sibley, who was acting as a poll watcher at the Buckhead Library. We had 2 poll workers there, Mrs. Kate Daniels and DeCosta Jordan. who complained about Mr. Sibley's actions on that day. They claimed that he created a disturbance, did not listen to their instructions, and ultimately he was asked to leave. We have reached out to those two poll workers. We've tried to interview them. They did provide the interview. However, they expressed at that point in time that as far as their involvement, that was it as far as those interviews. I'm not sure if they're here today, but based on the many times that we've briefed this case, now our recommendation is based on the lack of cooperation from the poll watchers who provided statements regarding Mr. Sibley's conduct and actions, that the case be dismissed.
Mr. Sibley, would you please take the podium? The podium, your turn. It's your turn. About 3 minutes. Okay.
I think it was Thurgood Marshall that said you can indict a ham sandwich, and I'm the ham sandwich. So what he said was true. The guy came in, told me I was prohibited from staying in room 3. There's 3 rooms at Buckhead Library where the Dropbox was. I said, why? Well, we have a camera. So I just wanted to sit and watch it. I said, I don't know if the camera works. So anyway, long story short, she violated 3 laws and 3 poll watcher rules. So I'm here not to defend myself because, I mean, the violation was there and it's been dismissed and I've only got 2 minutes. So what I'm here for is for the poll watchers of this state. This lady was vindictive. She didn't know the laws and she kicked me out. Even kicking me out with an armed guard was a violation because it clearly states that I need that as a person there that I needed 2 warnings. It says in the code section, after being duly warned by the poll manager or superintendent, he or she may be removed by such an official. It came out of the blue. There was no charges. They said I was guilty of an incident. There was no incident. So I'm totally befuddled. 2 years later, I still don't know what the charge was. So what I would like out of this is 3 things. Mrs. Daniels, being the poll watcher, poll worker, supervisor, should never be in that position again. She's vindictive and ignorant of the law. We need stricter laws so as not to have more people in charge of the polls, the supervisors, that exceed her authority, which she clearly did. And the investigator should be retrained. And I say that because my letter from the Secretary of State investigator had virtually the answer to why this should not be a violation. And if she had only read down a couple more, 2 inches on the letter I got, all of this would not have taken place. And I wouldn't have been meeting with the Board of Elections for 5 times. This is my 5th trip. So anyway, I'm just asking you to give the poll watchers more laws on their behalf. They should maybe, the supervisor should call up her supervisor and say, we have a poll watcher that did such and such and violated. I didn't receive any notification I was being kicked out. I mean, by an armed guard, which is crazy. Most of the poll watchers now are retired. There are a lot of grannies out there that are poll watchers. There's a lot of grandfathers out there, and they are intimidated by somebody like this woman. I'm not intimidated. I didn't do anything wrong. So I appreciate you, appreciate this time. I told you I only take 2 minutes. And I appreciate you dismissing this case, because if I stood up here, I could blow this case out of the water with laws. not with what I did, with what they did and their violation of the laws. So I'm going to let it die. But I do ask that you give poll watchers, you've got a week before the polls open, give them more teeth. Give them something to fall back on, and don't just have somebody say, okay, I don't like your looks. I don't like your blouse. Get out. You know, you violated something or another, dress code. You know, we can't have this. Otherwise, why have a poll watcher? And that's it. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sibley. I'm sorry you had to come back so many times. Part of it's my fault. I'll accept responsibility.
You think the Secretary of State would pay my $85 in parking? No.
Probably not, but I'll ask him that. This case has been recommended for dismissal. Any questions from the board? Is there a motion?
I so moved.
We have a motion to dismiss this case. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion and a second, any discussion? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of dismissing this case, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing no opposition, so moved. Case is dismissed 3-0. The next section of cases is violation cases recommended for letters of instruction or referral to the Attorney General's or letter of reprimand. So during this portion, we'll discuss letters of instruction, letters reprimand, or referral to the Attorney General. The first case on the agenda is SEB 2018-104 Habersham County eligibility of voters. Mr. Gassaway is here. Did you want to speak during this, Mr. Gassaway? Let's hear the presentation from the Secretary of State first. Okay. Okay.
2018-104 Habersham County. This was continued. I believe the original date was sometime in 2021. It was continued for allegation 2 and 3 because the previous board wanted the county to be cited since the voters were already cited. The allegations were, as reported to the Office of the Secretary of State, that multiple individuals had wrongfully voted out of district in the House District 28 special election of December 4th, 2018. Knowingly and providing false information to an elections registrar concerning actual residence of habitation is a violation of OCGA 21-2571. Allegation 4 is the complainant also alleged that during the House District 28 special election of December 4th, 2018, an individual voted twice during the early voting period. Repeat voting in the same election or primary is a violation of OCGA 21-2572. So there were Carrie Akers, Constance Franklin, Patricia Bauer, and Rachel, no, not that one. And those three were already found by the Superior Court to have voted illegally due to her, like Constance Franklin was found by the Superior Court to have voted illegally due to her having moved to a residence outside of House District 28. Patricia Bauer was found by the Superior Court to have voted illegally due to her having moved to a residence outside of House District 28. Carrie Akers was found by the Superior Court to have voted illegally due to her having resided at the time in Banks County. So the board had requested that the county be cited as well. So we have Habersham County Board of Registrars and Laurel Ellison, the election supervisor. There's evidence to suggest that after Constance Franklin notified Habersham County's elections office of her new address on 5/22/2018, they failed to correct the voter registration address for her for the general election and the general runoff. Habersham County Board of Registrars and Laurel Ellison, election supervisor, were also cited for 21-218C. There's evidence to suggest that Patricia Bauer notified Habersham County's election office of her new address on 5/22/18. They failed to correct the voter registration address for Patricia Bauer for the 11/6/2018 general election when she early voted on 10/23/18. When she voted on 12/4/2018, her new address was on the voting certificate.
Are there any questions from the board for the Secretary of State's investigator? Is there a respondent here from county?
I'm here on I'm online.
No respondent from Habersham County?
I'm here online.
Yes, away. Can we keep it to just a couple minutes, please?
Mr. Chairman.
Good.
Habersham County. And the respondent is on the Zoom.
The respondent can,
Habersham County's on Zoom.
oh, they're on Zoom? Oh, well, we will let Mr. Gassaway speak, and then we'll let the respondent speak after Mr. Gassaway, since he was the complainant. Mr. Gassaway.
So this is back to the theme. And when I came up earlier, I didn't know y'all were going to allow me to speak. So when I came up earlier, I mentioned about this case. So how do we move Georgia forward in this environment? This case is 2,131 days old today. So what Connie Franklin, and let's remember this, if I have everybody's attention, Connie Franklin has a spouse named Mike Franklin who did the exact same thing, and his name is not mentioned. So that tells you we had no investigation. So you're saying, well, where did these facts come from? I'll tell you where these facts came from. I threw this election out in Superior Court. After the judge was ordered to not let me win, I put a handful of the criminals on the stand so that there was no way out. They had to give me a new election. I didn't put all the criminals on the stand. I should have, because it would have taken about 3 weeks to have the trial if I had. I put enough criminals on the stand. Connie Franklin is the Stevens County School Superintendent. These are not people who are just regular old Joes in this world. These are educated people doing this. Connie Franklin testified on the stand that she moved in October of 2017. She voted illegally multiple times. Carrie Akers was voting from an address where there was no domicile at all. No camper, no tent, no nothing. She lived in a complete different county. But my point is this, that the admissions by the investigation division of the Secretary of State is what we've got to look at here. This is how do we move Georgia forward? We have to expose the fact that there was no real investigation done here. Banks County is not mentioned. Banks County changed election boundaries in an effort to defeat me in a court of law a week before we went to trial. And they changed election boundaries. This is a federal violation every time there's a federal candidate on the ballot. They changed election boundaries. Dale Russell found this. Y'all have probably seen this story. And they created fraudulent election boundaries. Now, I have since Dale Russell did an interview with me on this. This is not mentioned in the investigation. The fabrication of election boundaries by the Banks County government, you didn't hear it. That's my point. How do we move Georgia forward? We have no real investigation. It's not her fault. It's not his fault. Brian Germany called Jake Evans after we won in court because they were upset because we weren't supposed to win and said, we want the names. Well, Jake gave Ryan Germany the names of the ones we got thrown out. But it was only because I only put a handful of the criminals on the stand. I could have put a bunch of criminals on the stand, but we had felony criminal activity by the Banks County election superintendent on the stand. You didn't hear any of that. There's felony criminal activity by the Banks and Franklin County election superintendents today. You didn't hear any of that. There is going to be significant illegal voting occurring in the election that we have next month. You don't hear any of that. Now, I and some serious lawyers I'm associated with met with the Attorney General's office, serious lawyers inside the Attorney General's office. They know about this. This is the biggest stinker in the history of Georgia. And for my friends on the left, this occurred in a Republican primary. This wasn't Democrat versus Republican. We've got to do something different here. This is serious criminal activity. And it's not these people's fault. Their supervisors are telling them to cover up this fraud. There's no other explanation for it than what I just said. So I'm asking you, I will help you any way we can. We have been to the Attorney General. I have been to Kim Spellfowler, a special agent with the FBI Civil Rights Division in Atlanta. She knows all about this. United States Attorney Erskine, Kurt Erskine, he knows all about this. We've got to do something different. You know, and it's not a a Democrat versus Republican in this case. It's the big Gainesville machine wanted me gone, and they were not going to stop at anything to see it done. And that was Republican versus Republican, if you will. So it's not her fault. She was led by Ryan Germany down the path that she's on. But this is undisputed criminal activity, manipulation of election boundaries, and it's not even mentioned in this investigation. Thank you.
Well, my question is this appears to be a pretty limited scope investigation, just 4 individuals that either double voted or that were not properly handled by the election supervisor in registration. So it really didn't have much to do with the boundaries and all that stuff. It's really a limited scope case.
And I've just told you why, because Ryan Germany wanted this to go away.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with any of that. I'm just wondering.
Why?
No. I'm wondering, I'm wondering whether there's another case that needs to be investigated beyond what we're dealing with today, because what we're dealing with today is 4 allegations of. Yes, Sarah.
I'd like to reiterate that this case was already presented in 2021, so I'm not sure what they voted on back then, but it was advised that the board at that point wanted the county cited, and that is what was focused on from then. But the actual report mentions, I didn't redo the entire case, but we talk about the special runoff in the Superior Court and all of that. But the part that the board continued it, was because they wanted the county cited for those 2 violations.
For the 2 that are in here.
Yes.
Remember, Gazal, do you have any comments?
Well, my first comment is, I don't want to say an apology, but I was the one who continued the case in 2021. I'm the only member of the board now who was here, because I was deeply troubled that the county had not been cited for its failure to update the voter registrations of these voters, and that could have prevented this from happening. And because of all of the changes within the investigation office, it's taken several years to get back on here. And I deeply regret that you have had to wait this long to hear this. I'm looking forward to hearing from the county, because it seemed to me that it was very, very clear that they failed in their duty to update voter registrations and re-register voters at their new addresses after they had provided that in May. If that had taken place, these people would not have been districted in your district, and therefore would not have cast a ballot. I want to make it very clear, though, that when somebody moves within a county, they are still authorized to cast a ballot. And those ballots count, except for those districts where they're no longer resident. And that is where having an election challenge makes the difference, and having the data and having that. But they did not commit a crime for voting, but their registration should have been changed to accurately reflect where they lived inside the county.
If I may just clarify, because your reaction tells me you still don't understand what went on. And I'm not trying to be arrogant. I've just lived this for 6 years. I've spent $138,000 of my own money. So I want to make sure we really understand what went on here. Constance Franklin and her husband, who's not mentioned here, but they're married, were living in the same domicile, sold their domicile and moved to a domicile in Terry Rogers' district in October of 2017. So then she went and voted in the presidential primary, which I didn't pull that voter certificate, but that should have had her new address written and given opportunity 1 for Ellison to correct it. Then she voted again. And the reason I'm pressing this, because Brian Tyson made your same argument in court against me. She voted a second time in May of 2018, wrote the new address. A third time in the runoff between Brian Kemp and Casey Cagle in July of 2018. And then a 4th time in December of 2018. So there are 4 opportunities for the election superintendent to have corrected that, and she did not.
And that is precisely why I continued the case to make sure that the election superintendent was listed as a respondent.
And she was operating under a standing court order to do that in addition to the law. And she's still on the job today. But now we'd see no mention of Mike Franklin in this investigation. Why? Was there an investigation really done by the Secretary of State? The answer to that question is no. I'm asking, the old adage, don't ask a question you don't know the answer, so I'm going to ask them an answer. No. Listen, I know y'all are in a tough environment here, but we could learn so much from this case to move Georgia forward. There's some statutory things that need to be clarified. We've got fraud by a district attorney in Franklin County now associated with this case. I mean, there's a lot of corruption here. And the only way we move Georgia forward is to find a way to get to the root of the corruption. In the Carrie Akers case, they go to the same church, by the way. Mike Franklin, Connie Franklin, Carrie Akers, that's 3, go to the same church. And they all voted against me, and I lost by. So everybody can call Dan a sore loser, but numbers matter in this business. But Carrie Akers' case, she sold her house in the district, changed her voter registration to a place where there is no house, nowhere to live, and was living in a whole different county. Even Brian Tyson could not find a way to argue around that one, but this went on multiple times. So I hear you. So, and I want to say this last thing, and I'm not trying to, I have lived this, and we are going to go to the federal court on the sheriff issue because I know there is the political will in this state. It can't happen. So we're going to deal with that. But I want us to find a way to move Georgia forward in the midst of what is a significant case. Because I've got a friend who's a real expert in this room who just went down to Tift County a couple weeks ago and threw out an election because of districting errors. We're being run so poorly that any election within 3% can be thrown out by districting errors right now. We've got to somehow, and I think the way we send the message is we indict the election superintendents. Order the district attorney to indict them. That's the only way, and that would go to all 159 counties. The Association of County Commissioners of Georgia would call an emergency meeting. They'd all run down to Jekyll Island, and they would say, look, there's a new sheriff in town. We're going to clean up this mess in Georgia. That's the only way this gets fixed. But again, I'm just trying to make sure you understand Constance Franklin and her husband, who's not mentioned here. His name's Mike Franklin, did the same thing. He's not in your investigation at all. Why? Because I didn't litigate against him because he's a mega church preacher in Habersham County. And you litigate against a mega church preacher, it's like litigating against an illegal sheriff. It gets you crucified, even if you're right. Anyway, I want to help y'all. I don't want to work against you. This doesn't do me any good. I mean, my money's gone. I want to see Georgia go forward. And we've got so much animosity out here because it's this Trump versus Stop the Steal. We've got real problems that aren't getting fixed because of the propaganda. These are real problems we can fix, and I want to move Georgia forward. Thank you.
I mean,
I don't need any applause.
Weren't
Don't
these individuals prosecuted?
No, because they actually had provided their updated address. Well, we deferred the case. They updated when they signed their voter certificate, according to the facts and according to the investigation, these voters provided that updated address in May. When they voted in the primary, don't know about the presidential preference primary, but by doing that, by providing their updated address, they fulfilled their statutory obligation to update their address for the county. It is the county that failed to actually document and update the address within the voter registration database, which is exactly why I sent it back and said we can't adjudicate the case properly without the county as a party.
I agree with you in the Connie Franklin case. The county failed. The Carrie Akers case, she committed felony criminal activity.
I actually, I disagree with that assessment because residency is a very complicated issue. And when she moved, excuse me.
Please, please,
When
please.
she would temporarily stayed at her parents', she never had an intention to create residency there. So just like when a voter has to go to out of state and for work, they're allowed to vote an absentee ballot, and they can get their absentee ballot sent there because they are working temporarily in an area and they do not intend to establish residency. Residency is a very subjective matter here. I could be convinced either way, whether the previous residence or the future residence is where they had established residency, even though their heads were not sleeping on that pillow. But looking at the analogy of both people who travel for work and our UOCAVA voters who are temporarily overseas, but they do not intend to establish residency overseas, they intend to return. I do not believe that she established residency outside of Habersham County.
Okay, let me add another fact, because I am engaged with this discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. So she testified on the stand that she intended to move to the address where there's no house. Okay, but that's one thing about this case being 2,132 days old. We got a lot of history now. She, in fact, now, and the address where there was no house wasn't in the district either. She wasn't in the district or in the county. But let's set all that aside and stay with this theme that we're talking about here. Because this is for those that think this is all simple, it's not. And the conversation she and I are having is a very, very, very important conversation. Because what y'all don't know is I am the person who challenged the only real plaintiff in the federal case, Fair Fight v. True the Vote. So I have been engaged with this for a long time. It's near and dear to my heart, 138,000 reasons. So, but Akers said she lived at an address where she didn't live, but she intended to one day live there. But in fact, now, 2,132 days later, she lives at a whole nother address in a whole nother area of Habersham County that wouldn't be in the district either. So at what point do we say, well, I intend to find a way to make back my $138,000, but my wife looks at me and goes, I'm tired of you intending. I want you to go out here and make the money back that you pissed away on trying to get honest legal elections in the state of Georgia. So at some point, we got to say intentions stop and criminal activity starts. And that's what we're talking about here. That in the Fair Fight True the Vote case, that young lady, and I told my friends at the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, I'm not out here to go after young women who just made a mistake. She didn't want her parents to know she was living with her boyfriend in Atlanta, so she didn't change her address. That's not, but people like a Constance Franklin or a Mike Franklin, who y'all haven't heard about for some reason, that's the real good question you need to be thinking about. Why did we not hear about Mike Franklin, the husband of Constance Franklin? I'm not here to do that, but we've got to find out, this board has to decide, where is this line? Where is this line? And Federal Judge Jones agreed with me. He thinks my line's the right line.
So there are two different inquiries. One is whether the vote counted, and that is for the judge to determine, and the judge, I think, appropriately determined that these votes did not count. But we do not have jurisdiction for that. We do have jurisdiction over whether or not the individuals violated election law. And if I have a question, I am and I can see that there was no intent to deceive or intent. My personal philosophy is I will find in favor of the voter, because there is no intent, because it is subjective, because if we as professionals in this, and I, after 2,000 days, I consider you really have been immersed in this. If we are having a cogent discussion that is not clear, it's not at all clear. I am not going to find that a voter who has no background in this should be held liable for their mistake, because it was a mistake. but I'm not going to find them liable. I will, however, find the county liable for failure to do the duty, which is to update those records
Well,
properly.
And that would be great. And if we can have that election superintendent relieved, because remember, she was operating under a standing court order in this case not to do it. And she did it anyway. Operating under a standing court order. And see, you know, as we all know, we vote a secret ballot in this country because you can't ever say how somebody votes. You can't ever prove how somebody votes. But if they're calling you a no-good SOB on Facebook for 60 days, there's a good chance they're not voting for you. I'll just tell you as a candidate. I spent 6 years down the hall here in the General Assembly. So we can't tell how these people vote. But in case of Mike Franklin, who y'all haven't heard about, he told State Representative Terry Rogers after I threw out the first race, he hoped I lost in a landslide. And then he and his wife went and voted illegally to help make that happen. You know how many votes I lost by? 2. We can bet. Forget. It's like I told my friend Mike Beatty. This business, all these people think dynamic things happen in this building. There's a lot of crooked stuff happens in this building. I don't really want back into this game. I just want to see this part fixed. And there's so much can be fixed that we're not fixing. That is what I'm about, and I want to help you. Am I going to spend a bunch more money to go to federal court and prove myself right in the illegal sheriff? Yes, we're going. Get ready. If y'all aren't going to help, we're going. And it's going to happen. That's not a threat. It's a promise. Because manipulating election boundaries is a federal crime. Not only is it a state crime, it is a federal crime. And Banks in Franklin County did it. Not Franklin, actually. Banks County did it in this case. Think about a state where you have 2 counties claiming a big swath of the same election territory on a map. You think that nobody in this room understands it, but I can tell you this. Every licensed land surveyor in the state of Georgia understands this like that. You don't need to be a brain surgeon. You just need to have a licensed land surveyor explain it to you. My problem was my lawyer, who's a good young lawyer, Jake Evans, they don't teach anything about land surveying at the University of Georgia Law School, I guess. I need to go over there and start teaching classes, probably get some of my money back, because he didn't understand the fraud that was perpetrated on us in the court case. But they perpetrated the fraud at 5:30 on Friday before we went to trial on Monday. Think about how corrupt that is. They changed the election boundaries at 5:30 on Friday before I went to trial on Monday about election boundaries. That happened in the state of Georgia and nothing's been done. You hear about that in the investigation? You didn't hear a peep. Because Ryan Jeremy told them to bury it. There you go. So that's just the straight truth. I want to help y'all. I want to move forward. There are easy solutions to a lot of this. A lot. And I'm not going to divulge the Attorney General that we met with, Assistant Attorney General. She's smart. She's good. She knows all about this. I had 2 very, very serious lawyers, much more experienced than Jake Evans, with me in the meeting. This isn't a game. This is real. It's serious business at the highest levels of politics in this state, but it's got to be fixed. I'll answer any more questions. I won't waste any more of your time. I just ask y'all to go, where was Mike Franklin's name in this investigation?
So for my, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, for my clarification, the individual that you 2 are talking about, you're stating that her intentions was not to commit fraud. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying her intention was not to establish residency outside of the county.
And commit fraud, to commit fraud, right? I mean, because we're challenging her because we're saying that she committed fraud. But am I correct in stating that she's voted several times incorrectly?
Yes. No, Connie Franklin was the 4. I don't remember on Akers.
So are you referring to Akers or?
I'm referring to Akers. That's correct.
Akers is the one that voted out of county, and even Brian Tyson could not find a crazy legal argument to make that right.
She voted outside the county once?
At
Is this
least.
just one time?
I think multiple times.
Multiple times?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we know that? If it was.
We're working off of memory. Like I said, if y'all will take me up on my offer, we'll do a real investigation and you can see what a real investigation looks like compared to, and again, I'm not attacking these people. They're doing the best they can. But I had some very serious professionals helping me and we put together a real investigation. You could have that and show the General Assembly this, and I could get that for you as part of this real investigation to see how many times she did it.
Yeah, because I feel like we can argue intent one time, but voting 4 times, at this point, we can't say that the intent was not to deceive.
I think we speak to the law. The law says you get 1 vote in your old precinct, which is your opportunity to change your voter registration. Now, there are statutes, and Brian Tyson can argue these. He can come up with all kinds of stuff by saying that, well, it's in the same county, you know, that muddies the waters. And this is something that needs to be cleaned up. There's some legislative fixes and tweaks that need to occur as part of this investigation. But again, these are very technical items, and there might be 4 or 5 legislators in both the House and Senate that have the brain power to understand these issues. So it's serious technical stuff, but it would go a long way to fixing many of our problems in this state.
And also to be clear, when you say Ryan Germany, are you referring to the same Ryan Germany that's going to be monitoring the Fulton County elections?
Okay, look.
Just as a question, just want to make sure I know.
To answer your question, yes. To tell everybody here, I'm not on a partisan witch hunt for anybody. I'm past that.
No,
I want to see it fixed.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah, there is the one and only, yes. And Chris Harvey opened this investigation, who was the election director at the time. And you saw the email where I asked Chris Harvey to bring in the United States Justice Department to help us. Instead, I had to litigate and had gotten everybody against me. You know, it was just a war. But the point is, this shouldn't happen to anybody else. That's my goal. This should never happen to another Georgian, because this is the second challenge. I want to make sure y'all understand this is related to my second successful election challenge. My first election challenge, Habersham County put 500 voters switch districts. I had people who voted for me in 7 elections who hadn't moved, the district had not changed, and all of a sudden my name's not on their ballot. That's how this started. There's no explanation. There's no universe where that should even be happening. There would have been no redistricting. There'd been no redistricting. They had not moved. They were legal voters who were disenfranchised. But yet, nobody, go ahead.
Yeah, so when you're referring to people being removed off the list, the Secretary of State, are you saying the Secretary of State's office removed people?
This case was disposed of very quickly. Okay. I think it was 2018-63. I'm not sure. This case shot through the system like lightning, and somebody got a letter of, Laurel Ellison got a letter of instruction. But the point is, nobody ever explained to me why. I had to litigate it. It became very protracted. I had to fight the Attorney General of Georgia on that one. That cost $25,000, just the component of fighting Chris Carr's office, protecting the corruption. Cost me, just that piece of the case cost me $25,000. And there's another little legal nugget in that one that needs to be fixed. It's who is a proper party to a state legislative election contest. Nobody knows the answer to that. Who is a proper party in court to a legislative contest? Chris Carr argues that then Secretary of State was not a proper party, but he certified the election. So how can he not be a proper party? That's a whole nother legal issue for the legal scholars, of which I'm not one. But here, I want to say to y'all lastly, and I'll answer any more detailed questions, but I want to leave y'all with, where's Mike Franklin in this investigation? Where's his name? His name's not there because there wasn't really an investigation.
Is there a reason why there was a decision made not to investigate him that was brought to you?
Why I didn't litigate against him or why they didn't investigate him?
Both.
Okay. The reason I didn't litigate against him is, one, what I just said. He's a big megachurch preacher, and let's face it. I know all y'all care about honest elections, but in rural Georgia, which I live in the northeast corner of the state, they don't really care. And that's Trump land. The Trump land doesn't care about honest legal elections. They just want their guy to win. Let me say that again for the crowd. The Trump land doesn't care anymore about honest legal elections than Metro Atlanta. Everybody wants their candidate to win. Somehow we've got to overcome that. And in this political environment we're in, I don't know how we're going to do it, but we've got to find a way. So
Let's get back to the.
well, let me answer a
He's gonna
question.
answer-
Sorry.
answer my que- I asked him-
She said, well, I didn't put Mike Franklin. So part of the reason I didn't put him on the stand was political. Because even though I could have convicted him, you know, that would, you know, I'm still trying to win an election. The second reason was, and this is important, I want you to hear this. He wrote an address down different from Connie Franklin on his voter certificate. You know, 4 voter certificates with a different address, but it was different addresses from his wife. So you got a megachurch preacher writing down a different address from his wife on his voter certificate. That raises other big issues. I don't know if y'all are with me, but that was another road I didn't want to go down because I didn't need it to win the court case. So, but I could never find out exactly where the address was he was writing on his voter certificates. I knew they weren't in the district, but it wasn't the same address she was writing on her voter certificates. It's why I did not litigate against him. That's as much inside baseball as y'all want probably for today.
So-
Miss
okay, so-
Ellison is online from
Yes.
Haversham County.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
That was my thought.
Right.
So just to be clear, the choice to not investigate him was because you did not litigate him.
We investigated it. I just chose to not put him in the complaint.
Got it.
Now, there were 70 in the complaint. Just while we're on this subject, stay with me. There was 70 in the complaint. We only chose to go after 20 because we only needed 2 to win. And we were trying to save court time. We were right on all of it. It's like the Fair Fight True the Vote case. I challenged 50 in Banks County. Banks County said I was right on 25. Data says I'm right on 45 of the 50, but actually I'm right on 50 of the 50. So how do we get to truth in all this is part of what we're talking about, and just so much horrific corruption. But any more questions for me and I'll get out of your hair. And I'll help you. You can privately email. I'm not going to name y'all in this federal suit. I'm doing the federal suit to drive home the point. We've got an illegal, unconstitutional sheriff riding the roads of the state of Georgia, and that should be, and he was named in this lawsuit as well. And they fabricated the boundaries the day before we go to trial to make him, you know, they basically testified to a fraudulent statutory boundary. And we've had some recent litigation in Cobb County over some commission districts that were drawn by the General Assembly. The General Assembly, the courts of Cobb County, and even Supreme Court Judge Bethel have made it clear statutory boundaries are the boundaries. This case right here, they say no, they can make up election boundaries any way they want. I don't think that that's true. And that's what we're going to have to do in federal court, because I think a federal judge is going to agree with me. It's just pitiful that I have to spend a bunch more money to litigate this when we've got so many crimes being committed here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gasway. Miss Ellison's online. Miss Ellison, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Miss Ellison,
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Miss Ellison, can you hear us? We
Yes.
see your hand raised, but we can't hear you. Is your speaker off?
Let's see. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Technical problems on our end.
Okay, so I guess since he's brought up the redistricting, I will start with that. In 2011, I lost my full-time employee due to furloughs, so I was in the office by myself when we were having to do redistricting in 2012 as well, and we had maps on the floor and just a book that we got from our 911 director. I mean, redistricting was a lot different back then, and we didn't have our GIS mapping department. So there was a redistricting issue. We did have some folks out of the wrong or in the wrong district. There was about 408, I believe. And once we were made aware of this by the lawsuit, I got it fixed in less than 2 weeks. And had I known, and I believe in the lawsuit, Mr. Gassaway and Mark Davis testified that they did know of this issue prior to that, but we never got any notification that they knew that there were some districting issues. But we did get it fixed. And as far as the Miss Constance Franklin and Patricia Bauer, they wrote on their voter certificates their new address in May. And we were not aware of that until the December election, or after the December special election, redo election for Mr. Gassaway, when he contested it again. So we were told by the Secretary of State's office back in 2012, when we started having express polls, that was what was called for our electronic poll book, that we would no longer have to go through each paper voter certificate to change addresses by, that we would be using the express poll. And then of course that we were allowed in code section 212-2-218 D, that in the event that an election moves to a residence within the county or municipality, but into a different precinct, or who moves to a residence in the same precinct but a different address and fails to notify the Board of Registrars of such fact by the 5th Monday prior to an election or primary, such election or such elector shall vote in the precinct of such elector's former residence. The superintendent of elections shall make available at each polling place forms furnished by the Secretary of State, which will be completed by each elector to reflect such elector's present legal address or residence. So we were instructing our poll workers, of course, and this is since 2012, if a voter wrote down a different address than what was on their driver's license or on their voter certificate, that they were to give them a change of address form. They were to strongly encourage them to fill it out before they left. But if the voter said they didn't have time, then they were told to take the mail-in with them, and then they could just mail it to us or drop it by our office. We did not get a change of address from Connie Franklin until a mail-in voter registration application on 11/7/2018, which is the day after the November 6th election. So that was stuck in our mailing pile that came in after our deadline to register to vote, which would have been October the 9th, because we have to go by the date for the general election. So any runoff after that would have been still have that date of 10/9, which would also fall the same for the special election. So that wasn't found until after the December election, where we got the lawsuit from Mr. Gassaway. But she did get changed, or her address was changed on, I know I've got a date here. Let me look. Okay, so she was changed on 12/19, so December 19th. So after the December election, she was changed to the correct precinct with her new address. And then Ms. Bauer did the same thing. She did her voter certificate in May with the new address. We didn't look at it because we were told we didn't have to do that anymore. And she was given a change of address. And I believe that she said that she thought she had mailed it in, but we did not receive anything from her until receiving a DDS application on December 13th. And we correctly put her in HD 10, hit the correct district with her new address on December the 27th. She did vote early on October 23rd, and in our office, and we had easy vote. So that would print out their absentee ballot application, and it has their address on it twice. And her old address was listed on that application twice, and the voter or the poll worker always told tells the poll, or I'm sorry, the voter to review their information. If anything is incorrect, please let us know. And then if it's incorrect, then they normally write in the updated address. And then we do change addresses from absentee ballot applications or early voting applications. So she had not written her new address on that application, so we were not notified at that time that anything had changed. So, you know, after this lawsuit, I had sent out a survey to all of the counties in the state of Georgia asking if they were still going through and changing addresses from voter certificates, just to make sure that I wasn't the only one, you know, going by what the state told us back in 2012. And I only got about 27 responses, but out of 27 counties, 23 said no, they did not go and use the voter certificates anymore to change addresses, because we hand out the change of addresses to the voters, and they either fill it out at the polling location or they mail it in or bring it to our office. And sometimes they don't do that. So in these two cases, we didn't get them until after the election was over, or notified of that. So that's, again, since then, of course, since the lawsuit, we train our poll workers. When we have the applications, we made them initial next to their address on both locations on the application that was the correct address. So we would always make sure if it wasn't, then they immediately filled out a change of address form and then they voted. Now that we have poll pads, and that is now the check-in or their voter certificate is on the digital screen, then I have them actually tell the voter to initial underneath their address and above their signature, saying that that address is correct, so that we make sure that we're not missing any address changes anymore.
Any questions for Allison? Dr. Johnson, there is a lot to unpack here, and I think in my mind, I have a lot of questions left, and I would like to see investigative notes that Mr. Gasaway has. Not today, but I would like to see. I have some real questions about some of these voters that I just can't answer in my mind today, and so I would like to continue this case. Once again, sorry, but I just feel like there's more answers. That's right. No, you don't need to come back.
Can I make a comment about Miss Akers?
Yes.
Okay, so Miss Akers, when she changed her address, it was to an address that she planned on building. I think they had done some kind of, you know, already had them grading the land or something like that, but she was living with her mother and intended on building the house there. So at that time, that was in the correct precinct or district. And when she, even with her living in Banks County, she would have still voted in Mr. Gasaway's district, because that whole county was his district.
No, I think I have a problem with that. I'd like to know more about that. And so in my mind, I think that there's more answered or more questions to be answered for myself that can't be answered today necessarily. I'd love to see the investigative notes. Yes.
One point. She said that we knew about the districting errors before the election. She said that. It's one of the first things that came out of her mouth to y'all. That's absolutely false. Mr. Davis has testified through his extensive experience as an expert witness in these kind of cases across the state. But there's no way that I knew Katie Hartrick was not going to be able to vote for me on May of 2018 before the election. That is absolutely 100% false. Or I would have taken action, serious action. Katie Hartrick and dozens of others of my supporters were disenfranchised on May of 2018, and I had no idea that was going to happen till it happened. And the insinuation that I did, I take big time exception to. Thank you.
I got it. Yep. Unless there's additional questions from the board, the chair will entertain a motion if the motion is to continue this case. Dr. Johnson has moved to continue this case. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of continuing this case signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's Rick voting. Motion carries 4-0. We'll continue this case for, thank you, Ms. Ellison.
Thank you.
We're gonna go off script once again. I know y'all love that. The chair has to leave at some point coming up soon. And so we're gonna move a couple things up on the agenda to hear it real quick. We had a report on the Fulton County Monitoring Team. I'm gonna do that one first. And so last Monday, Dr. Johnson and I met with Chairwoman Sherry Allen, who's chairwoman of Fulton County, and had a meeting concerning the monitoring team. And it lasted approximately 2.5 hours. And we discussed a number of things concerning the monitoring team. And Dr. Johnson made a proposal to Chairwoman Allen that the monitoring team be expanded. And the expansion would be 2 members selected by each member of this board to be added to the monitoring team. Dr. Johnson then quizzed the board as to who they would like to select, and 8 members were come up with for the addition. On Tuesday evening, Dr. Johnson sent that list of additional proposed members to Chairwoman Allen. And my understanding is that no action has been taken on that as of yet. Chairwoman Allen indicated that any additions or deletions to the team or any issues relating to the monitoring team would have to be voted on by the Board of Commissioners for Fulton County. And the Board of Commissioners were meeting on last Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock. It did not, my understanding is it did not come up at that meeting, or there was no action taken by the Board of Commissioners at that meeting pertaining to the monitoring team. This morning, I was alerted to a legal action taken by Fulton County that where a declaratory judgment was asked for relating to the monitoring team. I have not read that the legal documents with that yet. I will supply it to the board my first opportunity. So I don't know legally exactly what they're asking for, what that means. But there was documents apparently that were filed this morning and should have been stamped this morning by Fulton County relating to the monitoring team. So that is as much as I know. If you'd like to add to that, Dr. Johnson.
Thank you. I don't know anymore, but I take that as a rejection of the additional members that were appointed by the state election board to Fulton County's own monitor team with Mr. Ryan Germany. Just to refresh everyone here, this monitor team came about on May 7th with hearing case SEB 2023-025, a complaint by Mr. Rossi and Moncla. The case involved 4 complaints. The first complaint dealt with double counting of ballots and votes during the recount, the final and official count of an election contest. The second complaint involved 17,852 missing ballot images from the recount. The third complaint involved possible improper hiring of a Mr. Messias, a consultant from the elections group. And the fourth complaint involved inadequate documentation of 10 scanners allegedly used during early voting without adequate documentation of their actual use and the 20,000 votes that were attributed to those scanners. Mr. Lindsay, a former board member here, made a motion based on a pre-meeting agreement with Fulton County board chair and lawyer to issue a letter of reprimand and implement a monitor team for the upcoming election. The monitor team would be agreed upon by the state election board the Secretary of State, and Fulton County, and must be decided by the June 9th meeting. The motion was passed 2-1, and agreement was made that was not kept. At the June 9th meeting, no agreement had been made for the monitor.
Member
team.
Johnson, it's July 9th.
Sorry, July 9th. The Fulton County is not in compliance with that decision of May 7th. The State Election Board has not approved the Ryan Germany monitor team because of multiple reasons, but a presumed conflict of interest. Fulton County is not in compliance with the Ed Lindsay motion that was passed. The letter of reprimand cited failure to comply with recount procedures. The complaint concerning early voting tabulators with missing documentation was not addressed. The complaint regarding double counting of ballots and votes was not addressed. Incomplete review of Exhibit 11 failed to explain the 17,852 missing ballot images. The complaint regarding Mr. Messias, whom Fulton County attorney hired along with the elections group to outsource the administration of election, was not addressed. State Election Board reached out to Fulton County multiple times attempting to establish an acceptable monitor team. Fulton County has failed to comply with that agreed decision of May 7th. Failure to comply with this State Election Board requirement requires further investigation be considered. Fulton County has additionally had a number of cases of violations in the past couple of years, several elections, that appear to be recurrent difficulties with election conduct. OCGA 21-233.1 states that the SEB is vested with the power to issue orders to proceed with other proceedings and investigation. I would like to make a motion to subpoena from the clerk of the court additional documents. I would like to subpoena consolidated return sheets, opening and closing scanner tapes, daily recap of advanced in-person voting from polling place scanners, poll pad recap sheets, electronic files of ballot images, log files, and tabulation files, the numbered voter list, the absentee list of voters, the absentee ballot oath envelopes, and security verification forms. And one final request is the chain of custody forms from the poll manager and technician.
Dr. Jan, are you open to adding to your motion that we have someone from Fulton County come before us at our next meeting, which was hopefully would be before the November election, so they can explain to us why they repeatedly ignore this request?
I would be open to adding to the motion a subpoena for Fulton County to appear at the next meeting.
Member Griswold, do you have any comments?
I would like to correct the record that while these investigations may not have been concluded to the satisfaction of Dr. Johnston, this board nonetheless voted in favor of sending a letter of reprimand because the majority of the board at the time determined that the investigation was adequate and that the responses provided by the investigators and by Fulton County answered the questions to our satisfaction. So let's make it clear that this is a closed case under the law as determined by the Attorney General's office.
I would have to disagree with my fellow board member that there was not a motion to agree that this was a closed case. There has not been a vote on the decision of whether this is a closed case. And this was simply a part of the investigation and a decision made based on that conditional agreement to proceed with the letter of reprimand and an agreed upon monitor team, which is now a failed to comply with agreement.
Much as I hate to disagree with you, Dr. Johnston, it was very clear from the transcript that the monitoring team was a voluntary step taken by all three. And that was that we adjudicated with a case on the basis that all three parties would continue in good faith, but also that was not a condition. It was this and it's been made very clear by the Attorney General's office that they consider that the case is adjudicated. We have no legal standing to force a monitoring team. The agreement of the Secretary of State's office to the team members was also part of that gentleman's agreement. And that seems to have been completely disregarded at this point, because I have heard nothing suggesting that the Secretary of State's office has agreed to your proposals as well. So it's only the bilateral it's not even bilateral, it's one way. Our insistence that Fulton accept what we say, that is the only thing that you are trying to have enforced.
Well, it was clear when Mr. Lindsay spoke at the May 7th meeting that the letter and the mutual required agreement to be agreed upon by July 9th was part and parcel of what deal had been made regarding the case. And they have not complied with that. They have failed to comply with the agreement of this particular case in the investigation.
Working together doesn't mean you have to take what I say and nothing else will do. And that seems to me that's what we're trying to force the county to accept people that they don't find acceptable, that frankly, I don't find acceptable, and the Secretary of State's office doesn't find acceptable.
Well, quite frankly, the state election board does not find the Ryan Germany team acceptable. I am still getting emails as of late last night opposing the Ryan Germany monitor team. Fulton County, they can proceed on with whatever monitor team they want, but make no bones about it, this state election board will not support that team and will not consider their findings valid when they present them, whenever that may be.
You have every right to reject the findings of the team, but we do not have the right to force Fulton County to accept different people.
If I may,
Member King.
I would like to read the transcript from what exactly Member Lindsay said. So it says here, this is from that meeting, the May 7th meeting. What he said was correct. Then he said, and if I may, as a part of that, let the board know that should an agreement not be reached as to a monitor in July, that I will come back with a motion to reconsider and send it to the Attorney General. So that's a little bit of an emphasis for all of us to reach an agreeable monitor by July. That did not happen. Therefore, Fulton County is out of order. So I feel like what Member Johnson is asking is reasonable. I mean, how many times are we going to allow them to circumvent the agreement in order to get what they want when they are the ones who put themselves in this position. And that transcript, that was the transcript.
Do you have a comment about the transcript itself? Okay. This is a ground that's been plowed many times already. In late June, early July, I don't remember the exact dates, Fulton County was presented with two different proposals for monitoring teams. One presented by Ryan Germany team, one presented by Dr. Johnson and Eric Christensen was the lead on that team, I guess. This board had both those proposals. Fulton County had both those proposals. The Secretary of State had both those proposals. Fulton County, on a vote on July the 11th, voted to accept the Ryan Germany team. The Secretary of State voted to accept the Ryan Germany team. This board had a meeting on July the 9th and took no action. This board tried to meet on July the 10th, but was unable to meet. This board attempted to meet on July the 12th and took no action. This board met on July the 30th and took no action. This board met on August the 9th and took no action. August 6th and August 7th, I'm sorry, not August 9th. This board met again on August the 19th, I believe, and took no action. This board met again on September the 20th and took no action, September 23rd and took no action. So my question is, who has failed to respond here? Fulton County has voted, the Secretary of State has voted. This board has not had an up or down vote yet on which team, and the alternative team has been, the members have changed a couple of times. So you say Fulton County hadn't acted. Fulton County, and I'm not supporting Fulton County, I'm just saying that they voted on a team. The Secretary of State voted on a team. This board has not voted, has yet to vote on a team.
Well, first of all, the agreement said that there had to be an agreement by July. Telling me that they met in July and made their own agreement does not support these actions. That's not what they were supposed to do. That's number one. Number two, in all of those meetings, you, Mr. Chairman, you could have brought it to the board as well. You could have made it a subject as well. July 9th was my first meeting. So clearly I wasn't going to bring it to the table. That being said, what exactly were we supposed to do other than what we've been doing? Now, at this point, we are now at the point where we have to subpoena and possibly take additional actions. But in an attempt to try to work with a county who refuses to work with us, we were giving them ample opportunity to correct their mistake, and they refused to do it. Here we are again asking them for a response on the list that we provided them. And instead, they're filing some weird lawsuit that they feel is necessary to avoid us. Once again, they refuse to respond to us. I don't even get an explanation as to why they have an issue with the list that we provided them. So at some point, as I stated before, we have to stop allowing them to find workarounds on an agreement that was put in place because of issues and errors that they made.
Any other comments?
Yes, a comment. In communication with Mr. Germany within the week, I asked Mr. Germany if indeed his team was on site, and he applied in the affirmative. And I said, well, I hope you're keeping track of the test ballots and how many are being produced and how many are being secured and accounted for. And he said, oh, I am not going to do that. And I said, well, Mr. Germany, you really need to, because test ballots were found in the official recount of the 2020 election ballots. So I already find a problematic response from Mr. Germany. Additionally, asked, are you monitoring absentee ballot applications? And will there be an application confirmed for every absentee ballot that is sent or received? And requested a report. No report has been provided since Mr. Germany has been on the job.
Member Gazal.
Well, since we just stated that we would reject any report that they provide, I'm not quite sure what the use of that would be. But I just want to also point out that the documents that you are suggesting that we subpoena are 2 years out of their retention period. The statutory retention period for any election document is 2 years after, is 24 months. There may be litigation that I have not seen all of that, but we are not bound by that litigation. We are not a party to that litigation. And I don't see where we have standing to request documents that are literally 2 years out of their retention period.
I've been assured that the documents are there, because of past and maybe pending litigation. And if Fulton County cannot or does not have the documents, then the place to go is to the clerk of the court, where they should be retained and be secure and available for completion of investigation of this Mr. Rossi and Mr. Montla complaint.
Has there been any action on our part to require them to retain any of these documents?
My understanding is reassurance by Fulton County that or by Ms. McGowan, that they have the ballots. I'm not sure about the other documents.
So they're not, just to be clear, they are not under a legal obligation from this board to retain those documents.
We can put them under it.
It's
I mean, we
2
can
years
pass-
after the retention period is over. That's my question is, do they still have them or not?
Well, she just stated that they have them. Because they're in litigation, so the documents are there. So why not pass a resolution asking to preserve those documents so that we can see them? I mean, at your suggestion. Well, I mean, it was a great suggestion, though. It was a great idea. I support it. Why not? That way we can see them. I mean, because from my understanding, Dr. Jan, this is not the first time you requested these documents, correct?
This is the first time from the clerk of the court.
From the clerk of the court, but it's not the first time you requested it from the Secretary of State's office?
I
or Fulton County?
requested many documents for the investigation of this case that I assume went to Fulton County. But I am not clear if any of the documents were requested from the clerk of the court.
I mean, so based on Member Gazal's perspective, I agree. I do think that we should pass some type of resolution or something that would cause these documents to be preserved while they are in litigation, so that and not just preserved, but presented to this board for the third time. I think it's at this point, the fact that we have to go through this route shows the problem at hand, the difficulty it is to see what should be readily accessible to the public. This makes no sense to me. So do we have to pass a resolution to preserve these documents, or should we proceed with the motion on the table to have them subpoenaed?
A resolution has no binding legal effect.
Okay, well then how about we just move with the motion that's on the table? If they have the documents, then they need to present the documents, finally.
I do want to remind the board that the Attorney General has given guidance on this case. And we've all received the guidance of the Attorney General on this case and whether this case should be closed or not.
This is in reference to them not fulfilling their end of the bargain. We gave them ample opportunities to work with us. We provided them with an additional list. And they refused to do it. They put themselves in this position. They need to produce the documents.
Well, Dr. Johnson's motion is requesting documents related to the 2020 election and the 025 case. It has nothing to do with the monitoring necessarily. It's requesting documents from back then, which has nothing to do with the fulfillment of the monitoring. So,
Well, it has to do with the same case. It's just all the same.
right. And we've been
Okay.
advised by the Attorney General on this case.
And I take his advisement. I respect it. However, I think we should proceed with the motion on the table.
Any further discussion? Member Johnson, would you restate your motion?
Mr. Chair. I move that we subpoena the clerk of the court for multiple documents from the November 2020 election, including consolidated return sheets, opening and closing scanner tapes, daily recap of advanced in-person polling place scanners, poll pad recap sheets, absentee ballot recap sheets, electronic files, including ballot images, log files, and tabulation files, a numbered voter list, absentee numbered list of voters, absentee ballot oath envelopes, security verification forms, and chain of custody forms of the poll manager and technician. In addition, I request that we subpoena Fulton County to appear at the next meeting.
We have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, we'll vote via voice vote in order of seniority. Member Gazal, how do you vote?
Nay.
Member Johnson, how do you vote?
Aye.
Member Jeffries, how do you vote?
Aye.
Was that aye?
That was an aye.
Member King, how do you vote?
Aye.
The chairman reserves his right to vote and votes nay. Motion carries 3-2. Next item on the agenda is discussion of the vice chair.
So, Mr. Chairman, it was brought to my attention that in the past, we've had a vice chair, and what better day to do it, considering you also have to leave this meeting today. I think we should move forward with electing a vice chair, and as a result, I nominate Dr. Jan Johnston.
Comments, members, all as chairman, I have, meaning no disrespect to Dr. Johnson or Member Gazal, in my view, they're political appointees by political parties, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. And in my view, the leadership of this committee should be an elected member by the General Assembly, which there are 3 elected members, and I would suggest that either Member King or Member Jeffries be the vice chair. I understand that there are some members that have a lot more experience, but I also view that as being, like I said, Member Gazal, Member Johnson as being political appointees. And I think that, as position as chairman, it's a nonpartisan position, even though I was elected by or named by a Republican governor. I am not a member of either Republican Party or the Democratic Party. I do not support any campaigns, and have not been a member of the Republican Party for probably 20 years or more. And view my position as strictly nonpartisan, and I would hope that any person who would act as vice chair would be able to be also nonpartisan when sitting in there, and electing a partisan member doesn't seem right to me. So,
Well, you're now alluding to the fact that Dr. Jan is operating in a partisanship on the board. The board itself is a nonpartisan board. We are elected by individuals who are a part of a particular party, just like how the governor is currently a Republican. I am a Republican, but there's this I don't know, I feel like you're making this assumption that you cannot, that Dr. Jan somehow cannot be fair as the vice chair. I think today proves my point. As much as I absolutely think that Member Jeffries could do this job, he is presently not here physically because of the distance and the travel and the traffic and all that stuff. Member Johnson is closer to the metro area, so the possibility of her being here in person is more likely. Next to that, Member Johnson has the most experience on this board outside of Member Gazal. So I think that does matter. And again, she would only be operating should you not be present. And I would hope that you'll be present more than not present. So that being said, while I respect your position, I don't think it carries as much weight as I think it should in order to change my decision.
Any other comments, Member Gazal?
I think the fact that the person with second seniority is being nominated as opposed to the one who's most, it highlights the partisanship in that choice. I would not be willing to take the gavel because I think the perception of the public and the faith that the public puts in us is important.
So the reason why I suggested Member Johnson is because in the past, you have voted pretty much exactly with our current chair. And I think it is okay to have a little bit of balance on the board. I think that's what makes it fair.
I would be much more comfortable with either yourself or Member Jeffries. And I believe that I speak for a large portion of the public in that.
Actually, maybe we should ask Member Jeffries if would he be willing to do it?
Comment on that.
Would you like to be?
I'm good. I'm listening.
I'm pretty sure, and I would not feel comfortable accepting that role, considering how long I've been on the board. I would like to get more experience on the board. So my decision still stands that I would like to nominate Member Johnson.
I second.
Say that one more time.
I second.
Got a second.
We have a motion and a second to nominate Dr. Johnson as the vice chair. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposition?
Nay.
The vote carries 2-1. The chair will not vote on that issue. I've made my wishes known.
Are you ready to go?
Yeah. Do any other business needs to come before the board before the chair exits? Chair will entertain a motion to recess for lunch.
So moved.
We have a motion to recess for lunch. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 So moved.
Thank you, sir. We'll call you back.
We'll recess for lunch until 1:15.
Thanks so much.
1:15.
Bye.
I believe it. That's right.
So you're, yeah, are you ready to do your challenge? We're gonna do that first.
What's that?
Do the challenge.
Oh, I think you should, yeah.
Yeah.
Just run through here. What's your,
I mean, do this.
what is this?
Your report, is that your?
Oh, you want me to do my report first?
Yes.
I can. Okay.
He will not be here today.
Like, why are you, I got the word. I just said I'm not gonna.
We'll call the meeting to order for the afternoon. So the state election board would like to amend the agenda and hear the report from Executive Director Cohen on voter challenges. Where'd you want? Sure.
Good afternoon. Welcome back, everybody. I hope everybody got something to eat and feel, or feeling a little better about the day. My name is Mike Cohen. I'm Executive Director here at the State Election Board. Most of y'all know who I am because you've been here every day for the last several months at all our meetings. So appreciate you guys' participation and being a part of the process. At the September 23rd board meeting, there was a motion made by Member Johnston to appoint me to investigate several counties. Those were Gwinnett, Cobb, DeKalb, Fulton, Jackson, Forsyth, Athens, Clarke, and Chatham counties for the purpose of gaining insight to the voter challenges that have been made in those counties and the reasoning behind the dismissals of such cases that have happened there. I was unable to get the opportunity to talk to Fulton, Athens, Clarke, and Chatham, which turns out Athens, Clarke didn't have any, so it wouldn't have mattered anyway, but that's okay. The investigation we started kind of hit the ground running because we only had 10 business days to try to get this together, which is quite an accomplishment to try to do. But we put our head down and started plowing away. I met with Democrats, Republicans, challengers, board members, board superintendents. I tried to go across the spectrum because I quite frankly wanted to come here today and give you an honest report of what I found. And I don't think you can get an honest report if you're not talking to everybody, right? So that's what we did. And we made very clear that that was our goal. Matter of fact, I was asked by a Democrat, said, why are you interviewing us by ourselves? I said, because I want to hear your perspective. It matters. So that's the way I went about it. It's the only way I knew to go about it. So I'm not an investigator. I got two sitting behind me. So long story short, I'll get right to it. It appears that there's a systematic denial of voter challenges, especially when there's a large batch of challenges. Evidence shows that local boards are bringing forth what, in my opinion, are artificial rules, likely above what the state and federal laws deem proper for the making of challenges to voters registrations near impossible to be heard.
212-230A states that any elector of the county, registrations, or municipality may challenge the right of any other elector of the county or municipality whose name appears on the list of electors to vote in an election. It also provides a list of appropriate challenge criteria. 2212-230B states that upon filing of such challenge, the Board of Registrars shall immediately consider such challenge and determine whether probable cause exists to sustain such a challenge. 212-230B emphasis added. The only exception to the general rule that the Board of Registrars immediately consider challenges is found in 212-230B1, which states any challenge of an elector within 45 days of a primary, runoff primary election, or runoff election shall be postponed until the certification of such primary election or runoff is completed. The challengers, by and large, and I'm going to say this, that if you guys were here for Dan Gazaway's talk up here, I'd say as an act of God for me, because quite frankly, it changed the tenor of the way I was going to get up here. After hearing what he said, it galvanized me to say, this is important, guys. And if you don't think it is, you need to go get your head examined. It's crazy. That what we just heard, I'm still shaking my head over that. If I seem outraged, it's not faux. It's real. So anyway, let me get back on point. The challengers, by and large, I'm going to tell you this is what I found, have way more sophisticated technology than our elections departments have, Secretary of State, or anybody else. I'm telling you, it's far head and shoulders above it. That's where the problem is. Because you know what? Our elections guys were saying, no, we're not going to honor that. It doesn't fit our little box. Well, guess what? We need to start thinking outside the box. Because when you got people out there who have technology that's far superior, you should be listening, not turning your head the other way. And that's just getting to the crux of it. That's what I found. And now one of the problems you face is you've got large batches coming in. And I'm going to be honest with you, I'm sympathetic to that, because if I'm elections guys and there's 1,000 cases sitting there, what do you do? But the code section says 212, 229, and 230, same language. There shall not be a limit on the number of persons whose qualifications such an elector may challenge. It doesn't, there's no may there, it's shall not be a limit. So I'll make that point there. So as much as I'm sympathetic, you still got to deal with them somehow. Maybe that's going to take some legislative help, but we got to come to that conclusion of how do we get to this point? Because you saw in the testimonies of Mr. Gazaway how important it is. You can change elections this way, and it's not good. It's not good. And I will tell you this: the evidence in my findings reveals that the challengers are not targeting voters based on any demographic, race, party, ethnicity. Anybody says that, you're out to lunch. It's not true. I saw the systems. I saw what they look like. I see what they do. It has nothing to do with that. They're looking at where somebody lives. If it's not right, they're challenging it. I don't have a problem with that, and you shouldn't either, quite frankly. But they're challenging non-residential addresses issues and voters who have moved within the state or who are registered and are oftentimes voting in another state. We've got to do something about these things. Some of the local boards, along with their attorneys, have fostered a hostile and intimidating environment for the challengers. That's unjust. We always got to remember who we serve. I sit up here and listen to a lot of comments I might not like, but you know what? I listen and I'm kind, because that's what we are. We're public servants. We should always be that way. When we're not, you better check the mirror if you're in a position of authority. Interviews with boards brought forth a common fear of lawsuits from outside groups with an agenda of keeping the challenged voters on the rolls. The NVRA and the skewed legal interpretations of such were the common reason that counties were trying to steer clear of ruling in favor of the challenges. The United States Supreme Court has ruled that a voter cannot be removed from the rolls based solely on not voting. The County Board of Registration is empowered by the Supreme Court ruling to reach out to the voter to verify their standing. If the voter does not respond, the lack of response triggers the respective Board of Elections and/or the Secretary of State to begin the process of removal. If the voter does not vote in 2 federal elections after no response or voting by the elector, the removal of such voter should take place and should. This process follows the NVRA guidelines and guidelines of the U.S. Supreme Court. Evidence through interviews and county adopted rules indicated a need for guidance on the 229s and 230s. Nearly every board that was interviewed expressed the plea for the Georgia State Election Board to promulgate rules and bring some rules and some guidelines for the 229 and 230 challenges by which they can operate under. This undertaking was initiated previously by former chairman of the Georgia Election Board, the Honorable William Duffy, but was abruptly halted upon his resignation. No further work was done, was done on this subject matter. And there were some statements that we didn't have any jurisdiction over a lot of these challenges. This is in 229 and 230, Section F. Failure to comply with the provisions of this code section by the Board of Registrars shall subject such board to sanctions by the State Elections Board. It's pretty clear. I just want to make that point so everybody understands. We do have jurisdiction. I say we, this board. So, but I will tell you, as I learned, I want to thank the people that met with me on all sides, because I went from a guy I didn't know a whole lot about it. I knew a little bit. By the time I got through this 10 days of intense training, I know a lot more now than I did then. And I appreciate everybody. And I tell you, if you ask the board members I met with, it wasn't hostile. I mean, I went in there and said, look, I want to talk to you. I want to share. I want to learn. I want you to tell me what you guys do so I can understand it better. And that's why I'm trying to today be very fair. There's thousands and thousands of voter challenges been dismissed arbitrarily that are sitting out there that could be the Gazaway case tomorrow. And we need to address these things. And so, I don't know how more emphatic I can be about it, but so another issue that needs to be addressed is the 230 challenge is how it's handled once it's accepted. There's appears to be no uniformity with regards to how voters handle when they show up to vote. More specifically, when they can't prove the address on file with the county is still where they reside. One county was found to be following Georgia Code Section 21-230I to the letter. Give the voter a provisional ballot. Then between election night and certification, the hearing will be held so they can come forward and present their case that they still live where they live. I thought found the code after I had this meeting. I said, well, that's a great idea. That's perfect. Then I realized it was in the code. So you live and learn. So anyway, so this may be a rule that the state election board may want to act on to provide a reminder to those not following 21-230I. The systematic denial of batches of 229 and 230 challenges goes against the very spirit of the letter of the law in 22-229A and 21-230A. There shall not be a limit on the number of persons whose qualifications such elector may challenge. A thorough review of new county rules must be done to ensure that voter challenges are not being disenfranchised or discriminated against while trying to a free public service for our state. Lastly, I would like to remind those who question the state election board's jurisdiction. I've already quoted that to you, and that really finishes my report. But again, the big thing is there a problem? Yeah, there's a problem. But the question is, it's going to take some people getting together to solve it, because there's these challenges hanging out there. The law says you got to handle them. But when I admit with the large volumes, how do you? So again, that's going to have to be something to be addressed. And I don't know that answer to that question, but I will certainly sit down with anybody to try to solve it. But I appreciate you indulging me today. And again, appreciate your participation in this. And
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Are there any questions?
I have a question.
Okay. You want me to go back there? Or? Okay. Now I feel bad. Okay.
Justice guidance that I shared with the board back in September with regard to its interpretation and application of the NVRA.
Not in this, I did not. I remember looking at it briefly back when you did send it out. I did look at it.
Because the DOJ makes it very clear that they consider any third-party challenges as also as list maintenance activities. There are ways of removing voters that don't implicate NVRA necessarily. But all of these large challenges are considered they're considered list maintenance, and therefore they have to follow the requirements, which include uniformity and non-discriminatory. They have to be uniform and non-discriminatory. They must respect the 90-day quiet period, even though there's a 45-day quiet period in state law. If these are based on a database, they have to meet these requirements. And any voter who is being challenged on the basis of their address, that they have changed jurisdictions, if we don't have a copy of their signature on a form saying that they have moved, they cannot be removed without going through the process that's delineated within the NVRA of putting voters on an inactive status, and remaining in inactive status for two federal election cycles. So how many of the mass rejections were based on adherence to the NVRA?
It seemed to me what I saw was most of them, and again, going back to your point, the addresses, most of these people had moved out of state. A lot of them are that way. Now, I will tell you, I went to Gwinnett, just not to call anybody out, but I went to Gwinnett and I saw the way it's supposed to work. They looked at each one on an individual basis. There was about 50 of them. They looked at these, a lot of them were the same address where somebody was supposed to be living there. And I actually went by these places and looked. It was an old hotel not too far from where I live. It had been raised 5 years ago. And of course, there was always this argument about somebody in a tent or sleeping bag. So I thought, well, I'll go out there at night. I went out with a flashlight, walked around the property, which was probably dangerous, but nevertheless, we did it. And just so I could confirm what I suspicion, and they ruled properly. They dismissed they accepted all those challenges on those people. And what I saw there was a good process that day. And I acknowledged that when I met with them. I said that was what I hoped I'd see, and I did. But as far as the technical aspects of the NVRA, the one, he coughed. One of the issues, I guess, this is just me from where I sit. I'm not a lawyer, but I think you could get any of the last 5 justice departments to rule 5 different ways on what we're talking about here. So I'm a little somewhat jaded to see when I have a Justice Department weighing in on elections and such. So and that's just being honest with you.
Well, I know the DOJ just filed suit against the state of Alabama for conducting a list maintenance activity 87 days before the election. So they are watching and they are making sure that states and jurisdictions are adhering to these requirements. I'm also want to make sure that the proper inquiry is being, that challengers are looking at this. The basis of a challenge is to demonstrate that a person is no longer eligible, which means they have to prove that they're not in the jurisdiction anymore. So while it may be that a person has moved from their current address within the county, that does not mean that they're eligible to be purged. So you can prove that somebody's no longer in a hotel, for instance.
That's correct.
Because it doesn't exist anymore. But people who register in a hotel are necessarily going to be people who have very insecure housing. To purge them, you would have to prove that they are no longer present in the county. Just because they have moved from a location does not mean that they have left the county. And in fact, people who are housing unstable like that are far more likely to remain within the county, but bouncing from hotel to hotel because it's insecure.
If a 230 challenge is presented on these people that you're describing, they're going to have the opportunity to come in and prove they are where they are.
But the burden is on the challenger to prove that it's more likely than not that they are not eligible to vote. So it's like, I can't show up with a list and say, trust me, these people don't live here anymore. I have to have evidence. Any challenger has to have evidence that the board will weigh.
Yeah, and that's true. And the people that I saw brought pictures. They again showed the property. It was a hotel. It's gone. It's been gone for
Right.
5 years. And so I went out there with my flashlight, looked around to see if there was anybody sleeping in any sleeping bags out there, and several times, and nobody's there.
So they proved that they don't live at that address, but did they have any evidence that these people left the jurisdiction?
So my question though,
You gotta have a house. You gotta have a house.
yeah, I mean,
Like you gotta have an address where you sleep every night. So this concept that they could be, living somewhere else, they could be living this person. What the address that you register with, you're supposed to be living at. I mean,
But
other-
otherwise.
the standard written into the law is that you have to prove that they're no longer eligible to vote. That is the standard for a challenge, is that they're not eligible. In order to not be eligible to vote, then you're no longer present in the jurisdiction, you've committed a felony, or you're dead.
and the other ones, Sarah, was the fact that it was a business address. It was a UPS store. It was, I mean, there's nobody living in their box.
No,
There's a little
that's,
box there.
and that is under Georgia statute, a valid basis.
And they did the right thing. And so I didn't have any fault with it. I thought it was really well run and well done. And I had to admit, I was impressed. But again, is it perfect? No, but I have a lot of concern about when you've got evidence that, and maybe a large batch, but you've got a large batch of people who are voting in Florida, and you've got proof they're voting in Florida, but you can't remove them from the rolls here. That's nuts to me.
Well, and Florida is one of those jurisdictions that doesn't share the registration cards.
Can we
So
work on
don't
that?
have, so we don't have, well, I hope so. I hope so.
Let's work
But
on that.
and unfortunately they withdrew from ERIC, and ERIC is the method for identifying and requesting those signature cards.
So how does the Secretary of State do that? I mean, I'm sure you know this. How do they handle those type of situations?
Well, in they have executed bilateral agreements with a number of states that are no longer members with ERIC.
Okay.
And some of them release the cards and some do not. Florida does not. So there are more people who remain in inactive status because they've moved to Florida, because we cannot, under federal law, remove them from the voter rolls.
All right. I appreciate it.
All right,
Mike,
question.
of your findings of the counties that you went to, on average, or I guess from a percentage base, how many of the challenges that were presented was accepted versus rejected?
Some counties were, to be fair about it, they were more aggressive than others, trying to purge those folks that need to go. They are not legal voters anymore. Then you had the large batches where it didn't, from what I saw, there was not really any inquiry into it. It was just, there's large batch, it's gone. And those were there's thousands of those cases in our metro counties.
It was just rejected because there was
Rejected
too
all
many people.
Too many people.
Have any of them been appealed to the Superior Court, which is the proper venue for determining, for objecting to the determination?
And that's a fair question. And, the problem I have with this, and again, this is just me as a layperson. The problem I have with this is, as a person sitting where I've been in my life, I've been the poorest of the poor. You disenfranchise those people out here that truly in their hearts are trying to do the right things and saying, well, you know what, you've got 1,000 batch challenge here. I think you should take all 1,000 of those to the court. What's that going to cost that person? Anybody want to guess? I'm going to tell you something. It's going to be very expensive. Probably nobody in this room. There's just a few maybe that might be able to afford it. I know I couldn't. So my question is, why are we doing this? And I mean, I don't know who I need to talk to, but I'll talk to anybody, because I feel passionate about this, that we should be doing the right thing. And it's about election integrity again, guys. It is. I told this Gazaway fellow that was in here earlier, I said, man, you galvanized me hearing because it's true. It's true. He's speaking from the heart, because I know what he's saying. He knows, he's been there. It's personal. And you know what? I will tell you this, these guys here doing this, it's not personal. It's personal in their community. They're trying to clean up the community, get the voters off the rolls that need to go. So there is no funny business that he experienced. Y'all heard it. I feel strongly about this. This opened my eyes. Let me just say that for the record. It opened my eyes because I was like the old Bible hymn, was blind, but now I see. And that's the truth. So, but I'll answer any questions you may have. I'm
Great,
not,
thank you.
like I said, I don't claim to be an expert, but I do have common sense, and that's what I'll use every time.
Well, thank you very much. I think we would like to hear from Representative Draper. That's
Do I get to ask her questions? I'm kidding. I just play it.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Syra Draper. I'm an elections attorney and the representative for House District 90 in Atlanta. And I'm a Georgia voter who is frankly embarrassed about what I'm hearing right now, because not only is the nation watching us, the world is watching us. And we are amplifying lies and misunderstandings, fundamental misunderstandings of how election law works. And I am just flabbergasted by the presentation that was just shared. As someone who has spent a lot of time understanding the voter challenge statutes, not just in law, but the practical realities of them and how that intersects with our obligations to comply with federal law. Let me just say it's complicated. It is complicated. I have had to talk to a lot of attorneys, a lot of practitioners, a lot of election administrators to actually understand what is right. And what we're doing is we're balancing two very important things. We're balancing the accuracy of our rolls and the right of people to vote. People who have registered to vote, who are eligible to vote. And if we put too much emphasis over here, we run the risk of taking people off the rolls who should be on the rolls, right? So we have to meet that balance. And what I heard, excuse me, it's my turn now. Thank you. And what I am hearing is a lot of emphasis on having the rolls be a certain way. And what if we disenfranchise challengers who have had every opportunity to bring hundreds of thousands of voter challenges here in Georgia, but not one word about the possibility of disenfranchising a Georgia voter. So I just want us to keep that in context when we listen to this. Executive Director Cohen, I heard you say you are not an investigator, you are not an attorney, and I didn't know a whole lot about this.
I might say that with pride.
Okay, but why are we clapping about ignorance? Why are we clapping about ignorance?
Depends on what lens you're looking from.
I
can
heard
debate
you
if you
say
like.
these three things, and yet you are coming to some very strong conclusions about the law and how this should be done. And I would just ask for a little bit of humility when drawing these conclusions, because you yourself say that you are not an expert in these things and you didn't know much about it. And, from what I understand, the investigation you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the investigation consists of you arriving at these election offices unannounced, right? Some election offices that, yes, unannounced.
It's not unannounced. We asked him to go during a public
If you
forum.
show up at 4:00 on a Friday to an election office and the board members aren't notified and the election director isn't notified, it is unannounced, because people have the right to know when person who is investigating their behavior is going to arrive so that they can be there, so that they can be there with the
Draper,
so that they can be prepared.
That would
None
not
of
be
that
true. I
happened.
reached out the day before.
So, okay, well, I've heard something different.
You got it, but you have to ask before you start.
Oh, I have
choosing.
asked.
No, you
I
didn't.
have asked.
No, you didn't.
Yes,
You
I have asked.
You assumed.
Can
and
I
then you
finish my
accused.
remarks, please? And I'd be very open to questions after that.
be careful.
Very open to questions
Be
after. that.
careful, be truthful.
I am very careful. What I'm asking Director Cohen is to be as careful in his conclusions and his investigation, right? So you are coming here and you are saying that you know very little about this, and yet you are telling us how the system should run. And, I do have a question. When you say there is more sophisticated technology out there about voter challenges,
By far.
about Eagle AI?
That among others, yes.
Eagle AI.
If
So,
you don't think it's true, then maybe you should go spend some time with them.
well, I
Might
have
help you.
spent a lot of time on it, and Eagle AI is a third-party program that scrapes the internet that was rejected by county election offices
Shocked.
as being worse than the programs that they had already. Because anybody that knows about regular list maintenance processes knows that the documents and the databases that the Secretary of State already uses are verified databases. Because again, we're talking about somebody's fundamental right to vote. So if we throw a wide net that is too wide, we run the risk of capturing incorrect data that can potentially disenfranchise somebody that is
I
wrong on
understand
the
what you're
list.
saying there.
Yes, very important. So I do think it's very interesting that we're talking about Eagle AI that is, has been largely rejected by the people in this field. And I think it's very important that we pay respect to the people in this field and that do this every day and that understand the interaction of the NVRA and our state election laws. When we're talking about, let me see here. All right. So, you know, failure, let me actually go here. I'm going to go back to the things I was going to talk about this morning. Because during the presentation today and during the presentation last election meeting, I heard a lot of talk that I think is misinformation about how election challenges work. And I think when we talk about election challenges, we also have to keep it in the context of regular list maintenance, because there's a very robust regular list maintenance process that is happening all the time. There is, especially in odd election years. I think last year we removed 500,000 voters from our rolls. And can everybody calm down, please? 500,000 people off the rolls. When somebody dies, there is a official database that we go to remove those people off the rolls. Y'all, there are always people coming off and coming on the rolls. It is a moving target, right? If somebody died yesterday, they're probably still going to be on the rolls today. But the question is the inclusion of that person on the rolls, does that equate to voter fraud? Because that is what people want you to believe, that the inclusion of somebody on the rolls that shouldn't be there necessarily equates to voter fraud. And that is not the case. There is no evidence of that. We look at 2020 and we look at the recounts and we look at the audits and we look at the investigations and we look at the almost 20 lawsuits that were filed. And there was no evidence of that. When we talk about bloat on the rolls, I heard Vice Chair Johnson talk about bloat on the rolls. What you call bloat, I call compliance with federal law, right? We have to have inactive voters on the rolls for a certain period of time per federal law. They have to be there, as Member Gazelle said, for 2 election cycles. So we are going to see. So again, the number is in flux and you're calling that bloat, but it's required by law that we have that. And again, it's to keep that balance that's necessary. It's to not remove somebody who is an eligible voter too soon if they should remain on the rolls. Okay, so, you know, what we have seen, I'll say this too. When election challenges were initially contemplated, it was about personal knowledge of somebody who wasn't eligible to be on the rolls. So yes. Personal knowledge of somebody who should be on the rolls. So let's say that somebody has bought my house and I told them I'm moving to Florida, and then they see me post on Facebook that I'm going to be voting in Georgia. That person perhaps has personal knowledge that I'm no longer a resident in Georgia, that I'm a resident in Florida, and they can bring a voter challenge. This idea of mass voter challenges was never weaponized. Weaponizing mass voter challenges was never contemplated. That's a relatively novel new thing. We saw that happen in 2021 for the first time. Over 300,000 people were challenged here in Georgia, and they were challenged in 159 Georgia counties. That includes blue counties, red counties, Trump counties, Biden counties, right? Republican, Democrat. And I think in 154 of those counties, those challenges were outright dismissed. All of those frivolous, and you know why? Because they were frivolous. When they're based on erroneous data and they're frivolous, they get dismissed. There's nothing wrong with dismissing a frivolous challenge. I'm almost done. Thank you for your indulgence. But what we have seen since 2021 is a targeting of certain counties. We haven't seen the mass voter challenges across Georgia anymore. We have seen them against Democratic centers, Democratic leaning counties, our metro area, counties where there are large numbers of Democratic voters. And that's a nakedly partisan ploy. So I want to be very clear, when we're now investigating these counties for standing up and saying, no, these are frivolous, and dismissing these challenges under the law, they have the right to do that. And they have been targeted for years, and the state election board, and frankly, the legislature has done nothing to prevent that. I, last night was playing Uno with my kids, 3 little ones. And my 4-year-old was winning. And then all of a sudden he started losing. He got some draw 4s against him. And he got very, very upset, and he started crying, and he called us all cheaters. And I think it's just, a fundamental truth that as parents, we want our children to be fair players and not to be sore losers. And I make the point because I think that really underlies what's happening here. There are people who are sore losers, who have brought frivolous voter challenges targeting Democratic counties, and those challenges have been appropriately dismissed. And now they want a second bite at the apple, both at the courts and here at the state election board 1 week before early voting starts. So I would just ask that you treat this for what this is. This is sore losers trying one more way to get around the law. And I'd be open to any questions.
Would you consider Stacey Abrams a sore loser in 2018 when she challenged the Dominion machine?
I wish she would have conceded that election.
What was that?
I wish she would have conceded that election.
So you do consider her to be a sore loser?
I wish she would have conceded that election.
Okay, just to be clear, she's a sore loser as well. Okay. Just want to make sure you weren't just targeting just Republicans. That being said, just to be clear and to remind you of how we got to this investigation.
Remind me.
There was one individual that came forward that represented DeKalb County. She talked about this, and in the course of our conversation, the question was asked to the audience, is there anyone else in here that experienced the same issues?
Yeah.
They raised their hand. Then we asked them, which county are you experiencing these issues from? That is how we came up with this concept that we're somehow looking and saying, oh, let's just pick all the Democrat counties is preposterous and ridiculous. It's an assumption along with all the other assumptions that you made that's not based in fact.
It's absolutely based in fact. Where we have
Sorry, I'm talking now. Excuse me, I'm talking now.
Go ahead.
As I stated, this particular investigation was developed based on people in the audience sharing their concerns. We had no idea which counties was going to be mentioned during that portion of the conversation. So once again, to assume that we are single-handedly picking out counties is absolutely ridiculous. If you were in this room, you should have remembered that. And if you were not in this room, you should go back and watch it, because that is how this investigation was formed. And I do not, and I will not allow anybody to stand up here and miscategorize what we're doing, particularly if you were sitting in the room.
I would love to respond to that. So I love that Clark County was included in that investigation, although Director Cohen told us today that Clark County didn't have any voter challenges filed against it. So Democratic County, Clark County was apparently part of this investigation, despite being the fact that no voter challenges were filed against it. But what happened last meeting was that the issue of voter challenges wasn't clearly on the agenda. It was added last minute to the agenda.
Which we can do.
Yeah, sure, you can do that.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
And Marcy McCarthy got up here for 1 hour and 20 minutes. I timed it, she was here. The GOP chair of the Republican County of DeKalb County, the county where I represent 60,000 people, yet it's tough for me to get 2 minutes and she gets 1 hour and 20 minutes.
No,
And she got up
for the
here.
record, it's tough for you to get 2 minutes when you walk in after the fact and decide that you want to jump on the public comments list when everyone else had to get up early and get here early and sign up to be on the list. That's why we did not give you those 2 minutes.
That's not true.
That is true.
No, that's not true.
We watched you walk in after the fact. What do you mean?
Did you not see the chair open it up to anybody that had come in
That's
early?
because you asked. That's because you asked.
And every
If-
time as
if
an
you must
elected
know,
official,
if the
what the
public
chair,
must know, this is what happened.
what the chair has
We
told
had
me.
we had a actual elected official.
Yep.
Come into the room. She requested to be, to give a public comment after everyone else had already spoken. The list was closed. And then the conversation was had that there were some people that may come late that had already signed up, that may not be able to present because they may have stepped out thinking the public comments was going to happen later. And then we decided graciously to allow her to speak, and we gave you more than 2 minutes.
With all due respect, it was a conversation between me and the chair.
Thank you.
And the chair told me that elected officials will always be allowed to speak during public comment. So
Well,
that
the
was the
chair had to
conversation that
ask
was
the
had. It
board.
wasn't the conversation that you had.
Chair asked
Please,
the board.
please let me respond to
please.
your,
We have,
Please-
I think we have a lot of other people to hear. this
yes, I
afternoon,
understand. But
and
again, you know,
we still
the
have
Republican
cases.
chair of my county got an hour and 20 minutes last meeting. I haven't even come close to that. And I don't intend to get close to that, but please let me respond to this notion that it just happened organically, that the challengers from all these county were in this meeting. That
1 minute,
issue-
please.
that issue on the agenda was put on the agenda at the last meeting. And it was obviously a coordinated effort. The people who have been making the
Another
challenges
assumption.
in those counties happened to be at the meeting at the time when it was discussed. I wish that the rest of the
Another
board knew that that was coming. I wish that the public knew that was coming, so that I wish the counties that were implicated knew it was coming so they could have been here and could have defended themselves rather than platforming the folks who have been challenging voters, tens
all
of
wrong.
thousands of Georgia voters for an hour and 20 minutes in this forum.
Thank you
Representative
so much,
Draper, you're
Representative.
wrong. You're
Thank
wrong.
you, Representative Draper. Let's move on to county election officials. Are there any county election officials that would like to speak? That you interviewed?
I don't think I had.
No?
Like I said, I felt like when I left those offices, everything was fine. I mean, we had some understandings and things we didn't agree on, but there was not adversarial in any way. So there was no problem. Most of them said they probably wouldn't be here.
Okay. A board member from Cobb County. We'll just turn on your mic there. Right here. Oh, wonderful. Great.
Debbie Fisher, Cobb County. I want to point out a couple of things that were not brought out in the investigation that I think is very critical for this board to consider. One of them is the mass denial of inactive voters. Inactive voters are inactive for a reason. They aren't participating. They aren't responding. They haven't had contact. So doing a mass denial because they're on the inactive list, in my opinion, is problematic. And there's several reasons why. I ran a report 2 months in a row from the state Secretary of State's voter roll. And Cobb County, I was very generous. I gave them 8 years. My report went 8 years with no contact. It ranged everywhere from 1983 through 2016 in 1 month. In another month, it was 2002 through 2016. The first report had 17,833 voters that were inactive with no contact in 8 years. If you can tell me a reason those people should still be on the voter rolls, please do. The second report came up with, actually, it was a lower number. It was around 13,000. So I ran 2 more reports. That was 5 years or more, making sure these reports, they did not vote in 2 federal elections. In those cases, there was another 18,000. That's a serious problem. And then I would also like to bring up that new policies in several of the counties that they're claiming that were attacked because they were Democrat. That's just ludicrous, number one. But there, you want to talk about collusion? There is collusion, I believe, through the Metro County boards who miraculously, most of them have come up with this inactive voter roll rule. Now, it could be coincidence. I don't think so. Cobb came up with another rule, and that is charging a challenger to make a challenge. And they will be charging fees based on those that were not denied that will be sent a notice. I point out the law used to justify this fee is the same as process serving for sheriffs. It falls under the statute 1521, whatever. However, the election code strictly prohibits it. Strictly prohibits it.
Right.
I have raised the issue multiple times with both legal counsel and my board. That's a problem.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Is there another board member here that would like to speak? Yes, yes.
You hit your button.
Certainly. So my name is Tori Silas, and I'm the chair of the Cobb County Board of Elections. I was not physically present for this meeting last month on the 23rd, but I did watch it, and I did note that Cobb County was among the counties that you referenced with respect to this investigation. And I will note, no written notice was provided of this investigation. I did obviously see the exchange between Representative Draper and Board Member King. I will say, Alex, and I apologize, your last name escapes me right now, but did share an email that was sent, I would assume, to a number of different individuals. Our elections director received it on Thursday, October the 3rd at 11:53 a.m. It was not directed to Ms. Fisher, myself, or neither of the other three board members, notwithstanding the fact that our email addresses are on the website, the Cobb County Elections website. My phone number is on that website as well. Beyond that, again, that email was received on October the 3rd at 11:53 a.m. My understanding is Mr. Cohen showed up at the elections office the following day, roughly 24 hours later at 11 a.m. At that point, our elections director obviously received Mr. Cohen. My understanding is he waited for her to complete an interview that she was having, sat around for about 35 minutes, as I understand that she shared with us. They then went on to speak for about 20 minutes. However, the email that I made reference to indicated that our presence, well, first of all, there was no reference to anyone coming to physically meet with us prior to this meeting, and the email that we received invited us to this meeting, but indicated that it was not mandatory. So I do take issue with respect to the conversation that was just had relating to the notice that we had. We did not have notice of Mr. Cohen visiting our office. My understanding, again, he showed up at 11 a.m., but there was nothing in the October 3rd email that referenced that Mr. Cohen was going to show up at our office. Now, with respect to this investigation, it was again, Mr. Cohen, it was an unannounced discussion. There obviously still is an ongoing investigation. I have my counsel here. He will then take up the additional questions and that you all have, but we're here to answer any questions and to correct any misrepresentations.
Thank you so much. Just to be clear, this is a fact-finding session. This is not a hearing. We're just trying to better understand some of the complaints that have been coming to the state election board and understand the process that different counties use for handling challenges. and indeed, the invitation was not mandatory to come, but we would be delighted to hear from the counties that Mr. Cohen visited or the ones that were mentioned last month. So does your attorney want to say something or just answer questions?
No. I appreciate it. I'm Daniel White. I'm the attorney for the Cobb County Board of Elections and Registration. I'm happy to answer questions. Honestly, because this board indicated that it was opening an investigation at the last meeting, we were expecting some due process, something in writing, something saying what the charges might be, something saying when we should respond, how we should respond. None of that was ever received. We were sort of invited to something that was labeled as a discussion, but that's not what was indicated at the last meeting. There was an unannounced visit from Mr. Cohen to our director with no invitation to board members. And for someone who's unfamiliar with the law, no invitation to lawyers to participate, because we could have educated him if he'd wanted to know about the law. What this appears to be to me is an attempt to sort of set a narrative between the last meeting and this meeting. Doesn't seem to be fact-finding. It doesn't seem to be an actual investigation. You didn't follow the process that you normally follow to refer it to the Secretary of State or anybody else who would tell us what sections you're citing to. So I'm not really interested in, I'll answer the questions to the extent I can. I don't know that it's necessarily appropriate to be having this discussion, if you want to call it that, when you've opened an investigation. The real reason we're here is to correct misinformation. And frankly, we wouldn't be here. And Ms. Fisher and I disagree a lot, and it's fine. Board members are free to ignore the advice of their counsel. That happens apparently more often than you think, and oftentimes that lands you in court. But Ms. Fisher's welcome to disagree with me, but the rest of the board deliberated the policies and procedures that were adopted surrounding this. That was not something there was no collusion, there was no collaborating with other counties. Every single policy that was adopted by Cobb County is based on the express language of Georgia law, federal law, or case law, interpreting those laws. And that's a fact. And Mr. Cohen didn't ask me about it. He didn't ask the board about it. He had a 20-minute conversation with our director and then came here today to give a narrative that apparently this board wants to set out into the public. I'm not here to participate in sound bites or talk show talk. I'm here to talk about the law. And I don't think this board has followed the law. I don't think you have jurisdiction today to discuss this. And I'm just here to say, Ms. Fisher's wrong. Her report's wrong. I sent her an email explaining to her the whole process of how you get on the inactive list, why it takes 2 election cycles to get on. And then once you're on, there's another 2 election cycles that pass before you get off. She doesn't agree with it. It doesn't matter how many times I tell her, and it's fine. She can disagree with me, and that's her right. But the rest of the board wants to follow the law, has asked me to tell them what the law is, and I have told them. So that's basically the statement we have today. And I disagree. We have not charged anybody. We did pass a policy allowing charging for notice. It hasn't been implemented because nobody's gotten past the probable cause since that's been adopted. And there's only been 1 challenge filed. There've been 2 challenges filed since that policy was adopted, and neither of them progressed past probable cause. So those are the facts. I'm happy to put those on the record today, but anything else other than correcting misinformation, which is very important that we do on the eve of the election, that's why we're here today.
Are there any questions?
Just so I'm clear, what are we charging for? What was passed?
A policy was adopted, and there was discussion about whether the charge for the labor, whether they could use an open records type model. And I looked at the law and we talked about it, and we adopted a policy only charging for the service of the notice. And it hasn't been, it's not been used.
Charging the person bringing the challenges?
Yes.
You're charging the voters?
Postage. Postage. Let's say we needed to serve the state elections board in a lawsuit, we would have to pay somebody to serve the state elections board. That's the same concept here. If someone's going to challenge somebody's right to vote, we thought it was appropriate that they have to pay the.
This is based off of what statute or what law? What are you basing this rule off of?
We based it off the idea. There's no express law. Like if you look at 911-4, which is the statute dealing with service, there's nothing in there saying, that you have express authority to charge, or the sheriff has express authority. So we kind of looked at it and thought that was the model that's appropriate, was to charge for service. And I want to go back to something Ms. Draper said, which is this law absolutely was, if you go back and do the legislative history, this was adopted, frankly, for cases like Mr. Gazaway. where you have 14 people that you need to serve. We got to talk about, who are the people that are affected. We know these people, they're our neighbors. And that's just how this was adopted back in the day when that was the law. Has not been sufficiently updated to address people bringing mass voter challenges off of, they call it AI software, but it's not, there's no intelligence about it. But the law has not been updated to deal with people bringing 3,000, 2,000 challenges at a time, and the resources and the time and the money that takes. I agree with the comments that were made earlier. The legislature needs to deal with it and deal with uniform policies, but it's not this board's job to deal with it. It's actually, if there's a problem, it's with the legislature. That's who has jurisdiction to fix what's in their law.
Thank you. 1 minute, please.
Since I think there was just misinformation given, I want to, and in relation to my name and my understanding of how you get on the inactive list, I have a very clear understanding of the MVRA and of how you get on the inactive list. I also have a very clear understanding of how you get off that list. You are taken off the rolls. But the laws that you ask about, the one that was used to justify the service process servicing fee is 15-16-21. The law that I am saying that disallows this, I will read 21-2-18. Notwithstanding any other provision of the law to the contrary, no county, municipal government, government employee, or election official shall solicit, take, or otherwise accept from any person a contribution, donation, service, or anything else of value for the purpose of conducting primaries or elections, or in support of performing his or her duty under this chapter. I think that's pretty clear.
Thank you.
And I would like to also say that there are things that do remove inactive voters. MVRA clearly states eligible voters 13 different times. It mentions ineligible twice, and that's how you can remove them. I also want to point out, we have access in Georgia because we are members of the AAMVA. I have brought this up repeatedly. It would be a very short order to compare a challenge list to the state-to-state report, which comes from DMVs across the country, to member states of which we are, a list of people who have applied for a driver's license in another state, registered to vote, and have made a legal change of address. We get that report. I inquired as to if we're using it for list maintenance of out-of-state moves. I found out, guess what? Wait for it. Rather than doing what is required by Georgia law under our driver's license statutes, we're putting them on the inactive list. And you want to talk about signatures, requiring signatures? I agree with you. Signatures are required to get a driver's license. Signatures are required to get a voter registration. Signatures are required to do an NCOA. If it's for a permanent move, it is marked permanent move. All three of those things are in that state-to-state list.
Thank you very much. Are there any other board members from counties that would like to speak? Time is of the essence. Could you limit it to 2 minutes, please?
Yes. I'm from Gwinnett. It's already, yeah, it just has to be turned on.
And you received a letter from our board, and especially our attorneys would be thrilled if I didn't say much. Since this is really a fact-finding thing, I was wondering if you'd let me yield my 2 minutes to people who've done most of the research, been challenging for years, and can maybe clear up some of the misrepresentations and frankly falsehoods that may have been spoken today. Would that be acceptable?
Sure, if it's limited.
Yes, limited.
Two minutes, please.
Are you going to allow any of us to speak today or no? It was just the board members and,
No, he's yielding his time to you.
okay. That's a lot to take in today. First of all, for the representative, I found her presentation arrogant and disrespectful to the board. You don't know me. You don't know anything about me, so you don't speak for me. Thank you. In terms of the NVRA, she is correct. It is constantly, Section 8 is misused. Keywords are left out. It is true. 17 times it lists eligible voters and twice ineligible voters with the word removal. So this thing that, everything comes under the umbrella of NVRA, and that's what we have found in Gwinnett. Once you are on the voter roll, even if your registration is incomplete, if it's not accurate, if you're a pin drop in the side of the road, somehow in Georgia, once you get on the roll, you're there for perpetuity. All of a sudden, it only falls under NVRA and you can never be removed. We have people who are inactive on the list who've been there for 10, 12, 13 plus years that, again, once you're inactive, somehow you never come off the inactive list. I do not use a third party. I do not use any other sources. The source I use is the Secretary of State's voter rolls. Every month we go through the voter roll, and I can promise you in 5 minutes, you will find a list of what we have submitted. We don't care if you're Republican or Democrat. I bet you we've done the same amount. This narrative that we're wanting to hurt all voters are disenfranchised when our voter rolls are bloated. We just want clean voter rolls to the best of our ability. I will speak for Gwinnett that there has been no meaningful work done in the years that we've been doing this to maintain our own voter rolls according to 21-2228.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board members present?
So yeah, I'm Julie Adams from Fulton, and quite honestly, we've had some challenges lately that have never made it to the board because they don't meet the processes that we have in place, that I was uncomfortable and didn't vote yes for. I will tell you, we've had several discussions about a voter challenge that happened I believe it originated in November of 2023. And it was 1,800 people. We've discussed it so many times, I remember it all. It was 1,800 people that filled out the NCOA that they were moving to North Carolina. They were found registered to vote in North Carolina at the address that the NCOA said they were moving to. And I believe some of them voted. And we heard this and reheard this, and it was turned down and not accepted. They're still on the voter rolls. And Mr. Earl Ferguson is here that did that. But I just wanted to tell you from a board member's perspective.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? No? Mr. Ferguson, were you heard last month at the last meeting? Do you have something different to add? All right.
Good answer.
Promise? Go ahead.
I'm one of, this could be fun, but excuse me for taking that attitude. The lady who spoke a few minutes ago commented that every time a challenged voter was removed, that took away the right to vote from someone. And I said, that is not the case. My challenge is remove people who are not eligible voters for one of several reasons. In general, they have moved out of state and they have done something else that the state requires in order to be a valid challenge. So if you do not remove ineligible voters, people who have not done anything, they can stay on the rolls forever. If you allow challenges like mine to take place, they can be removed in a timely manner to help maintain the rolls. Questions?
Thank you. As a board, does anyone have a recommendation or a motion? Thank you for the input. I think it's fairly clear that the counties have been asking for guidelines from the state election board for not 1 year or 2 years, but several years. And it's time for the state election board to try to provide that. Like someone just said a short while ago, it is complicated. And it needs to be addressed carefully and deliberately and fairly so that only eligible voters are on the voter list and no one is disenfranchised from their ability to be on the list or to vote. Or that it can be corrected. I'm sure any method that's used is not completely 100% error-free, but perhaps some guidelines will help move that toward an accurate process with always the ability for a voter to be replaced on the voter list or given the opportunity to vote, depending on the challenge that is provided. Just a quick review, Georgia is, as I have said before, is the 10th worst state in the nation as far as voter rolls. It clocks in at 103% of citizen voting age population. And a quick look at the counties that Mr. Cohen interviewed or looked at or visited. Fulton County is registered at 114%, DeKalb County 109%, Gwinnett County 109%, Cobb County 107%. West Virginia has a citizen voting age population percentage of I believe it's 80%. So looking at the U.S. Department of Justice letter that Member Gazelle referred to, indeed, right in the letter that they sent to us, it says states can remove the name of a person from the voter registration rolls when the registrant requests it, and if state law so provides, for mental incapacity or criminal conviction. States can also remove ineligible persons from the voter rolls because the person has died or changed their residence to a place outside the jurisdiction. Finally, states can remove people who were ineligible or improperly registered in the first place. Indeed, Secretary Raffensperger announced September 21st, 2023, a 4-point plan for election security. And in his press announcement, he announced a working relationship with secretaries of state and chief election officials to identify which voters have moved out of state, and reported that Georgia's membership in ERIC also would continue to receive regular reports. So the states that Georgia announced it was working with were Alabama, Virginia, Florida, and South Carolina. South Carolina is a member of ERIC, which makes me wonder why, if we're collaborating with these different states and working with these different states, why are we receiving complaints from different counties about mass voter challenges that are that appear to meet the probable cause standard and are not being addressed. So anyway, thank you for all of your input and information. We'll ask Executive Director Cohen to provide a written report, and we'll work diligently and hopefully rapidly toward guidelines for 229 and 230 challenges for the counties to use. And I believe there was a submission of a resolution that was delivered by Mr. Mark Davis for the board to consider as recommending for possible legislation next year regarding a method that will provide for better list maintenance that is automatic and coordinated with the Department of Driver Services. Mr. Davis, could you speak to that for a couple of minutes, please?
You just made reference to a written report. To the extent that a written report is provided, minimally will those counties that are the subject of that report be provided a copy?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Wanted to see if I could put this up on the display, everybody can see it. All right, how do I get this up there? And it,
I don't know. If you'll give me a chance to.
is there somebody to help get this on there, or what are we doing?
If you'll give me a chance to ask House Media how to switch over to that computer, I'll.
So, rather than waste time waiting for House Media,
Okay,
could we please call you back in a minute, or would you like to just present it verbally? Would you like the wait?
I
for the
can
slides?
do whichever y'all prefer. I think it'd be helpful if people could follow along with the material, but. Okay, there we go. Okay, great.
All right.
Okay.
Quickly,
So, hi,
please.
everybody. I'm Mark Davis, and the issues we're discussing here are issues that I've been working on for just a really ridiculously long time. I started working with voter data in '86, and then when the NVRA, the 1993 National Voter Registration Act rolled out in '96, I started working with that. Started seeing issues in the voter rolls, and I first came before this board about these very issues in 2002. Now, the temperature back then was very different than it is now, okay? the board was controlled by Democrats. And we kind of got feisty with one another at first, but we wound up actually working together. And I worked with Secretary of State Kathy Cox to help push through changes to OCGA 21-2-233 to help the Secretary of State's office run NCOA more regularly. And I thought that was going to fix the problem, and kind of walked away from it for a while, but it's not fixed the problem. And what I'd like to do with my little presentation here is lower the temperature a little bit, because Member Gazal and I got into an exchange one time where she said we were talking past each other, and I think that was a very appropriate description. I think a lot of us in this room, Democrats and Republicans, are talking past each other on these issues. There's a lot of partisan posturing going on, and to be fair about it, there's some on both sides. So I'm going to ask you all to just hang with me on this proposal here and just hear me out, because I'm trying to come from a place of solving the problem. Okay. So after serving as an expert witness in a number of cases that involve these issues, after 2020, I got curious, and I ran a statewide analysis of some of the issues that people do challenges over. I wanted to just see what was going on, and here's what I found. If I can get to that next slide. Yeah. So I ran NCOA. I found about 580,000 domestic change of addresses. Those are the ones that are within the United States, not counting the folks that have said they were moving out of the country and all that. Out of the 580,000, there were about 267,000 folks who said they were moving permanently. All of these are filed as permanent changes of address. I'm going to come back to the temporary ones. 267,000 folks said they were moving outside the state. About 313,000 or so within the state. Of the folks that moved within the state, there were about 110,000 that moved from one Georgia county to another, which is a change in jurisdiction. But it's important for us to remember that a change in jurisdiction is county or municipality. So that number is actually probably on the low side. Let's talk about the 110,000 voters for a minute. Okay, I'm gonna give you a real world hypothetical situation here. Let's say Mr. and Mrs. Jones, they decide to pick up stakes and move from Cobb County to Gwinnett County. So they go find themselves a new home, put the one they have on the market. They get a closing date, they file an NCOA. And when they file their NCOA, they give a move effective date for moving to Gwinnett County. So then that date comes around, they pack up the moving van, they move, they get settled in, and they start unpacking, getting used to their new life in their new county. Moving is one of the most stressful things people can do next to having kids and getting married and all those major life events. And they get busy and they don't get around to updating their driver's license or their voter registration. It comes time to vote. Oh no, we didn't ever register. We can't vote. And then one of them says, well, wait a minute, we're still registered over in Cobb. Let's just go back there and vote. So they, according to the Secretary of State, about 89 or so % of these folks, maybe 88, physically went and voted in their, not all of the 110,000, but a good chunk of them. According to the data, about 35,000 went and voted in their old county. Most of them physically traveled there to do that. Now, the problem that we have there's three major ones. The first one is violations of the law, because when you walk in there and you show your old county a driver's license, you know you haven't updated, and they pull you up on a voter roll that you know you hadn't updated either, but those two addresses match, you're going to get a green light to vote. That poll worker has no idea they've just been deceived. Then they take the voter certificate, they flip it around, they ask you to sign your name, confirming that name and address. At the bottom is a warning about not violating OCGA 21-2-562, which makes it a felony to provide false information on a voter certificate. And then arguably, once you've obtained that little yellow card and you walk over there and cast a ballot as an unqualified elector, That's another felony violation of 21-2-571. And if there's a federal race on that ballot, we're also talking about 52 USC 10307, which is the Prohibited Acts section of the Voting Rights Act. So from a legal viewpoint, this is a very bad thing to do. But because those penalties are so harsh, we see very, very little enforcement. I don't want to make felons out of tens of thousands of my fellow Georgians. I doubt most of you in this room do either. So that's the first set of problems. The second set of problems is that
Mr. Davis,
when these folks vote in the wrong.
Mr. Davis.
Yes,
We have, time is of the essence for us. We have cases to present. Could you sort of
sure,
fast forward to
sure.
your
All right.
solution?
The second issue, we got folks voting in the wrong districts for the wrong offices. And then the third one is that out of the 110,000 folks, you had a segment of them that broke the law and got to vote, but most of them obeyed the law and didn't get to vote at all. Okay. There's a solution to this problem that I came across a while back, and that is the Virginia statute. What they're doing there, if you look at our Georgia law on the subject, let me find it right quick. All right, under our Georgia law, it says we need to update our driver's license within 60 days of moving. That's it. No monitoring, no enforcement, no nothing. But if we look at the Virginia code, they're running NCOA on the driver's license data, and they're sending out notices to folks to encourage them to comply with updating their driver's license. Now, on February 15th, there was a presentation before Senate Ethics that I participated in, and the Secretary of State's folks spoke about the feed they get from the Department of Driver Services, okay? If we improve the quality of that feed, we improve the quality of the voter registration files. We Republicans say we want to make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. You Democrats in the room don't trust me when I say that. I mean that, okay? The way to fix this problem is by helping voters to not become unqualified voters in the first place. So when they get these notices, if they will go online, which they can do in 5 or 10 minutes, and update their registration, they don't ever become unqualified voters to begin with. They don't get challenges filed against them for being unqualified voters. The volume of challenges that the counties would be dealing with would drop like a rock. And I'm aware that there's already interest from several legislators about doing something like this here. What I just spoke with Member Gazal about, and I'll ask you Democrats in the room, get on board. Let's make it a bipartisan bill. Let's, instead of fighting over this all the time, let's get together and solve the problem.
Thank you.
And I'm not asking this board to ask the General Assembly to pass this bill. I'm just asking the board to ask the General Assembly to consider the proposal. Just take it up and talk about it. That's literally all I'm asking for here.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
So let's move along to cases. Beg your pardon? I think we will study that and bring it back at the next meeting. Thank you. I think the first case is SEB 2019-038, City of Arlington.
The Georgia State Election Board held their board meeting on February 13th, 2024, and voted to continue this case regarding two aspects. It was, hang on, there were 10 there was originally 10 investigation or 10 complaints that came through. Those were all finished on that last meeting in February, and then 2 other issues were still needed to be addressed. During the state election board hearing, the legal counsel representing the city of Arlington stated that part of the reason it took more than 3 days to verify and process absentee ballot applications was due to the counties, Calhoun County and Early County, and said that the registrars were taking too long to verify the voter registration information, and then responded back to the city of Arlington, the city clerk, Mary King. The investigator spoke to employees at Calhoun County and Early County, and both of them advised that they handled those applications immediately. If it came in after 4:30, they handled it the next day. In fact, Early County supervisor advised that they would even stay late to make sure that they were taken care of. So the findings revealed that Calhoun County and Early County registrars would immediately process the signature verification once they received them. So that allegation was unsubstantiated. So there is sufficient evidence to suggest that Mary King and the city of Arlington violated OCGA 21-2381, making of an application for absentee ballot determination of eligibility by ballot clerk, when Ms. King did not certify by signing the proper place on the absentee ballot applications. The second violation was for SEB Rule 183-114.11, the mailing and issuing of ballots when during early voting, Ms. King failed to mail or issue official absentee ballots to such additional eligible applicants within 3 business days after receiving the absentee ballot application.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony Sawyer. I represent the city of Arlington, Georgia. And I saw earlier that they got Investigator Monroe on the line. I first want to apologize for any confusion that may have occurred. So let me back up. This all began with regard to an election that was held in February of 2019. Apparently a complaint was filed with the Secretary of State's office. This rocked along until we were brought before the State Election Board in December of 2023. Unfortunately, I could not speak at all, so the case was continued. However, we had no knowledge of what the complaint was centered upon. Like, we got the summary, but we didn't know really what was going on. I asked for the documents that were referenced in the summary, but I was advised that we were not allowed to see the documents until after the case was this was handled through the State Election Board. So therefore, we are just attempting to defend ourselves, but it was not, we were not being given the opportunity to effectively defend ourselves. So when we were addressing the issue of the 3 days, it came up about the matter of, the registrar. And we are aware that the registrar does handle, well, when we receive absentee ballot applications that come in that are mailed into us, we do send them directly to the registrar, the Calhoun County registrar, and she does handle those, and we do have to wait for them to come back. So in the meantime, what we've learned is a lot of this could have been addressed through communication. An Open Records Act an Open Records request was made in October of 2019, right before the election. What our office does is we receive the original absentee ballot applications. And because the city of Arlington is split between 2 different counties, the election superintendent will email the registrar for whichever county the absentee ballot applications when they come in through the mail for for them to check them off. So you'll have the original that came in, the hard copy, and then you'll have the copy that was sent through email. And so there was an an open records request for the absentee ballot applications. And what was provided was a copy of the original absentee ballot applications. And on the original absentee ballot applications, the information on there was shown where the absentee ballot application was received by the city of Arlington, where it was sent to the registrar's office, and then where the actual ballot was mailed out, okay? We didn't send copies of both the original absentee ballot application and the document that was received back from the registrar's office, because it would just been a duplicate in our mind. Those actually documents are actually stapled together, and they are at the end of the election provided to the registrar so they can be stored at the proper courthouse, which now have since been destroyed. So that is the document that was submitted to the Secretary of State's office, all right? So when it comes to the first allegation of a matter of 11 applications that are not properly signed, we don't know, because that election was in November 2011. Those documents have been destroyed. We don't know which ones investigator Monroe is referring to, and if he's referring to the documents that he received, he's only received half of the actual application. Because we just said we have two documents. We have the original that has the information on there when the application was received, when it was sent to the registrar, and when the ballot was sent out. And then there's the copy that comes in on the email from when it was emailed to the registrar, and when the registrar emails it back, when they are, after they say whether or not it's rejected or accepted, and they sign it. Again, that's at a point stapled, and then they are sent off, those documents are sent off at the end of the election to be stored, and they've been destroyed by both counties. So we don't know what document he's referring to, but if you're referring to this document, then you won't have the full, you won't have a signature, because this is not a document for her to sign. And she doesn't sign it anyway. So we are unsure about this. We don't know what investigator Monroe is referring to. With regard to the absentee ballot applications not going out within 3 business days. So the law says that you have 22 days from the date of election to have your ballots prepared, okay? So we go back to, this is the 2019 election, municipal election. And what investigator Monroe, or I don't believe he was the one that initially started this investigation, but what we have is the 2019 training materials that was provided when Ms. Melanie Frechette, excuse me, provided the elections training for the Secretary of State's office. We have the PowerPoint, and we also have the election training important dates. And in here, the date for mailing the ballot out is October 14th. So you'll see where we have ballot applications received on like October 4th, October 5th. But according to what the Secretary of State advised, and for the 2019 November 5th election, you couldn't mail your ballots out until October 14th or later. So if you notice with your documents that were provided, and again, this is a shot in the dark. This is a shot in the dark because we don't have the documents that you have. If you have this absentee ballot application, and again, shot in the dark because we don't have what you got. We just assuming. Miss King, who is the election superintendent, created her own little spreadsheet. And if they would have asked, because Investigator Monroe never came back to Ms. King and said, hey, I got this document, can you explain it to me? What she created was a spreadsheet of, this is the name of the person that received the absentee ballot application. This is the date we received it. This is the date we sent it to the registrar. And this is the date where the actual ballot was mailed out. If you notice, no ballot was sent out earlier than October 15th. And that is in line with what the Secretary of State told us, that you can send it out before October 14th. So we didn't violate any rules.
Can I see?
Sure, yes, ma'am. May I approach? Yes. Okay. Let's see.
Right. Can you tell me, is Ms. King still conducting elections on behalf of the city of Arlington?
Yes. We contracted before, but we unfortunately busy. And we can't get anybody honestly. She would burn out. Find somebody else.
Any other questions? Have there been any subsequent issues in terms of timing of mailing of absentee ballots and other municipal elections?
No, ma'am, not that we've been aware of, unless something else has been filed and we haven't been notified of it. And again, this is a spreadsheet that Ms. King has created. Now, since I've become aware of this, we've talked and we are going to do things a little differently because again, these applications are those that have been downloaded from the Secretary of State's website. Okay, so, we've talked about how to kind of handle those and mark them as when the ballots or applications are received, when they're sent to the registrar, when they're received back from the registrar, having all that information on one page. We've talked about changing things a little bit to try to make sure everything's on one page and not having those two sets of documents and things of that nature. But yes, ma'am.
Is there a motion? I would move that we issue a letter of instruction to Mrs. King and to the city of Arlington that outlines current procedures because they have changed to ensure that all documentation is in order and that absentee ballots are mailed out within 3 days of receipt.
Is there a second? Any discussion? So there's a motion to issue a letter of instruction and outline current procedures of current instruction to the city so that it won't happen again. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Jeffries? Aye. All, okay. Motion passes. Thank you. Next case, Appling County absentee ballot applicant, no? Those were continued. But you're right, they were continued. Continue. Thank you. Oh, right. Next case, Liberty County.
Yeah, Apple was back on.
Oh, sorry, second Appling.
Yes.
What's that number?
2022-240.
Yes.
Yes,
Right.
okay, here we go.
So it's tab 15.
For the county.
You know, is this in you? It may
He's
not
going to
be.
present, yeah. Are you going to present it?
Yeah, I'll present. Oh, you know what? It might not be in you all's binders. Is it-
It is, it's here.
Oh, it is. Okay, okay. So I'm gonna cover one half of this case because Appling County is not here.
I'm right here.
Covering.
The county's not here. So this case focused on the individual and the county. So I'm gonna deal with the individual part of it.
All right.
So it was reported that Mr. Jorge Aragulen Garcia went into the Appling County Board of Elections office on October 17, 2022 to early vote. Mr. Aragulen Garcia went back on October 19, 2022, and he was able to vote again. The Easy Vote software that Appling County uses did not detect that Mr. Aragulen Garcia had already voted. Mr. Aragulen Garcia provided a written statement to the Appling County Board of Elections office in which he states that he may have double voted. The letter is dated October 19th, 2022. Later on, our investigator spoke with Mr. Jorge Aragulen Garcia regarding that. He explained that the November 2022 general election was the first time he had ever voted as an American citizen. He stated that he didn't fully understand the process. He explained that he voted alone on October 17th, 2022, but that he took his father to vote on October 19th to assist him with communicating. When he informed the poll worker that he was there to assist his father, they requested his identification also. When they returned his identification, he also received the documents to vote. Mr. Aragulen Garcia told the investigator that after casting his ballot, he realized what he had done, and within 5 minutes of doing so, he went to the poll workers and informed them of what he had done. So based on the investigation, it was determined that he violated OCGA 21-2-572, repeat voting in the same primary election when he voted twice during early voting for the 2022 general election. He voted on October 17th and then again on October 19th as stated.
Hey, he's correct in everything he said. The only thing I'd like to add is that I've been recently diagnosed bipolar schizophrenia, and back then when all that happened, it was true, but I wasn't on my medication or whatever. Right now I'm taking medication for that, and I have with me, I couldn't get a letter from my doctor because of the hurricane. I haven't even took my medicine this month, but I got paperwork where I went to court last month and my lawyer got me an agreement where as long as I show every month that I'm on my medication, that they reduce my charges and stuff like that. But the main thing is, I think if I would have been on my medication back then, I probably would have caught it before I even would have voted twice, even though she handed me the thing, the little card to vote. And it was my first time voting or whatever. And I don't know if you could just please dismiss it. Thank you.
Mr. Garcia. Is this the first time this has happened?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia, I just want to clarify, you self-reported as soon as you realized what had happened.
Yes, I did.
Any other questions? Is there a motion?
I would move that we issue a letter of reprimand to Mr. Garcia, instructing him that he should only vote once. And to be very cautious about this and to be very aware. But I would not be in favor of referring this further.
Second.
Okay, is there a discussion? Mr. Garcia, you understand you can only vote one time in an election, correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you for self-reporting and thank you for coming today.
You're welcome.
So there's a motion to issue a letter of reprimand with instruction for Mr. Erwin Garcia to instruct him that he can only vote once in an election. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes. You may be.
Thank you for coming in.
Drive carefully.
Safe travels home. The next case is Liberty County absentee ballot processing, case number 2020-064.
The Secretary of State's office received the self-report complaint from Liberty County about absentee ballots which were not processed properly. The election supervisor at the time, Ella Golden, retired immediately after the June 9th, 2020 primary election. On July 13th, 2020, they were in the process of cleaning out and reorganizing the election board office. A staff employee found 71 mail-in absentee ballots in a secured filing cabinet dedicated for absentee ballot safekeeping. The ballots were inside a large envelope, which was unintentionally wedged in the recesses of the cabinet. The ballots were from the March 24th, 2020 presidential preference primary, which had been moved to June 9th, 2020. There were 2 more unopened mail-in absentee ballot oath envelopes that were found in the desk in the office. The investigator interviewed multiple employees and former employees, and none of them advised they had initialed 70 of the oath envelopes with what appeared to be an L. Former supervisor, Ms. Golden, advised she did not lock the cabinet, while other employees advised that she did and that she held the keys. The employee, Ms. Lee, who found the oath envelopes, advised she saw the envelope sticking out and she originally thought it was trash. Ms. Lee advised she did not initial or sign any of the oath envelopes. The current director, Ms. Rhonda, has advised that she has implemented safeguards so this will not happen again. There is evidence to suggest that Liberty County Board of Elections and Registration and LMA Golden violated OCGA 21-2386 safekeeping certification and validation of absentee ballots when Ms. Golden failed to process and tabulate 73 mail-in absentee ballots for the March 24th, 2020 presidential preference primary.
Is there a representative from Liberty County? Yeah.
Go
Good
ahead.
afternoon. I'm Rhonda Walthour, the Supervisor of Elections for Liberty County. One thing we have done is implemented new safeguards to our absentee process. We have 2 locked doors, and the ballots are now stored in a secure area in those locked doors. And we've also renovated the office for just employee use and no longer having the ballots in an area where people are walking by. We also did self-report this because of the fact that it was in the presidential preference primary. It really, I can't say it didn't hold any effect, but it was due to, I know during the COVID time where they pushed the actual election to the next month or what have you. So I don't know what actually happened. It was just me cleaning up, and I decided to go ahead and self-report, because if you have ballots that you're questioning and in your reconciliation and you see that it's an issue, you need to report it. And that's why I did what I did. So I am asking for a letter of instruction, even though I have already gone ahead and did the process to make sure that absentee ballots are in a secure area and completely reconciled on a daily basis during election time.
Any questions?
I really appreciate you being here. I appreciate everything you've done to make sure that this.
I can't hear.
That this can't happen again. I appreciate all the steps you've taken to remediate this. But fundamentally, 73 absentee ballots that were not counted means that 73 voters were disenfranchised, and that is a step too far for me to be comfortable with anything less than referring this to the Attorney General's office. I am certain that they will take into account the fact that you self-reported, the fact that you have taken remediation. But nonetheless, I'm going to move at the proper time to refer this to the Attorney General's office.
Ms. King?
Ms. Golden is who was the elections supervisor at the time. You weren't there, correct?
I worked in the office, but I did not do absentee ballot.
Okay, okay.
That was under someone else.
Okay, but she's retired
Correct.
now. Okay. Just want to make sure I clear.
So a question, when the absentee ballots come in, are they logged in on a log sheet or?
Actually, they're processed immediately when we receive ballots and locked up.
Okay. Do you have a way of knowing, were these absentee ballots delivered by the post office, or were these absentee ballots delivered by individuals?
What we normally do is when they are walked in, my absentee team, they go ahead and automatically process it before the elector leaves. So we know that it has been processed and literally written down on a numbered list. That is the one thing that we have implemented as well. In the past, I don't know, not being in absentee, that was not what I did. So at this point, our board and me personally as a supervisor have made sure that we've taken the steps to do what it is to properly handle those actual ballots now.
To keep that numbered list?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that kept at that time, or?
I don't think so,
know?
no.
Okay, thank you.
And again, during that time, it was during COVID where I'm not sure how they got placed, where they got placed. And that was one of those things where every elections office was under stress during that time, knowing that we had a March election and it got pushed back to May and June. So I know that was probably part of the issue.
All right, the fog of COVID.
Yes.
Are there any other questions? Is there a motion?
I move that we refer Liberty County to the Attorney General's office.
A second.
There's a motion and a second to refer this to the Attorney General's office. Any discussion? All in favor of this motion? Aye. And any opposed? No? Okay. So the motion passes to refer to the Attorney General. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for what you've done to clean it up and to get it back on track.
It's a process, but you know, we are all wanting to make sure that electors are not disenfranchised. That is the number one priority in Liberty County. I can promise you that.
Thank you so much. And
Thank
thank you for keeping that numbered list also.
Yes, ma'am.
That helps so much with reconciliation. Next case, SCV 2020-241. Out-of-state excess voting.
This was the case that had 395 possibles, and then we've narrowed it down to 5. 4 of them were already voted on, so the one continued was Mark Merchant. The voter history records indicate that Merchant voted advanced in person in Georgia on 10/16/20 and voted by mail-in ballot in Nevada 10/20/20. Both states provided supporting documentation to confirm the double vote. Gwinnett County, Georgia provided a copy of his advanced in-person application, and Nevada provided a copy of his oath envelope, which was postmarked Atlanta Metro on 10/15/20. Signatures on supporting documents appeared to be the same. Mr. Merchant provided an email statement stating that he did not vote in Nevada. According to the records, he voted in 02, 2018, and 2020 in Georgia and Nevada. We did try to refer this to the Gwinnett County DA's office, and they said due to the statute of limitations, they would not take it.
Is Mr. Merchant here? Yes.
You hit your button, please, sir. You hit your button.
Good afternoon. Kamau Mason, good to see you all again. Mr. Merchant is here. I will be answering all questions on Mr. Merchant's behalf. I believe that the last time that I was here, I spoke briefly as it relates to my concerns about the case. Most of my concerns centered in and around what I perceive to be issues of due process. And I'll say it on the record again. Mr. Merchant was visited by agents of the state who, for lack of better words, are in effect law enforcement officers. He was questioned in his home as it relates to something that could potentially be criminal in nature. And at no particular point in time was Mr. Merchant ever given Miranda warnings. In addition to that, I provided to the Secretary of State's office and this board my letter of representation. And I also requested the last time that we were here in hearings that I be allowed the opportunity to view any and all evidence that the state's officers had against my client. Unless I've missed something in the mail, unless I have missed an email, unless I have missed any type of communication from any of the offices, I still don't have any discovery. You know, today's hearing in my world looks a lot like a probable cause hearing. And when I am standing in front of district attorneys for a probable cause hearing, they will at least provide me with a police report. In that probable cause hearing, the officers will take the stand and they will, for lack of better words, run down the evidence that they have. They'll show video if necessary. I will have the opportunity to see discovery that amounts to something else other than what the state officials have just simply said. And so I'll say the same thing that I said the last time that I was here. While I understand that this board's mission is to protect the right to vote, you cannot sacrifice Miranda while you are protecting the right to vote. My client has at all times stated aloud that he was innocent, and at no particular point in time has that been taken into account as it relates to what is on the record. I'll also state this: the writings that we received as of late don't say anything at all about voting in 2002. In fact, the writings state voter history indicated that Merchant voted advanced in person AIP in Georgia 10/16/20 and voted by mail ballot in Nevada 10/20/20. Both states provided supporting documents to confirm the double vote. Gwinnett County, Georgia provided a copy of his AIP application, and Nevada provided a copy of his oath envelopes, which was postmarked Atlanta Metro in 10/15/20. Signatures on supporting documents appeared to be the same. Mr. Merchant provided an email statement stating that he did not vote in Nevada. If officers from the state are stating that he has voted some 20 years ago, my first question would be is why is that not in any of the written indicators that we have received? My second question to everyone here is why have I not gotten any form of evidence or discovery? Because it is impossible to defend someone against any allegation if I don't have the ability to actually see what the state is viewing. We asked for that information the last time, and I was quite poignant in my responses. I said I wanted it all. My client deserves the ability to be able to defend himself, and I need to see that evidence in order to be able to defend him. One question from one board member alluded to the idea of a theory on the case. We can't perfect a defense theory on the case if we don't have the information to be able to move forward with a defense. So in this particular instance, what we're looking at is an allegation that is almost 4 years old, where Mr. Merchant has said to everyone involved that he did not do this. The documents that were sent weren't sent to his home address. They were allegedly sent to a P.O. box, and P.O. boxes are not bottomless pits. When P.O. boxes get stuffed full of documents, those documents can end up anywhere, on the floor, in trash bins, in cans, who knows where. And so the question that I would raise is that as opposed to standing in this body and saying that Mr. Merchant voted in 2 elections, there's a couple of questions that have to be asked and answered. And I raised this point the last time. Why is the state of Georgia not communicating with the state of Nevada and asking why is the state of Nevada sending out absentee ballots? My client hasn't lived in Nevada in over 20 years. He has not resided there. He has resided in Georgia for the last 20 years. But the state of Nevada has been sending out absentee ballots wholesale. In fact, there is a 2021 Associated Press report that said that the governor there, for lack of better words, passed a law allowing absentee ballots to be sent out on the basis of driver's licenses alone. I raised the question the last time that I was here. If absentee ballots require some form of in-state identification, how in the world is it that my client is alleged to have voted in Nevada and he hasn't lived there in 20 years? So I'll say this. Number one, I continue to hear people say that this is not a judicial hearing, but it looks like a judicial hearing. It sounds like a judicial hearing. I've been hearing people talk about subpoenaing records. I've sat here and I've watched election officials testify, which means that even if it is not a full-blown judicial hearing, it looks very close to being quasi-judicial. And so if it is going to stay and remain quasi-judicial, the rules of procedure need to be followed. My client should not have, for lack of better words, been simply accused without being Mirandized. The badge that those officers walked into his home with on that day are just as powerful as the gun on their side to a 69-year-old man, a 68-year-old man. He's 70 now. Okay. Number two, where is the discovery? Because I should be seeing that. Number three, officers shouldn't be allowed to read into the record evidence that they have that hasn't been shown to me, and I'm his lawyer. Because when your body hears it, again, no one here is saying allegedly. I did not hear the words alleged in anything read by the state, which means it's being read as truth, and that means it's being taken as truth. The records that were sent to Mr. Merchant this last time around Only read the paragraph that I just gave. And I'll also say this. I've submitted my letter of representation. I didn't even get notice of this hearing. The only reason that I found out about it is because I got a call from my client. There are errors that are going on here. I understand the idea that you are trying to protect the rights of voters, but you also have to protect their other constitutional rights. And it is possible to do that at the same time. Now, if the district attorneys in Gwinnett has already said that this case is far too old, in my opinion, we should have just gotten a notice from this body saying it's not even necessary to show. But I don't have any signatures to look at. I don't have what the investigators are seeing. And if the district attorney's office did move to indict, I would move to suppress all of that evidence, because you all have badges and guns and nobody Mirandized them. My request is that you simply drop this. I'm going to be that audacious in my request. My client doesn't have a criminal record. He hasn't been a part of any type of election conspiracy. When I look at his voting record, it's amazing to me. At 70 years old, he's been around long enough to vote for Nixon, Carter, Clinton, Reagan, sorry, not Clinton, Reagan, no, Clinton twice. He didn't vote in 88. He voted for Barack twice. He voted for Trump twice, not in the same election, just both times. So we're not looking at an instance here where we have a person who is so bent on voting in one way that he's willing to do something illegal. What we're looking at here is, for lack of better words, an issue where another state is ad hoc sending out documents that could place members of another state in jeopardy by the very nature of their sending them out. It screams of the concept of entrapment. My client couldn't create that. That's something the state of Nevada did. And so all day long, I have been sitting listening to opinions. I've been sitting listening to people arguing back and forth. Dare I say, I've been sitting listening to people insulting one another. And it makes no sense, because time would be better spent communicating with the other states that may very well be placing our senior citizens in danger. Identity theft is real. At the age of 70, the likelihood that someone's identity could be taken or fraudulently used multiplies. And yet no one here today has spoken to that concept. At 70 years old, no one should be going through this. In fact, no one should be going through it at the age of 18. But I'll say it again. When you walk into someone's home and you ask them questions that could get them indicted, you're supposed to read a Miranda. And if you don't read a Miranda, then that means that you are going to have to answer to an attorney that is going to file every possible motion to make sure that whatever it is that you found now gets suppressed. My client is not a criminal. He's here today. I heard a comment earlier on from a member of this board talking about the idea that the absentee ballots are designed for folks that may very well have been working abroad. And you know what I talked about the last time that I was here? The fact that Mr. Merchant has worked abroad for years. He entertains children. He teaches children. He goes to military bases. He's a ventriloquist. He does all the things that responsible American citizens do. Instead of regarding him as the criminal, perhaps your group needs to look at him as potentially being the victim. And maybe, just maybe, you might get to some of the answers that you're looking for. Thank you.
Any questions?
I simply to say that this is an administrative hearing. It is not a criminal proceeding. And if you're looking at an analog, perhaps the best analog would be a grand jury proceeding. And frankly, yes, a failure to Mirandize would mean that any statements would be inadmissible. And any evidence that would be fruits of that poisonous tree would be inadmissible. This documentation is not a fruit of that poisonous tree. This was independently identified by the investigators. And I will move to refer this case to the Attorney General's office.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Chair hears none. All in favor signifying by saying aye.
Aye.
So I just want to be clear.
All opposed? Motion passed.
Just to be clear, you've had people on the record today that have actually admitted to the violation, and you issued letters of reprimand. You have a gentleman today who is stating out loud that he's innocent of all charges. And all you have is what the investigators have noted. And even Gwinnett County's district attorney does not want to proceed with charges. And your suggestion is refer the 70-year-old to the Attorney General's office.
Well, we have his signature.
Can I see it? I haven't
Was
seen
this
it.
not sent to them?
I haven't seen it.
Thank you. This will be referred to the Attorney General for further investigation and action. Next. No.
You had your copy? Oh, it is for your
That's for
file.
file.
No. Thanks, sir, our copy.
We can make sure and get a copy.
Sure.
Next case, Henry County, possession of absentee ballot, SEB 2021-148.
The allegation in this particular case is that Sharon Hayes, with the assistance of Councilman Willie Turner, turned in absentee ballot for other voters and placed them in the drop box at the Henry County Voter Registration Office on October 21st, 2021. Statements were obtained from the Henry County Elections personnel, former Supervisor Luanne Fessmeyer and Loretta Lionel, and other election officials. Ms. Lionel witnessed Mrs. Hayes drop off a number of absentee ballot envelopes into the drop box. She was asked who she was dropping the ballots off for, and she replied, her family. Mr. Turner, who was with her, interjected that she meant that her family assisted the voters on the ballots. Mrs. Hayes ultimately told Mrs. Fessmeyer that the ballots that she turned in did not belong to her family members. Mr. Turner again interjected that he did not trust the mail system, and that is the reason why they were turning in the ballots. Mrs. Fessmeyer told them that it was against policy to drop off absentee ballots for people who are not immediate family or met a certain criteria. An investigator went to the Henry County Voter Registration Office to speak about the ballots that were dropped into the drop box. Mrs. Jan Mayo, a staff member at Henry County Voter Registration, indicated that they prepared a list of the names on the absentee ballot envelopes that were dropped off. According to her, there was only one absentee ballot envelope in the box before Mrs. Hayes dropped off the ballots. This is how they were able to determine how many ballots Mrs. Hayes dropped off. The investigator was provided a list of the 18 voters whose ballots were allegedly dropped off by Mrs. Hayes. The original investigator was able to speak with 3 of the 18 voters. We all subsequently followed up and were able to talk to 6 more. Some of the citizens contacted indicated that they knew Mrs. Hayes or Mr. Turner. However, none of them admitted that they gave the ballots to them to drop off. Ultimately, an investigator did speak with or attempted to speak with Mrs. Hayes. She refused to provide information about the case. Mr. Turner was interviewed, and he indicated that he drove Mrs. Hayes to drop off the absentee ballots as previously discussed. And he also indicated that he was a candidate in the election that related to those ballots. During a subsequent interview with Mrs. Fessmeyer by the investigator, she recounted the incident and stated that she was informed that someone was depositing ballots into the ballot drop box. She spoke with Mrs. Hayes and Mr. Turner, asking if the ballots dropped off belonged to relatives, which was answered with a no. She could not advise if it was Mr. Turner or Ms. Hayes who said no to that question. Mrs. Fessmeyer was asked if Mr. Turner knew that the ballots Mrs. Hayes was dropping off belonged to people who were not relatives of hers or persons she provided care for. She replied that Mr. Turner did. He knew that the ballots did not belong to the relatives of Mrs. Hayes or persons whom she cared for, by evidence by him stating to her that he was not aware of that law, quote unquote, referencing the procedure for voting by absentee ballots. Additionally, Mrs. Fessmeyer advised that Mr. Turner informed her that they went around and picked up neighborhood ballots and that he didn't think to ask if the owners of the ballots they were collecting were disabled, elderly. He just went to the neighborhood for their convenience. So based on the investigation, we determined that Sharon Hayes and Willie Turner violated OCGA 21-2-385 sub A that relates to absentee ballots and who is authorized to drop those ballots off.
Thank you. Any questions? Is it, oh, I'm sorry. Is Mr. Hayes or
It's Sharon Hayes.
oh,
So we
Ms.
miss.
Ms. Hayes or Mr. Turner here? No? Mr. Turner, Ms. Hayes? Moved and seconded. Any discussion? No? Chairs none. All in favor signify by saying yea. Aye. No opposition. Motion passed. We'll refer this to the Attorney General. Thank you. Next case is City of Morrow. SEB 2021-171. Illegal campaigning.
On November 9th, 2021, there were two complaints that were filed against Renee Knight, the former Moore City Renee Knight. The former Moore City candidate, Ms. Hugh Nguyen, reported that she observed Renee Knight's campaign workers campaigning within 150 feet. The second complaint was that a poll watcher reported she witnessed Renee Knight enter the polling precinct around 6:10 p.m. on November 2nd, 2021, and was speaking with a poll worker about the current numbers. The investigator spoke to Ms. Nguyen, and she advised she was roughly 300 feet away from the people she advised were illegally campaigning. The investigator inquired about the photos that were obtained from the previous investigator since this case had been reassigned. Ms. Nguyen stated that her husband was the one who took the photos. The video was not time-stamped and the photos were not of very good quality. There was no video surveillance for 10/29/21 from the building. This allegation was not substantiated. The second complaint She advised that she did not personally observe Miss Knight in the voting precinct on November 2nd. According to the records, Miss Knight voted on October 28th, so there should not have been a reason for her to be there on 10 or 11/2/2021. The video was reviewed and Miss Knight was inside the voting precinct for about 10 minutes from 1854 to 1904 hours. The investigator spoke with Miss Knight and she declined to make a statement. So for allegation 1, there is not enough information or evidence to support or sustain any violation of Georgia law or election rules. Allegation 2, there is sufficient evidence to sustain that Renee Knight violated Georgia Code 212414 subsection D.
Any questions? Let's see. Is Ms. Knight here? Yes.
Good afternoon. On that day, the reason why I went to the door of the polling place was to review the tally count. It's historical practice that that tally is posted and it's changed periodically. So upon approaching the door, there was not a poll manager there so that I could ask where the information had been posted because I did not see it. And so I don't know where 10 minutes came from, but it was being directed to one table to another person. And then I walked back out. And at that time, I was informed that the ballot count was not posted and it would be posted again once the polling place was closed. So I was not intending to campaign. It was not an intention to do anything that would break any law. It was just to review the current tally at that time. And at that time, it was not posted.
Is Councilwoman Dean here? Yes. Would you like to speak?
I am not really sure why I am here. It doesn't say, it just says there's an allegation of illegal campaigning. So if someone can enlighten me, I'd appreciate it.
Are there any questions? I'm sorry. It's listed as a respondent.
Were you were you mentioned? And I don't see.
Investigator Koff, can you enlighten us? Because I don't see a reference to.
I don't either.
I don't either.
You were free to go.
They may have sent that to you in error. I don't have your name in the report at all.
Well, according to the two letters, I was sent a letter on to appear. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, I received two separate letters to appear. The first one was canceled, and then I received the one for October the 8th.
Right.
To appear. And
here it is.
We have not been given any allegations related to anything that you have done. Now, your name appeared on the report, so Alex very rightly made sure you had notice of it, but I think there was a mistake in the paperwork. So I don't see anything.
so if I may, both letters, my name is spelled D-O-R-O-T-H-Y, and it was sent D-O-R-T-H-Y. So if there's no other reason, perhaps.
You're good.
I'm very sorry for the mix up.
It looks like in complaint number 1, in the second paragraph. Investigator Koth, do you have a record of this concerning Ms. Dean?
No.
No. It's just right. It's really not a complaint. Shoot.
There were no violations found in complaint number 1, so I believe. But as for Mrs. Knight, thank you for coming. I appreciate you doing that. Are you now aware of the restrictions?
Absolutely.
And I will say that this goes for anybody whose name appears on the ballot. You are a walking, talking campaign. An individual who is a candidate on the ballot needs to be very aware of that. And therefore, when active voting is happening, you may go, you may cast your ballot, you may leave, you may stand 151 feet out and hold as many banners and have a rally 151 feet and 25 feet away from the last voter in line. But you may not be within that zone anytime active voting is happening. 7:01, you can go back, you can go up to the precinct if voting has finished. If the last voter in line has cast their ballot and there's no longer anybody voting, you're welcome to go observe the tabulation and check all your numbers. While active voting is happening, send a proxy. Send somebody to represent you. I would move that we issue a letter of instruction to Mrs. Knight.
Second.
Second. Okay, any discussion? Chair's heard none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No
Thank you
opposed,
all
motion
for everything that you do. Today's observation of the day was very interesting and very enlightening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Going on to SCB 2022-030 Richmond County. Application sent to any elector without disclaimer.
The complaint was that the campaign of Betty Reese sent Richmond County application for absentee ballot to an elector without the disclaimer by OCGA 21-2-381 subsection 2 requirements. The investigator attempted to reach out to Ms. Reese and she attempted to contact her by telephone and email. As a result of the email request, the investigator received a call back from Mr. Moses Todd. Mr. Todd identified himself as chairman of the committee to elect Betty Reese District 4 Commissioner. In his conversation with the investigator, he stated that Mrs. Reese would not have been involved with the mailing of the absentee ballot applications to the electors. He further stated that any information that the investigator needed would have to come from him. Mr. Todd advised the investigator that they sent approximately 31,000 applications to electors who requested absentee ballot applications for the election before this one. Mr. Todd also said that they were aware of the new statute, which requires a disclaimer to be added to the application if sent by an entity other than the Secretary of State. Mr. Todd advised that there was no place to add the disclaimer to the application without altering a state document, so they hired a media company to come up with a solution, which he stated was a political envelope. Mr. Todd stated that the campaign requires strict adherence to time constraints, and he indicated they decided to have the media company mail the applications in a way that they felt would comply with the disclaimer requirement. He indicated that it was the best interest of time for Mrs. Reese's campaign to do that way instead of consulting with the Secretary of State's office about their issue regarding the disclaimer. The investigator asked for the name of the media company that was used, and Mr. Todd stated that he could not recall. Mr. Todd told the investigator that the second time he was asked that he would not provide the name of the media company that was used. Mr. Todd advised that he would write a statement and later advised that a letter from an attorney would incur a fee, so he would have to check on that. The investigator spoke to Travis Doss, the executive director for the Richmond County Board of Elections, and learned that Mr. Doss provided Mr. Todd an example application via email on 4/1/2022, which showed where the disclaimer should be added to the letter. Mr. Todd replied to Mr. Doss that he felt that by sending the letter in an envelope by Mrs. Reese, that would be sufficient. The potential violations are for Ms. Betty Reese and Mr. Moses Todd. There is evidence to suggest that Betty Reese and Moses Todd violated OCGA 21-2-381C subsection 2, making of an application for absentee ballot.
Is Ms. Reese or Mr. Todd here? Anyone from Richmond County Board of Elections? No?
I move we refer this to the Attorney General's office, and any campaign that is listening, use the form with a disclaimer. Identify yourself.
Second.
Second. I agree.
Yeah, and I second that too.
Any discussion? Okay, chairs none. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes.
A motion for a 5-minute break. 5-minute comfort break, yes.
We'll move, is there a motion to have a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Second.
So moved.
I'll second.
Second.
Grant? Yeah.
We'll resume the meeting. The next case is SCP 2022-047 Rockdale County Durand qualifying issue.
The Secretary of State's office received a complaint regarding the potential false swearing of a candidate on the Democratic Declaration of Candidacy and Affidavit form. The form was submitted in the name of Patricia Durand for her candidacy for Public Service Commission District 2. It is alleged that Ms. Durand swore and affirmed that by the time for the November 8th, 2022 general election, she would have been a resident of Rockdale County for one consecutive year. However, she would have only been a resident of Rockdale County for about 8 months. The investigator pulled the voter registration cards and saw the application was completed on March 8th, 2022 with the DMV and completed on March 9th, 2022 with the online voter registration application. He also obtained from the Secretary of State's Election Division an unredacted copy of Ms. Durand's Declaration of Candidacy and Affidavit form. The form reflects her address in Conyers, Georgia, 30094. In the fill-in section, which indicates how long she has been a resident of Rockdale, there is a 1, the numerical 1 shown. The form reads, "I will have been a legal resident of Rockdale County for 1 consecutive years." The form was sworn before notary Jennifer Zentino on March 10th, 2022. The candidate's signature resembles that of Ms. Durand's and is compared to the other samples of her signature. The findings advise a signed residential lease agreement between Carol King and David and Patricia Durand indicating that was entered upon March 6, 2022. Ms. Durand's Georgia's driver's license, which reflects the address for her that she wrote, having been issued on March 8th, 2022. Ms. Durand's voter ID card, which reflects the same address, having been issued on March 9th, 2022. An affidavit from Carol King, which states that arrangements were made for a rental of her basement on March 4th, 2022, and a lease signed on March 6th, 2022. There is sufficient evidence to suggest that Ms. Durand made a false statement when filing for candidacy when she submitted her Declaration of Candidacy form indicating that by the time of November 2022, she would have been a legal resident for 1 consecutive year.
Thank you. Is Ms. Durand here?
Button.
Um,
Sir, there's a button on your desk. Please hit it. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yep.
sir.
Great. Madam Vice Chair, my name is Brian Sells, and I'm representing Patty Durand in this matter. We ask this board to dismiss the false swearing complaint for 2 reasons. First, Ms. Durand did not have the mens rea or mental state required for the crime of false swearing. And second, because the durational residency requirement as to which Ms. Durand is now accused of false swearing was held by the Fulton County Superior Court to be unconstitutional as applied to her more than 2 years ago. And that decision is final, it's binding on the state, and it precludes further prosecution here. Now, I've prepared a small binder of materials to go along with my presentation, and I'd ask the Vice Chair's permission to distribute those binders to members of the board so you can follow along.
Certainly.
So let me begin with a little background. Patty Durand announced her candidacy for the District 2 seat on the Georgia Public Service Commission, which was then held by Commissioner Tim Echols in the summer of 2021. By the end of that year, she had raised a substantial amount of money. She was Commissioner Echols' only challenger, and her campaign was well known. It was so well known, in fact, that the chair of the Public Service Commission, Tricia Pridemore, and Commissioner Echols exchanged a series of text messages in January of 2022, conspiring to draw Ms. Durand out of the district in order to protect Commissioner Eccles from competition. Those text messages came out a few months later and were the subject of widespread public attention. Tabs 1 and 2 in your materials are an AJC article about the text messages and an AJC editorial board opinion castigating Commissioners Pridemore and Eccles for engaging in dirty politics. Now, after Commissioner Pridemore asked for and received Ms. Durand's home address for the purpose of drawing her out of District 2, she then worked with the Legislative and Congressional Reapportionment Office to draw a map for the Public Service Commission districts that did just that. She testified in support of that map before the House and Senate in this very building, offering justifications for the map that the Fulton County Superior Court later found to be untrue and pretextual. But based on Commissioner Pridemore's false testimony, the General Assembly passed the map on a party line vote on March 4th, 2022. It was well known at the time that the map that the General Assembly passed drew Ms. Durand out of the district and would prevent her from running if the one-year durational residency requirement were applied to her. Tab 3 in your materials is an Associated Press article from February of 2022, just after the map was released, stating what everyone at the time knew. Commissioner Pridemore's map drew Ms. Durand out of District 2. Now, on the same day that the General Assembly passed the map, March 4th, Ms. Durand moved her residence to Rockdale County, which was in the newly drawn District 2. Qualifying for the 2022 election took place less than a week later, and the form that Ms. Durand submitted accurately and truthfully indicates that she would have been a resident of Rockdale County for 0.7 years. But the official who received the form from Ms. Durand told her that the state's computer system would not handle a decimal point, and so that official retyped the form and rounded the 0.7 up to a 1. Ms. Durand protested, but the official forced her to sign the retyped version, and tab 4 in your materials is a copy of the original form that Ms. Durand submitted to qualify back in March of 2022. Shortly thereafter, Secretary Raffensperger challenged Ms. Durand's qualifications through the normal challenge process. All of the facts that I've just described came out in the course of a hearing before the Office of State Administrative Hearings, or OSA. Tab 5 in your materials is an excerpt of the transcript of the hearing on Secretary Raffensperger's challenge to Ms. Durand's qualifications. And the key passage about the form is highlighted in yellow on page 3, beginning on page 3 of that transcript. Now, Secretary Raffensperger's challenge ultimately made its way to the Fulton County Superior Court, which held the durational residency requirement unconstitutional as applied to Ms. Durand because she had, in fact, been targeted by Commissioners Pridemore and Eccles. And tab 6 in your materials is a copy of the Fulton County Superior Court's final order, which states just that. Secretary Raffensperger did not appeal that order, and it remains binding on the state, including this board. So now let me turn to our legal arguments. The elements of the crime of false swearing are laid out in a 2009 case by the Georgia Court of Appeals called Spillers versus State. And a copy of that decision is in your materials at tab 7. There are 3 elements of the crime of false swearing. They are: 1, willfully, knowingly, absolutely, and falsely swearing under oath or affirmation. 2, upon a matter as to which a party could legally be sworn. And 3, an oath administered by a person authorized to administer it. The Court of Appeals also says in Spillers versus State that the intent to testify falsely and the falsity of the testimony must both appear at the same time. Now, as I've said, the board should dismiss this case for 2 reasons. And the first is that Ms. Duran did not have the mens rea or intent required to satisfy the first element of the crime of false swearing. Here, the undisputed evidence is that Ms. Duran intended to tell the truth, but some bureaucrat got in the way. Ms. Duran filled out the candidacy form truthfully and accurately, but the bureaucrat changed her truthful statement into a lie. The bureaucrat told her that the state's computer system would not accept the truth and forced Ms. Duran to sign it under protest. That is not an intent to deceive. The duration of Ms. Duran's residence was by then a matter of public record, as illustrated by tab 3. So it's not like she could have fooled anyone by lying about it anyway. The board should therefore dismiss the complaint because the undisputed facts negate the first essential element of the crime alleged here. The second reason to dismiss the complaint is that the application of the durational residency requirement to Ms. Duran was illegal in the first place. It was unconstitutional under both the United States Constitution and the Georgia Constitution because of the political shenanigans of Commissioner Pridemore and Commissioner Eccles. That ruling by the Fulton County Superior Court is final, it is binding on the state, and it precludes prosecution here because it negates the second essential element of the crime of false swearing, namely that the alleged false statement was something that the person could legally be sworn to. I also want to point out that the statement of investigation that we received is dated July 5th, 2022, which is more than a month before the final order that was entered in Ms. Duran's case. And apparently was not revised, or if it has been revised, I haven't seen it. So I want to be clear on our second argument that that Ms. Duran can't be prosecuted because this durational residency requirement was illegal as applied to her. If a candidate were asked to swear, for example, that he or she did or did not vote for a certain candidate in the past, I believe that would be a patently unconstitutional question, and no one could be prosecuted for failing to answer the question or answering it untruthfully. It's simply a question that could not have been asked legally of Ms. Duran, according to the Fulton County Superior Court. So as a result, Secretary Raffensperger could have appealed the Fulton Court's ruling, but he chose not to. And he doesn't get another bite at the apple here, prosecuting Ms. Duran for a crime when he lost in court 2 years ago. This board should also have nothing to do with the dirty politics that led to the Fulton Court's ruling in the first place. With that, I ask once again for the board to dismiss the complaint against Mr. Rand, and I invite any questions that you might have.
So on the document, it says that she, let's see here, has been a resident of Rockdale County for 0.7 years, but then was a resident of the district for 1.5 years. Is the district do you have multiple counties, or like how is that what it is?
District 2, all of the districts, there are only 5 in the state, so they encompass more than 1 million people and a lot of counties in many
District.
cases. So
Congressional. Okay, I got
yeah,
it.
she
I
was
got
in
it.
District 2 before and District 2 after.
Well, excellent. Now this. Got it. I got it. Okay. Yeah. You have anything? I would like to make a motion that we just issue a letter of instruction that basically just says, next time, don't sign it if you don't feel comfortable. And just, the proper steps towards, filing to be a candidate. But I don't believe that you had malicious intent.
I will second that, and I want to offer my thanks to Mr. Sells for providing such a very clear, straightforward accounting of exactly what happened. I have come across this before when I was on the other side of the desk, and I was the bureaucrat, and it was a problem with another candidate who wound up in court, and again was cleared because and there is no way to put a percent or to put a decimal in there. And I think that could be something that we could ask the Secretary of State to consider updating the candidate qualification forms so that people can be precise.
Well, it's whole numbers only.
Yes,
Right.
that's exactly right.
Right. So did you second?
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay. Cheers. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you very
Motion
much.
passes.
That's one more. That's all I'm ready.
Next case, Henry County. No, next case, last case, McIntosh County photographic ballot. It's 2023-090.
So the allegation in this case is that an elector, Samantha Bartasis, while voting in person at the Shellman Fire Station polling location on November 7th, 2023, did use her cell phone to take a photograph of her ballot after it's printed out by the BMD. We opened this investigation following a complaint made which alleges, as I stated, that Mrs. Bartasis, while voting there, pulled out her phone and took a picture of her ballot. This is a potential violation of OCGA 21-2-413E and OCGA 21-2-568.2, titled Photographic and Other Electronic Monitoring of Ballots Prohibited. A member of the McIntosh County Board who was volunteering observed a citizen later determined to be Mrs. Bartasis pull out her cell phone and take a picture of her ballot. She was told to delete the photo of her ballot by a poll worker. However, she ignored her, continued the voting process. Ultimately, another poll worker was able to obtain her license. She was subsequently identified in a photo array by 2 individuals who were there. And also, as far as her voting record, confirmed her voting on that day at that location. So based on that, there's evidence to support that Samantha Bartasis, well, she was interviewed and she would not answer the questions of the investigator who asked her, did she take the photo? So based on the investigation, we determined that there was sufficient evidence to say that Mrs. Barthez has violated the two statutes that I mentioned regarding taking a photograph of her ballot.
Thank you. Is Ms. Barthez here? Yes.
Test. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Barthez is here. My name is Jason Kemp. I am her attorney. And some of what the investigative report outlined, totally concede to. She did in fact take a picture of her ballot without knowledge that there were two laws against it. And we'll get to that in a minute. When she was asked for a statement, I believe her response was only with an attorney present. This has been a huge embarrassment for her, and it's something that she's never dreamed that she would be a part of. There's a couple more facts that I would like the board to consider before making a decision on this case. Not to say that the investigative report was wrong, but it just adds a little more color to the situation. After she was observed taking a picture of her ballot, she was actually not permitted to leave. She was told that she needed to hand over her phone to be searched, which she would not do, but did say that she would delete the photograph if that's what the issue was. Because again, at this time, she has no idea why it would be illegal to take a picture of a ballot. You all know a lot more about that than she does, and I did before this. She voluntarily deleted the photo and she was permitted then to leave. So the reason I bring that up isn't to cast aspersions or to paint a different picture, but I want to speak to the spirit of those two laws because I believe it's relevant. The first being section 21-2-413E. It's our understanding that the legislative history of that bill was we don't want citizens in there videoing and taking pictures of other people. It's supposed to be a private event to vote. So you don't want to intimidate, don't want to make anybody feel uncomfortable during that process. So it's our understanding that that's the spirit behind that rule, is to make sure that other people feel safe and secure and private in their voting process. The second being 21-2-568.2, which was a part of Senate Bill 202. My understanding is the history behind that was we didn't want citizens being able to, or making it easier for them to sell their vote. So if you were approached to receive money for a vote, you would have to demonstrate that you voted a certain way before you would get money. That is very far from her mind. That's not what happened. There's no evidence of that. In fact, she had to delete the photo just to leave the precinct. So I just wanted to point out that while I understand the technical violation of the law, something that she just wasn't aware, a lot of these small polling places, you know how it is, especially if you vote early, from the moment you walk through the door before standing in front of a machine, it's almost instantaneous. So, assuming that all the proper placards and signs were up, I don't believe they were appreciated by Mrs. Barthez, just because of how small her polling precinct is. She just gets right in and votes. She works for a defense contractor in the aerospace industry. Clean record, no criminal history, has a credit score that I'm very envious of. This is all very new to her. We respectfully request dismissal. In the alternative, understanding how this board likes to handle technical violations, we would ask for no more than a letter of instruction, of course, identifying what the rule is, and she already appreciates, but that's what we would ask for this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
I sympathize with her. I mean, this is a rule that I don't think a lot of people know, that it is breaking the law to take a picture of your ballot. And so I do think it's something that can be easily overlooked, but I'm sure you know now.
No, I agree. And because it is a technical violation of a statute, I would move to issue a letter of instruction.
Second.
Any discussion? There's none. All in favor, say by saying aye.
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 You're good.
Motion
Free to go.
passes. That is, it's off now.
Thank you.
That's the last case of the day. We've already taken care of old business, new business. in new business discussion of state election board communications with county superintendents was my addition to the agenda, and I'm withdrawing that. And do we have more public comment?
They can speak at the end.
Any more?
Just ask, yeah, thanks, darling.
All right, so public comment. And I'll go ahead and announce, the meeting, the second day of the meeting tomorrow will be, no, I'm just kidding.
Everybody. No, please.
Just shoot me. All right.
That was unanimous. Okay, is there anyone else here that didn't speak this morning and wants to speak this afternoon? Is there anybody else? I know we've got. No. Investigators, thank you, guys. Appreciate your work.
Thank you so much.
Thank y'all. Y'all too. All right, sir, you have the floor.
Earl Ferguson, and I relinquished my morning session to get to do this because I wanted to wait until after the discussion on what are we going to do about the challenge situation. And now I'd like to quickly summarize where I am. I submitted challenges in December, about 180, and they were turned down by Fulton County. So I submitted a challenge here on that, and it has been acknowledged. I have a challenge number. It's number 2024-109. And then I did more challenges in August, 2,000 of them, and they were turned down. So I have submitted a second challenge. I have not received an acknowledgement of that, but I'm eager to know what will happen now. This is a question to the board and a comment I'd like to make. Again, I'll state it again. When we are challenging voters, we are challenging ineligible ones, not eligible ones. We are not taking away anybody's right to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was right to the point.
That's the second time you've spoken today.
Actually spoke them out there.
Thank you.
I'm looking for an answer.
Thank
You may have to hang around a while.
Thank you for your service.
I guess I'm supposed to sit down.
All right, ma'am, for the record, would you state your name, please?
Yes, my name is Meg Meserly. I'm from Houston County, Perry,
Thank
down
you.
in Perry, Georgia. And I wanted to bring up a couple of just short notes. First of all, I wanted to mention there's a group called Voter GA that has documented really well so many facts. And I wanted to show you this one particular notice. It documents the loss of 20,000 votes in one person's election. Well, obviously it's the Herschel Walker versus Raphael Warnock and Chase Oliver race, that where a woman documented, she took a screenshot from her cell phone once at 10:01 p.m. and then again at 10:03 p.m. And it shows easily, undeniably, the loss of over 20,000 votes, just like that. It's impossible. I'm not concerned about, as a citizen, I'm not concerned about one vote being, someone voting twice here, another person voting twice there. This is what I'm concerned about. And I've been here all day. I'm very surprised at how few people or how many people seem to not be aware of this. It's the same person It's documented here how she signed an affidavit. She wrote and signed an affidavit saying that she will testify if called to do so. She's not the only person who has this very same type of evidence of thousands of votes flipping at a time. So, and yeah, flipping is the right word because the other candidates rose in a similar number of votes at the same time. This is happening electronically. It's not happening by one person voting twice or another person taking a picture of a ballot. There's so many things that are being blown out of proportion when real stealing is happening on a regular basis. The other point I want to make is someone's calling in. I want to ask you to consider as a board, what would our state look like if we had 10 years of honest elections, an easy to recount, public and fully transparent election system when elected servants work for citizens only, and these are my own words, the people's priority would be corrected. Our priorities would be corrected. There would be no more child sex trafficking, sexualizing of our children as reported at schools and libraries, pharmaceutical and school-assisted gender confusion, massive illegal immigration, and many other demoralizing, self-destructive, institutional activities going on. Thank you. Please think about it. Thank you so much. They're connected.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you.
you had asked today about on a quick update on the expert
Excuse me,
testimony.
who are you? Will you state your name?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm joking.
Ron Favorito, voter GA. You had asked for a quick update. I had sent a letter to the board requesting to forego our public comment time, Tamara, so that we could give you an update, not only on the expert testimony really quickly in about eight or 10 minutes, but also how you may be able to mitigate this with letter of guidance to the county. So with your permission, I'd like to give you this handout.
Thank you. Oh, he was.
Did the chair give you?
Okay.
There you go.
Hey, we're gonna hold you to it.
Somebody get that big hook.
Okay, let me get this up here.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and the board. I just want to quickly give you a quick update on the Dominion encryption case and the expert testimony that we heard, how you may be able to mitigate this, even with limited authority. We heard from two experts, and I'm going to forego with all of our credentials and their credentials, but they're in your handout. You know Clay Parikh. You know his credentials, and Ben Cotton is one of the top forensic cyber experts in the country with military and in intelligence, and both in civilian work as well. So here's what the experts did in the case. They evaluated a Georgia County server and 4 election databases. They authenticated the server and the databases forensically. So they knew that they had the authentic copies, and the Secretary of State did not dispute that whatsoever. The databases were provided legally under open records request law, and the Secretary of State did not refute any authenticity of those databases. They also did not call any technical witnesses. Secretary of State's office simply made a legal argument. I'm going to explain to the technicalities here today. And they also did not call any witnesses of their own. So here's what the experts told the court. All of the Dominion systems communicate with a common X509 certificate with the same value. Now, the reason that's important is that's not just within Georgia. So any Dominion voting system can communicate with any other Dominion voting system anywhere in the country. And that includes Serbia, where these systems are programmed, as we heard, through testimony and documents out of a Michigan court case. The Dominion administration account has the same user ID and a hard-coded password across states. You see the T-shirts today, some of them showing that password. Other passwords are generic and they're not for a specific user. And I apologize, I don't have this slide in your deck. Or maybe I had, it was the last one. The passwords are encrypted, they're not hash protected, so they can be decrypted. And then that's, as you know, the encryption keys are stored in clear plain text in the database. So you don't even need to get the encryption keys if you want to change the database. You simply need to get access through the X509 certificate and the generic password, which is pretty commonly known throughout the country. So that's the encryption keys are used to decrypt, and they can actually change the election files, the .dvd files. We can talk more about that if you want. I'm just going to roll through here real quickly for time. The experts told the court that they had accessed Gwinnett County. They know that the Dominion had accessed the Gwinnett County server remotely during the 2020 election. They know that from forensics that the Coffee County server was accessed during the 2021 U.S. Senate runoff. Nearly 3,000 executable or DLL files have been modified on the Coffee County server since it was installed, which is a certification issue. These systems should not have been modified with programs or executable files, only the data that can be modified. They know that the Coffee County system had internet access and that it contained an uncertified compiler. Now, what a compiler does is it allows someone who gains access to write their own programs and then conduct them and then run them on a county election management server. We had 3 demonstrations made by Clay Parikh, who you know has testified here before. He demonstrated how that's the hard-coded password that you see on the T-shirts, and how that's available across states and systems for years, and how he can access that, and how it is not properly protected. It should have been what we call hashed instead of encrypted, because you can decrypt it. You can't decrypt a hashed password. And we can go into more detail about that if you want. So the other thing he did is he wrote a demonstration that even without doing the encryption keys and decrypting them, he can write a stored procedure and flip votes from one candidate to another. And he's using authenticated county server databases. So the question came down to the fact that, is certification a one-time or ongoing thing? That was really the legal question. The legal question is that the Election Assistance Commission and state certifications, you have to have both a state certification and an Election Assistance Commission certification in Georgia. And the Election Systems Commission requires certification to the 2005 guidelines that requires keys to be stored in an encryption module, not in clear plain text in a database where they can be accessed. So that was one of the key issues from a federal test certification. And then the issue from state certification is that the Secretary of State under OCGA 21-2300A2 has to certify it as safe and practicable for use as required by state law. The certification document itself that Secretary signs says that I hereby reserve my opinion to re-examine the voting system and its components at any time so as to ensure that it continues to be one that can be safely used by the voters of the state. So the plaintiffs argued that certification is ongoing. The Secretary of State says, I only have to certify it one time at the beginning, and it doesn't matter anymore after that. That's the fundamental legal argument that was before the court. And here is some things that I believe that you can do to possibly mitigate this through a maybe letter of guidance to the counties. A couple of the things I think you can do, because this is a major security problem. I think we're just uncovering this, and we're at the tip of the iceberg right now of nationally of what's happening. You've already started this process of mitigation. I know there's a pending rule to produce the Dominion electronic artifacts immediately after the election. I think there was 3 days that we're talking about that. The other thing, and I apologize for getting technical here, but there's something called PCAPs. And if you can capture these, this will not impact the Dominion server, but you can capture those outside of Dominion, don't have to worry about affecting certification, and find the sources and destinations of all network traffic coming in and out. You can also you can also monitor the systems logs in Windows, identifying any programs or modules that are executed on the server and related clients. You can make the ballots public record. I know you've tried to subpoena many things there. And then finally, you could ensure that the counties produce an eligible list of voters and a list of voters who voted, which would help ensure that the system counted correctly on election day and during early voting. And those are things that you already have in play right now. It would just be a matter of trying to implement those prior to the election, and they would not impact the voter experience in any way. So those are just a few things that you might want to consider. And I know that the board has limited authority, but you could possibly do that through letter of instruction just to advise the counties. And I would be happy to work with you if you so choose to do that.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
That was informative. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right, that is all of the business for today. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're hereby adjourned. Stand up, stretch.